Title: Eternal Blossoms of the Heavenly Tao. Chapter 1: The Orphan Under the Blossoms. The spring breeze carried the faint scent of peach blossoms through the quiet valley of Jade Flow. At the edge of the valley, where the trees were thickest, a small boy knelt before a grave. His clothes were worn, his hair tied haphazardly in a topknot, but his eyes burned with a defiance far beyond his years. "Father, mother," the boy whispered, his voice trembling. "I will not let the name Lin Tianyu be forgotten." Lin Tianyu was only 12, yet the burden of his lineage weighed heavily on him. His clan, once renowned in the cultivation world, had been annihilated by the Crimson Moon sect. All that remained were ashes and a boy too young to wield a sword, too weak to defend his home. As the sun dipped below the horizon, a rustle of leaves drew his attention. From the shadows emerged an old man with a beard as white as snow, his robes flowing like water around him. He carried a staff carved with ancient runes, and his eyes shone with the light of stars. "Young one," the man said, his voice deep and commanding. "Why do you linger here, when destiny calls you elsewhere?" Tianyu scrambled to his feet, his hand instinctively reaching for the dull dagger at his side. "Who are you?" The old man chuckled, stroking his beard. "A traveler, like you. But I see the fire in your soul. You seek revenge, do you not?" Tianyu's grip on the dagger tightened, but he said nothing. The old man nodded, as if understanding his silence. "The path of vengeance is steep and treacherous," the man said. "But you have the potential to climb it. Come with me, and I will show you the way." Tianyu hesitated, his mind racing. Could this man truly help him? Or was he just another danger in a world already filled with too many? But then he glanced at the grave and felt a surge of determination. "I will follow you," he said. "But only if you promise me one thing." The old man raised an eyebrow. "And what is that?" "Teach me to become strong enough to destroy the Crimson Moon sect." For a moment, the old man was silent. Then he smiled, a glint of approval in his eyes. "Very well, Lin Tianyu. From this day forth, you are my disciple." Chapter 2: The Awakening of Qi. Tianyu followed the old man, who introduced himself as Elder Mo Yunjin, deep into the valley. They arrived at a secluded cave, its entrance surrounded by blooming spirit flowers that shimmered faintly in the moonlight. "This," Elder Mo said, gesturing to the flowers, "is the spirit vein lotus. It grows only where the earth's qi flows strongest. Meditate here, and you may awaken your dantian." Tianyu knelt on the cold stone floor, his heart pounding. He had heard of the awakening ceremony, a crucial step for any cultivator. Yet he had never imagined he would experience it himself. "Close your eyes," Elder Mo instructed. "Breathe deeply. Feel the qi around you." Tianyu obeyed, his breath slow and steady. At first, he felt nothing. But then, a faint warmth began to stir in his chest, like the flicker of a candle. He focused on it, guiding it through his body as Elder Mo had described. Suddenly, the warmth erupted into a torrent of energy. Tianyu gasped, his body trembling as the qi surged through him, flooding his meridians. It was overwhelming, like trying to contain a river in a teacup. "Do not resist it," Elder Mo's voice echoed. "Let it flow naturally." With great effort, Tianyu calmed his mind and allowed the qi to settle. When he opened his eyes, he saw a faint glow emanating from his hands. "You have done well," Elder Mo said, nodding approvingly. "Your dantian is awakened, and your journey has begun." But as Tianyu looked down at his glowing hands, he noticed something strange. The light was not the usual golden hue of awakened qi, it was silver, shimmering like moonlight on water. Elder Mo's expression turned grave. "Silver qi. A rare affinity indeed. It seems the heavens have plans for you, Lin Tianyu." Chapter 3: The Secrets of Silver Qi. Elder Mo Yunjin stood in silence, his gaze fixed on the shimmering silver aura surrounding Lin Tianyu. His brows furrowed, deep in thought. The light from the spirit vein lotus reflected in his eyes, but his mind seemed far away. "Silver qi," he muttered, almost to himself. "A double-edged gift of the heavens." Tianyu's heart raced. "What do you mean? Is something wrong with my qi?" Elder Mo shook his head. Not wrong, but unusual. Silver Chi is an anomaly, boy. It means your affinity is tied to the heavenly Tao itself, a balance between creation and destruction. Few cultivators ever awaken such a power. He knelt before Tianyu, his expression solemn. But power like this comes with a price. The heavens will test you at every step, and many will covet what you have. Are you prepared for such a path? Tianyu clenched his fists, the faint silver glow flickering like the embers of his determination. I don't care how hard it is. If this power can help me avenge my family, I'll bear any burden. A faint smile tugged at Elder Mo's lips. Good. Then let us not waste time. We must strengthen your foundation before others since your awakening. Chapter 4, The First Test. The training began at dawn. Elder Mo led Tianyu deep into the valley, where the air grew thick with spiritual energy. A small pond shimmered like liquid jade, surrounded by ancient trees whose leaves glowed faintly in the sunlight. Here, Elder Mo said, pointing to the pond. This is the Jade Essence Pool, nourished by the earth's veins. Meditate within it and refine your silver chi. But be warned, its energy is potent and will test your willpower. If you lose focus, the chi will consume you. Tianyu stepped forward without hesitation. He removed his tattered robes and waded into the pool. The water was icy, sending a shock through his body, but he gritted his teeth and sat cross-legged at the center. Focus on your breathing, Elder Mo called from the shore. Guide the chi into your meridians, but do not rush. Let it merge with your essence naturally. As Tianyu closed his eyes, the pond's energy surged around him, a chaotic swirl of power. He struggled to contain it, his body trembling as the chi pressed against his dantian like a raging storm. Pain shot through him, sharp and unrelenting. Sweat poured down his face as his vision blurred. For a moment, he thought he might lose control, but then he remembered his parents' faces, the warmth of his mother's smile, the pride in his father's voice. I can't fail them, he thought, his resolve hardening. With a deep breath, he centered his mind, guiding the silver chi through his meridians. The pain began to subside, replaced by a soothing warmth. Slowly, the chaotic energy settled, flowing in harmony with his own. When Tianyu opened his eyes, the pond glowed with silver light, and Elder Mo's expression was one of astonishment. You succeeded, the elder said, his voice tinged with awe. And in such a short time. Perhaps the heavens truly favor you. But before Tianyu could respond, the ground trembled. A low growl echoed through the valley, and the air grew heavy with malice. From the shadows of the trees emerged a beast, a midnight serpent, its scales glinting like obsidian, its eyes burning with crimson fury. Your awakening has drawn its attention, Elder Mo said grimly. This is your first true test, Tianyu. Face it, and prove your worth as a cultivator. Tianyu's heart pounded, but he stood firm. Gripping the dagger at his side, he stepped forward to face the serpent. Chapter 5, The Silver Strike. The midnight serpent struck without warning, its fangs gleaming with venom as it lunged toward Tianyu. He barely dodged, rolling to the side as the beast's massive body crashed into the ground, sending rocks flying. Stay calm! Elder Mo shouted. Use your chi to enhance your movements. Tianyu focused, channeling the silver energy through his limbs. A faint glow enveloped his body, and his movements became quicker, more fluid. He darted around the serpent, his dagger slashing at its scales, but the blade barely left a scratch. The serpent hissed, its tail whipping toward him with blinding speed. Tianyu raised his arm to block, and the silver chi surged, forming a protective barrier just in time. The force sent him skidding back, but he remained on his feet. Good. Elder Mo called. Now counter. Strike its weak points. Tianyu narrowed his eyes, studying the serpent's movements. He noticed a faint gap in its scales near its neck, a vulnerable spot. The serpent lunged again, but this time, Tianyu met its attack head-on. He leaped into the air, his dagger glowing with silver light as he channeled all his chi into a single strike. Silver strike, he shouted, slashing downward with all his might. The blade pierced the serpent's neck, and the beast let out a deafening roar. Its massive body thrashed before collapsing into the ground, lifeless. Breathing heavily, Tianyu stood over the serpent's body, his dagger still glowing faintly. Elder Mo approached, his expression one of approval. "You've done well, boy," he said. "But this is only the beginning. Greater challenges lie ahead, and you must be ready to face them." Tianyu nodded, his grip on the dagger tightening. "I'll be ready. No matter what." Elder Mo's gaze softened. "Then let us continue. Your journey toward vengeance and greatness has only just begun." Chapter 6: The Crimson Mark. The night air in Jadeflow Valley was colder than usual, the faint hum of spiritual energy lingering after the battle. Lin Tianyu sat cross-legged near the lifeless body of the Midnight Serpent, his breathing steady as he worked to absorb the residual qi from the beast's core. Elder Mo stood nearby, silently observing. He was impressed, but he knew better than to praise too soon. The path of cultivation was long, and triumph could quickly breed arrogance. "Don't just absorb it blindly," Elder Mo instructed. "The serpent's qi is tainted with malice. If you let it overwhelm you, it will corrupt your foundation." Tianyu nodded, closing his eyes. He felt the serpent's dark qi coiling within him, trying to disrupt the flow of his silver energy. It was like trying to tame a wild flame with calm waters. Slowly, he guided the silver qi to purify the tainted energy, merging it with his own. When he opened his eyes, they glinted with newfound clarity. A faint silver mark shimmered on his right hand, a crescent moon surrounded by flowing lines, like waves. Elder Mo's eyes widened. The crescent seal. So the legends were true. Tianyu looked at his hand. "What is this?" "The mark of an ancient cultivator who wielded silver qi," Elder Mo explained, his tone heavy with reverence. "The crescent seal is said to be a blessing and a curse. It grants immense power, but it also binds you to the will of the heavens. You are now a chosen one, Tianyu, whether you like it or not." Tianyu clenched his fist, determination burning in his gaze. "If it makes me stronger, I'll accept it. I don't care what the heavens want, I have my own path." Elder Mo smiled faintly. "Good. But be cautious. Others will sense this mark, and not all will see it as a blessing. Some will want to take it from you, by any means necessary." Chapter 7: The Crimson Shadow. 2 days later, Elder Mo led Tianyu to a small mountain shrine hidden deep within the valley. The shrine was ancient, its stone walls covered in intricate carvings of dragons and phoenixes, symbols of balance and power. "This is the shrine of the fourfold harmony," Elder Mo said. "It's a sacred place where you can further refine your qi. But before we begin, I must teach you the basics of combat techniques." Elder Mo demonstrated a series of movements, each one fluid and precise. He called it the Flowing Silver Arts, a technique designed to complement Tianyu's unique qi. "The flowing silver arts are built on adaptability," Elder Mo explained. "Your qi is flexible and unpredictable, like a river carving its own path. Use that to your advantage." Tianyu practiced tirelessly, his movements growing sharper and more controlled with each attempt. By nightfall, his muscles ached, but his mind was clearer than ever. As they prepared to rest, a sudden chill filled the air. The faint scent of blood wafted through the valley. Elder Mo's expression darkened. "Crimson Moon Sect assassins," he said, his voice low. Before Tianyu could react, 3 figures emerged from the shadows, their crimson robes blending with the night. Each one exuded a menacing aura, their eyes gleaming with malice. "Lin Tianyu," one of them sneered. "You thought you could escape the Crimson Moon Sect forever? Your clan's destruction wasn't enough, we'll make sure their legacy dies with you." Tianyu's blood boiled. He stepped forward, his silver qi flaring around him. "You'll regret coming here," he growled. Elder Mo placed a hand on his shoulder. "Calm yourself. Let me handle this." The old man stepped forward, his staff glowing with golden runes. With a wave of his hand, he unleashed a torrent of energy that sent the assassins reeling. But they quickly recovered, their formation tightening. "Stay behind me," Elder Mo ordered. But Tianyu couldn't stand idly by. As the assassins charged, he channeled his silver qi into his dagger, its blade shining like moonlight. With a burst of speed, he dashed toward the nearest assassin, his movements guided by the flowing silver arts. The assassin countered with a fiery blast of chi, but Tian Yu dodged with ease, his silver aura cutting through the flames. He struck with precision, his dagger piercing the assassin's chest. The other two assassins turned their attention to Tian Yu, but Elder Mo intercepted them, his staff striking with the force of a thunderclap. In the chaos, one of the assassins managed to land a blow on Tian Yu, sending him crashing to the ground. Blood trickled from his lips, but he refused to give up. "Get up!" Elder Mo shouted. "Use the crescent seal." Tian Yu focused on the mark on his hand, and a surge of power coursed through him. Silver chi erupted around him, forming the shape of a crescent moon. With a roar, he unleashed the energy in a devastating wave, obliterating the remaining assassins. As the dust settled, Tian Yu collapsed, his body trembling from the strain. Elder Mo hurried to his side, his expression a mix of pride and concern. "You've done well," he said. "But this is only the beginning. The Crimson Moon sect will not stop until you're dead. We must leave the valley and prepare for the battles to come." Tian Yu nodded weakly, his resolve unshaken. "Let them come. I'll destroy every one of them." Chapter 8: The Journey Beyond Jade Flow. Dawn broke over Jade Flow Valley, the golden sunlight piercing through the mist as Lin Tian Yu and Elder Mo Yunjin prepared to depart. The serene beauty of the valley seemed almost at odds with the storm brewing within Tian Yu's heart. His encounter with the Crimson Moon sect assassins had been a stark reminder of the danger that awaited him beyond the valley. Elder Mo handed Tian Yu a small satchel filled with herbs, talismans, and a map. "This is all you'll need for now. Our next destination is the Cloudfire sect. They owe me a favor, and their archives might hold the key to unlocking your true potential." Tian Yu tightened his grip on his dagger, the faint silver glow of the crescent seal flickering on his hand. "I'm ready." As they stepped onto the winding mountain path, Elder Mo cast one last glance at the valley. "Remember, the world outside this place is ruthless. Trust your instincts, but never let your emotions cloud your judgment." Tian Yu nodded, determination etched on his face. Chapter 9: The Road of Trials. The journey was arduous. The path twisted through dense forests, over rugged cliffs, and across treacherous rivers. Each step tested Tian Yu's endurance, but Elder Mo used every challenge as an opportunity to train him. "Balance your chi while crossing the river," Elder Mo instructed as Tian Yu struggled to keep steady on a slick, narrow log. "Let it flow through your legs to enhance your stability." Tian Yu focused, his silver chi radiating faintly as he stepped carefully across the rushing water. With each success, his control over his chi grew more refined, his movements more precise. But the road was not without peril. On the third night, as they camped near a small village, a group of bandits surrounded their fire. Their leader, a burly man with a scar running across his face, sneered at them. "Hand over your valuables, old man," he growled, drawing a rusted blade. "Or we'll take them by force." Elder Mo sighed, rising slowly. "You've chosen the wrong travelers to rob." The bandits laughed, but their mirth was short-lived. With a flick of his staff, Elder Mo unleashed a burst of golden chi that sent half the group sprawling. The leader snarled, charging at Elder Mo, but Tian Yu stepped forward. "Let me handle this." Drawing his dagger, he faced the bandit leader, his silver aura shimmering like moonlight. The man lunged, his blade aiming for Tian Yu's chest, but Tian Yu sidestepped effortlessly, countering with a swift slash that disarmed him. The bandit fell to his knees, his eyes wide with fear. Please, spare me." Tian Yu hesitated, his dagger poised to strike. The memory of his family's killers flashed in his mind, and anger surged through him. But Elder Mo's voice cut through his rage. "Mercy is a choice, Tian Yu," he said calmly. "Do not let hatred consume you." Tian Yu exhaled slowly, lowering his blade. "Leave. And don't let me see you again." The bandits scrambled away, their leader dragging himself into the shadows. Elder Mo nodded approvingly. "A wise decision. Mercy is not weakness, but it must be wielded carefully." Chapter 10: The Gates of Cloudfire. After weeks of travel, they arrived at the gates of the Cloudfire sect. The towering walls were adorned with carvings of phoenixes, their fiery wings spreading outward as if to guard the sect from intruders. Disciples in crimson robes patrolled the grounds, their movements disciplined and graceful. Elder Mo approached the gatekeeper, a stern-faced man with a long spear. "Inform your sect master that Mo Yunjin has arrived. He will remember me." The gatekeeper hesitated but nodded, disappearing into the sect. Moments later, a woman descended from the sky, her robes shimmering with flames. She landed gracefully before them, her piercing gaze locking onto Elder Mo. "Master Mo," she said, bowing slightly. "It has been decades. To what do we owe the honor of your visit?" "I require access to your archives," Elder Mo replied. "My disciple's cultivation path is unique, and I believe your records may hold the answers we seek." The woman's gaze shifted to Tianyu, her eyes narrowing. "Silver Chi? How intriguing. Very well, you may enter. But be warned, our sect is not a place for the faint of heart." As they stepped through the gates, Tianyu felt the weight of countless eyes on him. Disciples whispered among themselves, their curiosity and suspicion palpable. "Elder Mo," Tianyu whispered, "why do I feel like we're being watched?" "Because we are," Elder Mo said grimly. "Silver Chi is a rare and coveted power. Be careful who you trust here." Chapter 11: The Trial of Fire. The Cloudfire sect's archives were vast, filled with scrolls and tomes detailing centuries of cultivation techniques and ancient knowledge. Elder Mo and Tianyu delved into the records, searching for clues about the Crescent Seal and its connection to Silver Chi. But their search was interrupted when a young man with fiery red hair stormed into the hall. His robes bore the insignia of an inner disciple, and his expression was one of disdain. "You dare bring an outsider here," he spat, glaring at Tianyu. "This is a place for true cultivators, not some wandering brat." Tianyu stood, meeting the young man's gaze. "If you have a problem, say it to my face." The disciple smirked. "Fine. Let's settle this with a duel. Prove you're worthy of stepping foot in our sect." Elder Mo placed a hand on Tianyu's shoulder. "Do not underestimate him. Cloudfire disciples are trained to fight like flames, unpredictable and relentless." Tianyu nodded, stepping into the courtyard where the duel would take place. The sect's disciples gathered to watch, their whispers filling the air. As the duel began, the red-haired disciple unleashed a torrent of flames, his chi surging with intensity. But Tianyu was ready. He channeled his silver chi, its cool energy clashing against the heat of the flames. The two fought fiercely, their techniques pushing each other to the limit. With a final burst of silver energy, Tianyu disarmed his opponent, leaving the crowd in stunned silence. The sect master, who had been watching from the shadows, stepped forward, her expression unreadable. "Impressive," she said. "Perhaps you are worthy after all." But as she turned to leave, she added, "Your power will bring you many enemies, Lin Tianyu. I suggest you prepare for what's to come." Chapter 12: The Phoenix's Warning. The days that followed Lin Tianyu's duel were tense. Though he had won, the Cloudfire sect disciples eyed him with a mix of respect and wariness. Some admired his strength, others whispered of his silver chi, calling it an omen of chaos. Elder Mo urged caution. "Tread carefully, Tianyu. The phoenix may grant you shelter, but it also tests those who stand beneath its wings. The sect master will not tolerate unnecessary disruption." Tianyu nodded, focusing on his purpose. Each day, he and Elder Mo combed through the archives, searching for answers about the Crescent Seal and its connection to Silver Chi. The sect master herself occasionally visited, observing Tianyu from a distance. On the third night, she summoned him to her chamber. The room was a sea of crimson silk, illuminated by floating orbs of flame. The sect master, Lu Yanxia, stood at the center, her fiery aura radiating authority. "You have power, Lin Tianyu," she said, her voice steady and commanding. "But power without control is a wildfire, it consumes everything, including its wielder." Tianyu bowed respectfully. "I seek to master it, sect master." Her sharp eyes bore into him. "The Crescent Seal is no ordinary mark. It is said to be tied to the heavenly Tao, granting its bearer the potential to ascend beyond mortal limits. But it also invites calamity. Those who wield silver chi walk a path of endless trials. She stepped closer, her tone softening. If you wish to survive, you must face the trial of Phoenix Flame. It is a sacred test reserved for our most promising disciples. Pass, and you will gain the strength to control your power. Fail, and the flames will consume you. Tianyu straightened, resolve shining in his eyes. I accept the trial. Chapter 13, The Trial of Phoenix Flame. The sect's disciples gathered at the trial arena, a massive platform surrounded by molten lava. The air shimmered with heat, and the faint cry of a phoenix echoed in the distance. Tianyu stepped onto the platform, his silver chi swirling around him like a protective veil. Lu Yanxia stood at the edge, her voice ringing out. The trial of Phoenix Flame is a test of endurance, skill, and spirit. You must face 3 manifestations of the Phoenix, Flame, Ash, and Rebirth. Each will challenge a different aspect of your cultivation. Begin! The first manifestation appeared in a burst of fire, a blazing phoenix that screeched as it dove toward Tianyu. He dodged, the heat searing his skin as he countered with a wave of silver chi. The cool energy clashed with the flames, extinguishing them momentarily. Control your flow. Elder Mo shouted from the sidelines. Silver chi is adaptable, use it to counter their aggression. Tianyu focused, weaving his energy like water. He deflected the phoenix's fiery attacks, striking back with precise blows. With a final surge of silver chi, he extinguished the flames, and the first manifestation dissolved into embers. The second manifestation rose from the ashes, a dark phoenix with wings that spread shadows across the arena. Its attacks were swift and relentless, each strike testing Tianyu's defenses. You cannot defeat it with brute force, Lu Yanxia called. The ash phoenix feeds on fear and doubt. Tianyu closed his eyes, centering himself. He remembered the teachings of the flowing silver arts, letting his chi move naturally. The shadows began to waver, and with a decisive strike, he shattered the ash phoenix. As the fragments of ash disappeared, the final manifestation emerged, a radiant phoenix of golden fire. Its presence was overwhelming, its flames brighter than the sun. This is the rebirth phoenix, Lu Yanxia said. To overcome it, you must embrace its flames and endure. Tianyu hesitated, the searing heat pressing against him like a wall. But then he remembered his parents, their lives stolen by the Crimson Moon sect. He remembered the promise he made to himself. I will not falter. He stepped into the flames, his silver chi forming a protective cocoon around him. The heat was unbearable, but he pushed forward, each step guided by his unyielding will. The flames intensified, threatening to consume him, but he channeled his silver chi into the crescent seal. The mark glowed brighter, absorbing the energy of the phoenix. With a final burst of power, he emerged from the flames, his body radiating silver and gold light. The crowd erupted into cheers, and Lu Yanxia stepped forward, her expression one of approval. You have passed the trial, she declared. You are no longer a mere disciple, you are now a cultivator worthy of forging your own path. Chapter 14, The Shadow Within. That night, as Tianyu rested in his quarters, a strange sensation crept over him. His crescent seal burned faintly, and whispers filled his mind. Destiny awaits, the voices murmured. But beware, the shadow follows. Startled, Tianyu sat up, his breathing ragged. The room was dark, but he sensed a presence. A faint figure emerged from the shadows, a man cloaked in black, his eyes gleaming with malice. You've grown stronger, the figure said, his voice cold and mocking. But strength is meaningless if you cannot protect those you care about. Before Tianyu could react, the figure vanished, leaving only the lingering echo of his laughter. Elder Mo rushed into the room, his expression grim. What happened? Tianyu explained, and Elder Mo's face darkened. A shadow cultivator. They are agents of the Crimson Moon sect, skilled in illusion and assassination. It seems they've taken an interest in you. Tianyu clenched his fists. Let them come. I won't stop until the Crimson Moon sect is destroyed. Elder Mo placed a hand on his shoulder. Be patient. Rushing into the shadows without preparation will only lead to your downfall. For now, focus on mastering your power. The heavens have plans for you, Tianyu, but you must be ready to face them. Tianyu nodded, his resolve unshaken. I will. No matter what it takes. Chapter 15, Whispers in the Night. The days after Tianyu's triumph and the trial of Phoenix Flame were filled with both praise and caution. The Cloudfire sect had taken notice of his growing power, and while many disciples whispered of his potential, others questioned the nature of his silver chi. Tianyu, however, remained focused. Elder Mo continued to train him, pushing him to refine his control over his chi and teaching him advanced techniques. Yet despite the progress, Tianyu couldn't shake the feeling that something dark was watching him, lurking in the shadows. That night, while meditating in his quarters, a chill swept through the room. Tianyu's crescent seal pulsed, sending waves of energy through his body. He opened his eyes and saw the figure again, the shadowy man cloaked in black. This time, the man's smile was colder, sharper. You're beginning to feel it, aren't you? The weight of your destiny, the figure spoke, his voice like ice. But remember this, every path forged in blood leaves behind a shadow. And that shadow will follow you, no matter where you go. Before Tianyu could respond, the figure dissipated like smoke, leaving only the lingering coldness. Tianyu's hand trembled as he clenched his fist, the crescent seal flickering faintly. He stood up abruptly, the room spinning as the whispering voices began again. Destiny awaits, but beware. The shadow is inevitable. Chapter 16, The Burning Labyrinth. The following morning, Elder Mo noticed Tianyu's unease. You're still troubled, Elder Mo observed as they trained. That shadow cultivator, did he appear again? Tianyu nodded. Yes. He keeps telling me that the shadow will follow, that I can't escape it. Elder Mo's expression darkened. The shadow is a manifestation of your fears, doubts, and the enemies you will face. But it's also something deeper, a test. Only by confronting it can you truly control your path. Tianyu clenched his fists. I'll destroy it. Elder Mo's gaze softened. That is not the way, Tianyu. You cannot destroy your shadow, for it is an inseparable part of you. But you can learn to coexist with it, to use it as a source of strength rather than a burden. Before Tianyu could respond, a messenger arrived, breathless and pale. Sect Master Lu Yanxia has summoned you, the messenger said. It is urgent. Chapter 17, The Flame Within. Tianyu and Elder Mo followed the messenger to the sect master's chamber. Lu Yanxia was seated, her fiery robes swirling as if alive with an inner flame. Her expression was serious. Lin Tianyu, she began, there is something you need to understand. The crescent seal is not merely a mark of power, it is a key. A key to an ancient labyrinth hidden beneath the Cloudfire sect. The labyrinth is a place of trials, but it is also a place of great danger. Tianyu's heart skipped a beat. A labyrinth? Lu Yanxia nodded. Yes. The labyrinth is said to hold the secrets of the Silver Phoenix, a powerful cultivator who once wielded silver chi. The Phoenix's path is the only one that can unlock your true potential, but to find it, you must face the trials within the labyrinth. Tianyu's eyes burned with determination. I will do it. Be warned, Lu Yanxia cautioned. The labyrinth is not only a physical test, it is a trial of the spirit. Many have entered, but few have returned. You must face your deepest fears, your darkest desires. Only then can you unlock the true power of the Crescent Seal. With a heavy heart, Tianyu agreed. He knew this was the only way forward. Chapter 18, The Heart of the Labyrinth. The entrance to the labyrinth was hidden beneath the Cloudfire sect's most sacred temple, a massive stone door carved with intricate symbols of fire and phoenixes. As Tianyu stepped forward, the door slowly creaked open, revealing a vast underground cavern. The air was thick with the scent of incense, and faint, glowing symbols lined the walls. The path ahead twisted into darkness, and the sound of distant whispers echoed through the tunnels. Elder Mo stood at the entrance, his expression grave. Once you enter, there is no turning back. Trust in your instincts, Tianyu, and remember that you are not alone in this. The labyrinth will test you, but it will also show you the truth. With a final glance at Elder Mo, Tianyu stepped into the labyrinth. The further he ventured, the more intense the trial became. The walls seemed to shift, and the air grew heavier with each step. Soon, a fiery light appeared in the distance, a figure cloaked in flames. It was the first trial, the trial of flame. The figure spoke, its voice booming like thunder. Only those who can withstand the flames of their own heart will be granted the Phoenix's power. To pass, you must face the fire within you, your anger, your pain, your fear. The figure extended its hand, and flames erupted from the ground, surrounding Tianyu. The heat was unbearable, scorching his skin and soul. But he didn't falter. Instead, he focused on the crescent seal, channeling his silver chi. The flames raged, testing his resolve, but Tianyu stood firm. "I am not afraid," he muttered through gritted teeth. "I will overcome this." With a surge of willpower, Tianyu focused his energy, merging it with the flames. The heat faded, replaced by a calming force as the flames were absorbed into his body. The trial of flame was complete. But as the flames receded, a new presence appeared, a shadow, cold and suffocating. The figure from his dreams materialized, his black cloak billowing in the darkness. "You think you've won," the figure sneered. "The true trial has just begun." Chapter 19, Confronting the Shadow. The shadowy figure stepped forward, his eyes gleaming with malice. "The flames were only the beginning, Tianyu. Now you will face your greatest fear, yourself." Tianyu's heart pounded in his chest. The labyrinth had always been about confronting his deepest doubts, but this was different. The figure in front of him was an embodiment of everything he feared: the loss of control, the power of the crescent seal overwhelming him, and his inability to protect those he loved. "You're nothing but a tool," the shadow taunted. "A puppet of fate, bound to the will of the heavens. You think you have control, but in the end, you will be consumed, just like your ancestors." Tianyu's hand trembled as the crescent seal flickered, the silver chi swirling around him like a storm. "No," he said, his voice steady despite the fear gnawing at him. "I am not a puppet. I make my own path." With a roar, he unleashed the full force of his silver chi, the energy colliding with the shadow. The darkness writhed, but Tianyu's will was stronger. Slowly, the shadow began to dissipate, its whispers fading into nothingness. When the darkness cleared, Tianyu stood alone in the heart of the labyrinth. The walls around him shimmered with a new light, the light of his victory. Chapter 20, The Phoenix's Blessing. Tianyu emerged from the labyrinth, his body exhausted but his spirit unbroken. The moment he stepped into the light, the presence of Lu Yanxia and Elder Mo surrounded him. "You've done it," Lu Yanxia said, her tone filled with admiration. "You've passed the trials, and you've unlocked the power of the crescent seal." Tianyu looked at his hand, the mark of the crescent seal now glowing with a radiant silver and gold light. He had conquered his inner demons and emerged stronger than ever. But even as he basked in his success, a thought lingered in his mind. The shadow was not gone, it was only waiting for the right moment to return. With a determined look in his eyes, Tianyu spoke, "This is only the beginning. I will face whatever comes, no matter the cost." Elder Mo placed a hand on his shoulder. "The road ahead will be long and difficult, but you are ready. The crescent seal is only the first step. There are greater powers in the world, and you will need them to defeat the Crimson Moon sect." Tianyu nodded. "I will not stop until they are destroyed." And so, his journey continued, the shadows of the past now behind him, but the future still full of untold challenges. Chapter 21, The Gathering Storm. After emerging victorious from the labyrinth, Tianyu found himself at a crossroads. The power he had gained from the crescent seal was undeniable, but it was only the beginning of what he needed to confront the darkness looming over the world. The trial had honed his abilities, but the true challenge lay in the enemies that lurked in the shadows, enemies like the Crimson Moon sect. As the days passed, Tianyu spent most of his time training, refining his skills, and consulting with Elder Mo. His connection with his silver chi deepened, and his control over the crescent seal became more precise. But even with this newfound strength, Tianyu knew that he couldn't face the coming storm alone. One evening, as the sun dipped beneath the horizon, a messenger arrived with urgent news. The Crimson Moon sect has made its move, the messenger said, his face pale with fear. Their forces are closing in on the Cloudfire sect. Tian Yu's heart sank. The Crimson Moon sect had always been a shadowy threat, but now it seemed they were preparing for open war. Lu Yanxia, who had been quietly observing from a distance, stepped forward. Her expression was stoic, but there was a flicker of concern in her eyes. They have allied with the Shadow Cult, she said, her voice cold and unwavering. The cult has been growing in power, and their connection to the Shadow Cultivators is stronger than we realized. Tian Yu clenched his fists, the crescent seal glowing faintly on his skin. Then we must strike first. I will lead a raid against them. Lu Yanxia's gaze softened, though her voice remained firm. The time for a direct confrontation has not yet come, Tian Yu. The Crimson Moon sect is more than just a faction, it is a network, a web of influence spread across the continent. If you attack them head-on, you will draw their full attention. We must proceed with caution. Elder Mo spoke next, his voice quiet but resolute. There is another way. The Crimson Moon sect's strength lies not only in their numbers, but in their control over the Shadow Cultivators and their dark arts. To defeat them, we must learn more about their methods. Tian Yu paused, considering the old man's words. You think I should infiltrate their ranks? Not infiltrate, Lu Yanxia interjected. But understand them. The key to defeating the Crimson Moon sect lies in their connection to the Shadow Cult. If we can uncover their secrets, we may be able to turn the tide in our favor. Chapter 22, The Whispering Shadows. Tian Yu's new mission became clear. He needed to gather intelligence on the Crimson Moon sect and the Shadow Cult. He had to learn about their origins, their rituals, and their power before they learned of him. To aid him in this task, Lu Yanxia summoned a trusted ally, a skilled infiltrator named Xin Lian. Xin was a master of subterfuge, able to blend into any environment, and had once served as a spy for the Cloudfire sect. Her abilities were unmatched in gathering information from the shadows. Xin Lian, a woman draped in dark robes, arrived in the Cloudfire sect's main hall. Her eyes, sharp and calculating, scanned the room before settling on Tian Yu. So, you're the one who survived the labyrinth, she said, her voice soft but laced with an edge. I've heard the rumors, Silver Chi, the Crescent Seal, impressive. Tian Yu nodded. I need your help, Xin. The Crimson Moon sect is preparing for war, and I need to know everything about them. Xin Lian studied him for a moment, her expression unreadable. The Crimson Moon sect is no ordinary sect. Their power comes from the shadow cultivators who wield dark energy and practice forbidden arts. I can help you, but be warned, dealing with them is like playing with fire. It will burn you if you're not careful. Tian Yu's resolve hardened. I'm prepared. Xin Lian gave a small nod. Then let's begin. Chapter 23, The Underworld Network. Xin Lian's first step was to gather information from the underground networks that connected various sects, factions, and mercenary groups. There was one such network in the city of Xianchang, a bustling trade hub where the shadows of the underworld thrived. Tian Yu and Xin Lian arrived under the cover of night, entering a hidden tavern known only to those with the right connections. The air was thick with smoke, and the murmur of hushed conversations filled the room. Xin Lian exchanged a few words with the tavern owner, a grizzled old man with a missing eye, before motioning for Tian Yu to follow her. They descended into a dark cellar, where the true underworld dealings took place. Here, criminals, mercenaries, and spies huddled together, exchanging secrets for coin. Xin Lian approached a cloaked figure in the corner, her voice low and precise. Tell me what you know about the Crimson Moon sect and the Shadow Cult. The figure glanced up, his face partially obscured by the hood, but his eyes gleamed with recognition. You're not the first one to ask about them, he said, his voice thick with disdain. The Crimson Moon sect, they've been gaining strength in the shadows for years. The Shadow Cult is their hidden armed cultists who practice forbidden rituals to summon dark spirits and control the power of the void. Xin Lian leaned in closer. What kind of rituals? The cloaked figure hesitated before answering. They seek to open a gateway, a portal to the void where the true dark powers lie. If they succeed, the entire world will be at their mercy. But to do so, they need certain artifacts, powerful relics hidden across the continent. If you want to stop them, find the artifacts first. But be warned, the closer you get to them, the more dangerous it becomes. Tian Yu's heart raced. The Crimson Moon sect wasn't just a faction, it was a dark force with world-altering ambitions. And if they succeeded in opening the gateway to the void, nothing would be able to stop them. We'll stop them, Tian Yu said, his voice firm. Where are these artifacts? The cloaked figure smirked. The first artifact is rumored to be in the hands of a powerful noble in the north. But getting it won't be easy. The Crimson Moon sect has spies everywhere. Shen Lian turned to Tian Yu. We have our first lead. But we must move quickly. Chapter 24, A Dangerous Alliance. As Tian Yu and Shen Lian prepared to leave Xiancheng, they were intercepted by a mysterious figure, a woman in a crimson cloak, her eyes glowing with an unnatural light. She stepped out of the shadows, her presence commanding the attention of everyone in the room. You're looking for the artifacts, she said, her voice smooth and chilling. I can help you. Tian Yu's hand instinctively went to his weapon, but Shen Lian held him back. She's no ordinary cultist. She's something else. The woman smiled, revealing sharp teeth. I am Mei Xian, a former member of the Crimson Moon sect. I left their ranks after I learned the true cost of their ambitions. I can help you stop them, but you must trust me. Tian Yu's instincts screamed in warning, but he knew they had little choice. The stakes were too high to turn down any possible help. Why should we trust you? Tian Yu asked. Mei Xian's eyes glinted with something darker. Because I know the Crimson Moon sect better than anyone. I was once one of their highest-ranking members. And now, I'm their greatest enemy. Tian Yu exchanged a look with Shen Lian. We'll need more than just your word. Prove it. Mei Xian chuckled darkly. You'll see soon enough, young cultivator. You'll see. Chapter 25, The Journey North. Tian Yu, Shen Lian, and their mysterious ally Mei Xian set off toward the northern lands. Their destination was the kingdom of Jinlong, where the first artifact of the Crimson Moon sect was rumored to be in the possession of a powerful noble. The journey would take them through treacherous forests, over dangerous mountain ranges, and into the heart of a political and cultural minefield. The group traveled under the cover of night, avoiding the main roads to evade detection. Mei Xian's eerie calm and knowledge of the Crimson Moon sect's inner workings proved invaluable, and Tian Yu had to admit that having her with them made their chances of success far higher. As they traveled, the weather turned colder, the winds growing sharper with each passing day. The northern mountains loomed ahead, their peaks shrouded in mist and snow. Shen Lian spoke little, ever watchful, her keen eyes scanning their surroundings for any signs of danger. Tian Yu, however, found himself growing increasingly concerned by Mei Xian's cryptic words and behavior. Despite her help, there was something unsettling about her presence, an aura of darkness that she wore like a second skin. Do you trust her? Tian Yu asked one evening as they camped beneath the stars, his voice low so Mei Xian couldn't overhear. Shen Lian paused, her expression unreadable. I trust that she knows more about the Crimson Moon sect than we do, but trust is earned. I will watch her carefully. Tian Yu nodded, the unease lingering. There was no telling how much of Mei Xian's past with the sect was true, and whether it was enough to justify bringing her alone. But they had no other choice. Chapter 26, The Noble of Jinlong. By the time they reached Jinlong, the snow had begun to fall heavily, coating the world in a blanket of white. The kingdom was a vast expanse of icy terrain and sprawling estates, ruled by the enigmatic Duke Kaijun, a noble with deep ties to the imperial family. Mei Xian had warned Tian Yu and Shen Lian that the duke was not to be underestimated. His mansion was rumored to be a fortress, with powerful cultivators serving as both his guards and allies. Worse, the duke's connection to the Crimson Moon sect was subtle but undeniable. The first step in their plan was to infiltrate the duke's mansion. Mei Xian had informed them that there would be a grand banquet in the coming days, a rare occasion where nobles and high-ranking cultivators gathered in the duke's hall. It would be the perfect opportunity to find the artifact while avoiding suspicion. As night fell on the eve of the banquet, the trio slipped into the mansion's sprawling grounds. The air was thick with the scent of incense and delicacies, and the sounds of laughter and music spilled from the grand hall. Tian Yu's pulse quickened as they approached the mansion's main entrance. He felt the power of the crescent seal thrumming against his skin, as though it sensed the approaching danger. Mei Xian, ever calm, led the way, her movements fluid and precise. They blended seamlessly with the crowd of guests, and for a moment, Tian Yu could almost forget the weight of the task ahead. The lavish robes, golden masks, and luxurious decorations filled the hall with an air of opulence, yet beneath it all, there was an undercurrent of tension. Tian Yu knew the Crimson Moon sect's influence ran deep here. It was only a matter of time before they encountered the danger they had come to stop. Chapter 27, The Hidden Vault. The banquet was in full swing, and the guests mingled, sipping wine and engaging in idle conversation. Xin Lian had already begun to gather information, slipping through the crowd with practiced ease. Mei Xian, on the other hand, made her way toward the farthest corner of the hall, her eyes scanning for something or someone. Tian Yu, meanwhile, kept his focus on the Duke. Kai Jun was seated at a lavish table, his regal features framed by the flickering candlelight. His eyes were sharp, assessing every person who entered the room. "Don't be distracted," Mei Xian's voice whispered in his ear, as though reading his thoughts. "The artifact is not in plain sight. It's hidden in a vault beneath the mansion. We'll need to get past the guards." Tian Yu nodded, feeling the familiar tension of a dangerous mission weigh on his shoulders. As they made their way toward the rear of the mansion, they encountered a series of corridors and servants' quarters. The deeper they ventured, the darker and more secretive the mansion became. At last, they reached the vault entrance, a stone door adorned with intricate symbols of fire and shadow. Mei Xian stepped forward, her fingers tracing the runes as she muttered an incantation under her breath. "Stand back," she said, her voice low and commanding. "This will take a moment." Tian Yu watched as the runes began to glow faintly, and the stone door shifted open with an audible groan. Inside, the vault was lined with shelves holding rare artifacts and treasures, but Tian Yu's eyes immediately fixed on a pedestal in the center of the room. There, resting under a protective glass casing, lay the first artifact, a blackened stone that pulsed with dark energy. The surface of the stone was etched with ancient symbols, but it was the energy it radiated that sent a shiver down Tian Yu's spine. "That's it," Mei Xian whispered, her eyes gleaming with anticipation. The Heart of the Void. Chapter 28, The Betrayal. As Tian Yu stepped forward to claim the artifact, a sudden noise echoed from the hallway, footsteps, heavy and deliberate. Shen Lian appeared at the entrance to the vault, her face set in grim determination. "It's a trap," she said, her voice tight with urgency. "The guards are closing in. We need to leave, now." But before Tian Yu could react, the door slammed shut behind them, and a wave of oppressive energy filled the room. From the shadows, figures cloaked in black emerged, their eyes glowing with the unmistakable light of shadow cultivators. Mei Xian's expression twisted into something dark, something malicious. "You shouldn't have trusted me, Tian Yu," she said, her voice laced with venom. "The heart of the void is mine, and so are you." Tian Yu's heart skipped a beat as he realized the truth. Mei Xian was not an ally, she was a double agent, working with the Crimson Moon sect all along. The artifact, the entire mission, had been a setup. Before he could make a move, Mei Xian raised her hand, and the dark energy surrounding them intensified. The shadow cultivators closed in, their movements swift and deadly. Tian Yu's crescent seal flared to life, but the pressure in the air was suffocating. Shen Lian drew her weapons, her eyes blazing with fury. "I'll deal with the guards," she said, her voice filled with steely resolve. "You get the artifact. We can still stop her." Tian Yu nodded, his mind racing. He was outnumbered and trapped, but the heart of the void had to be stopped. There was no turning back now. Chapter 29, The Heart of the Void. Tian Yu's heart thundered in his chest as the shadow cultivators closed in. Their eyes glowed with an eerie, malevolent light, their presence suffocating. He could feel the oppressive energy tightening around him, like the weight of the entire world was pressing down on him. Mei Xian stood calmly before the artifact, her eyes glinting with cold satisfaction. "You truly thought you could stop me," she taunted, her voice smooth and venomous. "The heart of the void is the key to unimaginable power. With it, I will lead the Crimson Moon sect to their ultimate victory. Tian Yu's hand tightened around the crescent seal. He could feel the familiar surge of energy flowing through his body, but it was not enough. The shadow cultivators were closing in too quickly, and Mei Xian's betrayal had shattered his focus. Yet, even with the crushing weight of defeat bearing down on him, a spark of defiance ignited within his chest. I won't let it end here. Shen Lian! Tian Yu shouted, his voice fierce. Get the artifact out of here. Shen Lian, though outnumbered, did not hesitate. With a swift motion, she leapt into action, her blades flashing as she clashed with the shadow cultivators. Despite the overwhelming odds, her movements were fluid and precise, each strike a testament to her skill. The cultivators faltered, momentarily caught off guard by her speed. Meanwhile, Tian Yu took a deep breath, focusing his will on the crescent seal. The silver chi inside him roared to life, erupting outward in a wave of energy. The force of it shattered the air around him, sending the shadow cultivators stumbling back. But Mei Xian stood unyielding, her smile only growing colder. You think this will stop me? Mei Xian's voice was like ice, and she raised her hand toward the artifact. A dark pulse of energy surged from her, enveloping the heart of the void. The stone's surface shimmered, rippling like water. The shadows deepened, and a crackling aura of despair filled the room. Tian Yu's eyes widened as the stone began to resonate with Mei Xian's power. It was as if the world itself was shifting, bending under the weight of the artifact's dark energy. No! Tian Yu roared. His body surged with energy as the crescent seal flared brighter, but the artifact's power was overwhelming. His silver chi fought against the void energy, but the more he struggled, the more it seemed to drain him. Suddenly, the shadows in the room seemed to grow, coiling like serpents around his limbs. The oppressive energy from the heart of the void threatened to swallow him whole. In a moment of desperation, Tian Yu reached deep within himself, calling upon the full power of the crescent seal. Silver Fury! A pulse of blinding light erupted from his body, momentarily banishing the shadows. The cultivators were thrown back, and the vault trembled with the force of Tian Yu's power. The heart of the void flickered, its energy faltering. But Mei Xian's laughter echoed through the room, cruel and unrelenting. You still don't understand, do you? The heart of the void is beyond your control. It belongs to me. Tian Yu's heart raced as he realized the truth. Mei Xian wasn't just a traitor, she was a conduit for the artifact's dark power, and as long as the heart of the void remained in her hands, she would be unstoppable. I won't let you have it, Tian Yu growled, his voice unwavering. He focused all of his will on the crescent seal, channeling its power into a final, devastating strike. With a burst of energy, Tian Yu charged at Mei Xian, his body moving with a speed and precision he had never known before. The crescent seal flared as he struck, the silver light clashing with the dark aura of the heart of the void. Chapter 30, The Final Confrontation. The force of Tian Yu's strike sent shockwaves through the vault, causing the stone walls to crack and tremble. The heart of the void flickered, its dark energy crackling as it fought against Tian Yu's silver chi. Mei Xian's expression twisted with fury as she raised her hand, dark tendrils of power lashing out to counter his attack. But Tian Yu was resolute. The crescent seal pulsed with strength, its light blinding in the dark vault. With one final, devastating push, he broke through Mei Xian's defenses, shattering the dark aura surrounding the heart of the void. The stone cracked, the protective casing shattering into pieces, and the artifact's dark power began to unravel. Mei Xian screamed in fury, her power spiraling out of control as the heart of the void was torn from her grasp. The energy from the artifact began to dissipate, the shadows that had threatened to consume the room retreating into the air like smoke. Tian Yu fell to his knees, exhausted and weakened from the intense battle. The vault seemed to quiet, the oppressive energy dissipating as the heart of the void lay shattered at his feet. Shen Lian, covered in sweat and blood, walked up beside him. You did it, she said, her voice quiet but filled with admiration. We stopped her. Tian Yu's breath came in ragged gasps as he looked at the broken artifact. His mind was a whirlwind of thoughts, Mei Xian's betrayal, the danger of the heart of the void, and the enemies still lurking in the shadows. But for now, they had won. Mei Xian had been defeated, and the artifact had been destroyed. We still have a long way to go, Tian Yu murmured, rising to his feet with Shen Lian's help. The Crimson Moon sect will not give up so easily. Shen Lian nodded. We'll need to regroup and prepare for the next battle. But for now, we've dealt them a heavy blow. Tian Yu turned to Mei Xian, who lay on the floor, unconscious and bound by Shen Lian's quick handiwork. There was no telling what would come next, but Tian Yu knew one thing for certain: the road ahead would be even more dangerous. Chapter 31, A New Dawn. With Mei Xian captured and the Heart of the Void destroyed, Tian Yu and Shen Lian made their way back to the Cloudfire sect. But even as they returned victorious, Tian Yu could not shake the feeling that the true battle had only just begun. The Crimson Moon sect was far from defeated, and there were still many unknowns lurking in the dark corners of the world. The power of the Void was not something easily erased, and the artifact's destruction was but a temporary reprieve. But Tian Yu was no longer the young cultivator who had first entered the Cloudfire sect. He had seen the depths of darkness and the strength of his own resolve. The Crescent Seal had become a part of him, and he knew that with it, he would face whatever challenges lay ahead. The journey was far from over. But with each step, he grew stronger. And with each battle, he would carve his path toward the future. A future where the light would finally drive away the shadows. Chapter 32, Return to the Cloudfire sect. The journey back to the Cloudfire sect was a quiet one, the once bustling path now shrouded in an eerie silence. The weight of their recent victory hung heavily over Tian Yu and Shen Lian. Mei Xian, now bound and unconscious, was carried between them, her betrayal still fresh in their minds. As they approached the sect's borders, the familiar towering gates loomed in the distance. The Cloudfire sect had always been a place of peace and learning, a sanctuary for cultivators seeking enlightenment. But Tian Yu knew that this peace had been shattered, and it would take much more than just one victory to restore balance. Shen Lian spoke first, her voice steady but tinged with concern. We need to inform the elders. The Crimson Moon sect is more dangerous than we realized. They'll want to retaliate for this loss. Tian Yu nodded. The presence of the Heart of the Void, as well as Mei Xian's sudden shift in allegiance, were signs of something much darker brewing. Agreed. But we must also remain vigilant. This may be just the beginning of something far larger. As they entered the sect grounds, the disciples and elders watched with curiosity and concern. Word of their mission had already spread, and the sight of the broken artifact and Mei Xian's capture sent ripples of shock through the ranks. Master Ling, the sect leader, met them at the entrance with a grave expression. His normally composed features were marked with the signs of worry. Master Tian Yu, Shen Lian, you've returned sooner than expected, Master Ling said, his eyes falling to the unconscious figure of Mei Xian. What happened? And, the Heart of the Void? Tian Yu carefully explained everything: Mei Xian's betrayal, the power of the Heart of the Void, and their battle to stop its rise. He left out no detail, and the more he spoke, the heavier the atmosphere grew. This is far more serious than we anticipated, Master Ling said, his voice low. The Crimson Moon sect has always operated in the shadows, but their reach seems to be far more expansive than we thought. The Heart of the Void is just one piece of a much larger puzzle. Tian Yu clenched his fists. What is it they're truly after? This artifact, it had a purpose, didn't it? A purpose that Mei Xian was willing to betray everything for. Master Ling's gaze darkened. The Heart of the Void is an ancient artifact, a source of unimaginable power. But it is not the only one. There are others, scattered throughout the lands, each with the potential to reshape the world. Shen Lian stepped forward, her voice sharp. If the Crimson Moon sect has all these artifacts, they'll be unstoppable. Master Ling nodded gravely. That is why we must act quickly. We have lost one artifact, but there are still others hidden in places we have yet to discover. The sect's spies are working tirelessly to uncover their locations. Tian Yu's mind raced. He had destroyed one piece of the puzzle, but it was clear that the Crimson Moon sect's plans were far from over. They had only scratched the surface of a much larger conspiracy, and the road ahead would be fraught with danger. But what can we do? Tian Yu asked. How do we stop them from gathering more power? Master Ling's expression softened slightly. We prepare, Tian Yu. We train, we gather our strength, and we strike when the time is right. But you must also understand, there is more to this than just defeating the Crimson Moon sect. There are forces in this world that have been in motion for centuries, forces that even the greatest sects have yet to comprehend. Tian Yu felt a chill run down his spine. The weight of Master Ling's words hung heavily in the air. The war they were about to enter was not just against a rogue sect, it was against something far more ancient, far more dangerous. Chapter 33, The Unseen Forces. In the days following their return to the Cloudfire sect, Tian Yu found himself training harder than ever before. The aftermath of their mission left him restless. Despite his victory, there was an emptiness inside him, an understanding that the battle for the Heart of the Void was just one chapter in a much larger, more complicated tale. Xin Lian had disappeared into the sect's archives, seeking out information about the other artifacts Master Ling had mentioned. She was determined to uncover whatever knowledge could give them the edge in this growing conflict. Tian Yu, meanwhile, focused on honing his cultivation, pushing himself further than he ever had before. But no matter how much he trained, the truth remained, the Crimson Moon sect was not the only enemy they faced. There were darker forces at work, forces that had been manipulating the world long before the sect's rise to power. One evening, as Tian Yu practiced in the outer training grounds, a figure approached him. It was Elder Wei, one of the most respected figures in the Cloudfire sect. He had always been a quiet, reserved man, but his presence now seemed different. He was troubled. Tian Yu, Elder Wei said, his voice low. There is something you must understand. The Heart of the Void was not merely a weapon, it was a key. A key to something much greater, something that has been sealed away for centuries. Tian Yu's brow furrowed. What do you mean? Elder Wei's gaze hardened. There are forces older than the Crimson Moon sect, forces that have slumbered beneath the earth, waiting for the right moment to awaken. The artifacts, including the Heart of the Void, are part of a larger mechanism that, if activated, could shatter the very fabric of the world. Tian Yu's heart skipped a beat. A force that could destroy the world? Elder Wei nodded. The sects, the cultivators, even the empires, they are all mere players in a game much larger than they understand. The Heart of the Void was the first piece to fall, but there are others hidden in places forgotten by time. And if they all come together, they will awaken the ancient power sealed beneath the world. A power that could reshape everything. Tian Yu took a step back, the gravity of Elder Wei's words settling into his bones. What must we do to stop it? Elder Wei's expression was grim. We must find the other artifacts before the Crimson Moon sect can. But we must also uncover the truth about the ancient power they seek. The stakes are higher than you can imagine, Tian Yu. If you want to save this world, you must uncover the secrets of the past, and that means confronting the very forces that have shaped this land for centuries. Tian Yu's resolve hardened. He had come so far, and yet the true battle was still ahead. With the Heart of the Void destroyed, and Mei Xian's betrayal behind them, the path forward would be fraught with even greater dangers. But Tian Yu knew one thing, he would not let the world fall into darkness. Chapter 34, Unraveling the Past. The days that followed Tian Yu's conversation with Elder Wei were filled with a quiet sense of urgency. The stakes had never been higher, and the weight of the Elder's words pressed heavily on Tian Yu's mind. If what Elder Wei had said was true, that the Heart of the Void was merely one piece of an ancient puzzle, then the future of the entire world rested in their hands. Tian Yu found himself drawn to the ancient records in the sect's archives. Xin Lian, who had already immersed herself in the texts, now shared her findings with him. The records were filled with cryptic references to ancient artifacts, powerful objects scattered across the world, each tied to a force older than any sect or empire. The more they uncovered, the more unsettling it became. The artifacts were not just powerful weapons, they were parts of a greater mechanism, a lock that kept something sealed beneath the earth. This is it, Xin Lian said, her voice tinged with awe and fear. The artifacts, they're not just tools of power, they're the key to awakening something sealed away long ago. Tian Yu's gaze hardened as he scanned the records. The mention of the Seal of the Forgotten One caught his eye. It was a name that had appeared several times in the ancient scrolls, always in reference to a force so destructive that even the cultivators of old had feared it. But no one knew what it was or why it had been sealed. Xin Lian leaned closer, her finger tracing the faded characters on the scroll. It's as if these artifacts are meant to awaken an ancient power, one that could reshape the very fabric of the world. The Crimson Moon sect wants to unleash this force, and they're gathering the pieces. Tianyu clenched his fists. The urgency of their mission had never been clearer. If the Crimson Moon sect succeeded in gathering the remaining artifacts, they would unlock something that could destroy everything they knew. We need to find the other artifacts before they do, Tianyu said, his voice resolute. Shen Lian nodded. We can't let them succeed. But we're not alone in this. There are other forces, cultivators, sects, even ancient factions that might stand in our way, all with their own agendas. Tianyu's mind raced. The road ahead was fraught with danger, but he knew he couldn't turn back now. He had to stop the Crimson Moon sect, even if it meant facing forces older and more powerful than anything he had encountered before. Chapter 35, The Shadow of Betrayal. While Tianyu and Xin Lian focused on uncovering the secrets of the artifacts, the Cloudfire sect was not without its own tensions. Master Ling, who had been deeply troubled by the news of the artifacts, convened a secret meeting with the sect's elders. The sect's leaders were divided. Some argued that they should focus on strengthening their defenses, preparing for the inevitable conflict with the Crimson Moon sect. Others, however, believed they should seek out the remaining artifacts first, hoping to get ahead of their enemies. The debate raged on, each side unwilling to budge. It was in the midst of these growing tensions that a new figure entered Tianyu's life, Elder Xian. Known for his wisdom and old age, Elder Xian was a reclusive figure who had long been absent from the sect's politics. However, with the discovery of the artifacts, he had returned to offer his counsel. I've heard of the Heart of the Void, Elder Xian said one evening as he met with Tianyu and Shen Lian. In my youth, I encountered stories of the ancient powers that once ruled the world. But these powers were sealed away for a reason. Tianyu listened intently as the elder spoke. You know more about them? Elder Xian nodded gravely. Yes, I've seen the remnants of what they were capable of. The Heart of the Void was once wielded by an ancient sect, the Shadow Sect, whose members were said to be able to manipulate the very fabric of reality itself. They were powerful, but their greed and ambition led them to destroy everything they touched. The artifacts are dangerous, Tianyu. And the Crimson Moon sect's desire to unlock them could have catastrophic consequences. Shen Lian's eyes narrowed. Then why did they choose to attack us now? Why wait until the Heart of the Void was uncovered? Elder Xian's eyes darkened. Because the seal that holds the ancient power is weakening. The artifacts were scattered to ensure no one could ever reunite them, but time has eroded that safeguard. The Crimson Moon sect's rise is no accident. They are the ones who have sensed the weakening of the seal and are moving to seize what remains. Tianyu's chest tightened. The realization dawned on him, this was no ordinary conflict. The Crimson Moon sect wasn't just after power for its own sake. They were after something far darker, something that could unmake the world as they knew it. But how do we stop them? Tianyu asked. If the artifacts are the key to this ancient power, how can we prevent them from gathering all of them? Elder Xian's expression grew somber. You will need to go further than just finding the artifacts, Tianyu. You must uncover the truth behind the seal of the Forgotten One and the ancient powers that it binds. Only then will you understand how to stop the Crimson Moon sect and whatever lies beneath. Chapter 36, The Gathering Storm. As Tianyu and Xin Lian prepared for their next move, the sect's atmosphere grew increasingly tense. Whispers of dissent spread among the disciples, with some questioning Master Ling's leadership in the face of such a monumental threat. The elders who had once been united in their defense of the Cloudfire sect were now divided, with some calling for an immediate offensive against the Crimson Moon sect, while others feared the consequences of provoking them too early. Tianyu stood alone on the training grounds late one night, his thoughts heavy with the weight of the mission ahead. The ancient power, the artifacts, and the fate of the world all seemed to hang in the balance. He had faced many challenges in his young life, but none as daunting as this. His concentration was interrupted by the sound of approaching footsteps. He turned to see Xin Lian, her expression determined as ever. "We've found something," she said, her voice urgent. "The next artifact." It's hidden deep within the forbidden forest to the east. Tian Yu's heart quickened. The forbidden forest, that place is a death trap. The beasts and dangers there are legendary. Shen Lian nodded. I know, but the artifact is there, and we don't have much time. The Crimson Moon sect is already moving. We need to act now if we want to stay ahead of them. Tian Yu took a deep breath, the decision weighing on him. The road ahead was perilous, and there was no telling what dangers they would face in the forbidden forest. But he knew that if they didn't move quickly, they would lose the race for the next artifact, and with it, the chance to stop the Crimson Moon sect's dark plan. We leave at first light, Tian Yu said, his voice resolute. We won't let them get any closer. Shen Lian smiled, a rare, approving glance. I knew you'd say that. And so, with the weight of the world on their shoulders, Tian Yu and Shen Lian set their sights on the forbidden forest, unaware that the true test of their strength and the fate of all they held dear was about to begin. Chapter 37, Into the Forbidden Forest. The morning sun rose over the horizon, casting long shadows across the Cloudfire sect. Tian Yu and Shen Lian, equipped with provisions and weapons, stood at the sect's gates. Behind them, the remaining disciples prepared for whatever challenges lay ahead, but the atmosphere was charged with an unmistakable sense of unease. Tian Yu looked over his shoulder at the sect one last time. The calmness of the morning only emphasized the dangerous journey ahead. This will be the hardest part, he murmured. The forbidden forest isn't just dangerous because of the beasts. There are ancient wards, spiritual traps, and the lingering traces of long-lost cultivators. Shen Lian nodded. We're not just hunting for the artifact. We'll have to be wary of the environment itself. As they ventured toward the forbidden forest, the dense woods quickly swallowed them. The air grew thick, heavy with the scent of moss and earth. The sunlight barely pierced through the canopy, casting the forest floor in an eerie half-light. With every step, they were drawn deeper into a place that felt alive, pulsing with an ancient energy. Hours passed without a sound, but quiet, unnerving, as if the forest was waiting for something. Shen Lian was the first to break the silence. There's something off about this place. I can feel it. Tian Yu's senses, honed by his cultivation, prickled. The deeper they went, the more powerful the energy around them became. This wasn't just a forest, it was a spiritual nexus, one where time itself felt distorted. The air was thick with an unnatural presence, as if something ancient and powerful was watching them. They continued cautiously, each step a careful one. After a few more hours of travel, they reached a clearing, a large open space with an ancient stone altar at its center. The air here was still, heavy, and charged with an indescribable energy. A faint glow emanated from the altar, and in the center of it, a pedestal stood, crowned with a crystal orb. Tian Yu's heart raced. The artifact. He whispered. Before he could step forward, a deep rumble echoed through the ground beneath their feet. From the shadows of the forest, a figure emerged. It was a massive beast, its body covered in jagged, obsidian scales that shimmered like molten rock. Its eyes glowed with an unholy red light, and its presence exuded an aura of terror. A guardian. Shen Lian raised her hand, signaling for caution. It's the guardian of the artifact. These beasts are bound to protect it. The creature snarled, its sharp fangs bared as it sized them up. It didn't attack immediately, its eyes narrowing as it studied their movements. The silence that followed was thick, tense. Tian Yu stepped forward slowly, his aura calming yet firm. We don't wish to harm you, Guardian. We seek only the artifact. We are not here to steal it, but to ensure it doesn't fall into the wrong hands. The beast growled, its voice deep and rumbling. The heart of the void was only the beginning. The artifacts are not meant for mortal hands. You tread on dangerous ground, cultivator. Tian Yu's heart pounded in his chest. He could feel the beast's power, its energy was ancient and primal. This was no ordinary creature, but one imbued with the very essence of the forest itself. I know the risks, Tian Yu said, his voice unwavering. But if we don't act, those who seek to awaken the ancient power will destroy everything. This world will not survive. The guardian hesitated, its glowing eyes narrowing as if weighing his words. Then, to Tianyu's surprise, the creature spoke once more. You speak of a dark future. Very well. But first, you must prove your worth. To claim the artifact, you must first defeat me. With a deafening roar, the guardian lunged at them, its claws like blades raking through the air. Xinlian barely had time to react, her hand extending to summon her spiritual energy in a protective barrier. The shockwave from the guardian's strike rattled the ground beneath their feet, sending a wave of pressure through the air. Tianyu acted swiftly, his body flowing with his cultivation as he evaded the attack. He summoned his martial skills, focusing on the speed and precision necessary to counter the beast's raw strength. But the guardian was no ordinary creature, it moved with a fluidity that defied its massive size, each strike powerful enough to shatter stone. We can't just brute force it, Tianyu muttered, his mind racing. We need to find a way to outsmart it. Xinlian's voice cut through the chaos. Tianyu! Look at its heart! Tianyu's eyes snapped to the creature's chest, where a pulsing, dark orb rested, its core, the source of its immense power. He understood in that instant. The heart is the key. Tianyu dodged another crushing blow and leaped into the air, his sword flashing in the dim light as he aimed for the guardian's core. Xinlian, meanwhile, summoned a burst of flame, distracting the beast long enough for Tianyu to strike. With a single, precise strike, Tianyu's sword pierced the guardian's heart. The creature let out a deafening roar, but instead of collapsing, it exploded in a burst of dark energy, shattering into thousands of shards of obsidian that rained down on the forest floor. Tianyu landed gracefully, his sword coated in the dark energy of the guardian's essence. The air crackled as the energy dissipated, leaving behind an eerie calm. The altar before them hummed, and the crystal orb at its center glowed brighter. The path to the artifact was now open. Xinlian exhaled sharply. That was too close. Tianyu nodded, wiping the sweat from his brow. It's not over. We still have to claim the artifact and deal with whatever else awaits us in this cursed forest. As they approached the altar, the ground trembled once more. A deep, rumbling voice echoed through the trees, its source unseen. You have defeated my guardian, but that does not mean you have one. Tianyu and Xinlian exchanged wary glances. The forest was not done with them yet, and the artifact was not easily claimed. Chapter 38, The Hidden Threat. The tremors in the ground deepened, and a chilling wind swept through the trees. Tianyu and Xinlian stood at the altar, the crystal orb still glowing, its light pulsing like a heartbeat. But the ominous voice, the one that had spoken from the depths of the forest, seemed to resonate in the very air around them. You have awakened something ancient, the voice intoned, its tone deep and resonant. And now, you will pay the price. Tianyu's hand tightened around the hilt of his sword, his senses alert to every rustling leaf and shifting shadow. Xinlian, too, readied herself, the air around her crackling with the power of her flames. They knew that what awaited them was no mere beast, it was something older, something far more insidious. Suddenly, the trees around them shifted, groaning as though something was emerging from the roots of the forest itself. The ground split, and from the cracks, long tendrils of dark energy snaked upward, writhing like serpents in search of prey. Tianyu's eyes narrowed. It's not just a guardian. The forest itself is alive, reacting to our presence. Xinlian's expression grew more tense. We have to take the artifact and leave. Whatever this is, it won't stop until we're gone. Before they could make a move, the tendrils surged forward with terrifying speed. The dark energy clashed against their defenses, sending shockwaves that rattled their bones. Tianyu barely had time to block one tendril with his sword when another wrapped around his leg, pulling him toward the ground. Xinlian! Tianyu called out, his voice strained. Xinlian's flames erupted around her, a protective barrier of fire that singed the dark tendrils attempting to encircle her. She quickly reached toward the crystal orb, summoning her power to break the energy field surrounding it. We need to act fast. The artifact is the key. But as her hand touched the orb, the ground cracked open wider, revealing an enormous figure rising from beneath the earth. It was humanoid, its body made of twisting vines and shadow, its face obscured by a mask of roots and dark energy. I am the Warden of the Forgotten, the figure spoke, its voice echoing with power. And you, intruders, have disturbed the ancient peace. You will never leave this place alive. The warden's arms raised, and the dark tendrils grew stronger, coiling around Tianyu and Shenlian with unrelenting force. The energy of the forest was trying to consume them, its malevolent grip tightening. Tianyu gritted his teeth, feeling the strain on his body as the dark energy sought to overpower him. But his determination flared like a blazing flame. He couldn't afford to lose here, not when so much was at stake. With a burst of effort, he released a powerful shockwave of spiritual energy, forcing the tendrils back. Shenlian. She nodded, understanding his intent. With a fierce cry, she unleashed a massive wave of fire, engulfing the warden's form in flames. But the warden didn't flinch. The fire merely danced around it, its body unfazed by the assault. This power, it's not just the forest. It's the seal, Tianyu realized, his breath coming in ragged gasps. The warden is the seal itself, keeping something worse contained. The warden's laugh was deep, resonating through the trees. You are perceptive, but you are too late. The seal weakens, and the Forgotten One stirs. The artifacts will unlock the power that has long been sealed away. And I will ensure that no one stops it. Tianyu and Shenlian exchanged a glance. The situation was far worse than they'd anticipated. The forest, the warden, the artifact, it was all part of a much larger scheme, one that they couldn't fully comprehend yet. We have to destroy the warden and stop the seal from breaking, Tianyu said, his voice firm despite the pressure. Shenlian nodded. But how? This thing is a manifestation of the seal itself. If we destroy it, won't we also break the seal? Tianyu considered her words. It was true the warden was intrinsically tied to the seal, and if they destroyed it, the consequences could be catastrophic. But if they didn't act, the power sealed within would be unleashed, and there would be no stopping it. We'll have to take a risk, Tianyu said. We destroy the warden, but we must focus all our power on sealing the energy within the orb before it can escape. Shenlian's eyes glinted with resolve. Agreed. With no time to waste, they turned their focus to the warden. Tianyu charged forward, his sword glowing with intense spiritual energy, while Shenlian summoned a vortex of flames to distract the creature. The warden retaliated with a wave of dark energy, but Tianyu and Shenlian worked in unison, their attacks blending seamlessly. Tianyu's sword clashed with the warden's form, sending shockwaves through the air, but the creature merely laughed, absorbing the energy and retaliating with a brutal strike that knocked Tianyu back. Shenlian, now surrounded by a ring of flames, darted in with a series of fire strikes aimed at the warden's core. But the warden's form was fluid, shifting with every blow. It was as though the forest itself was protecting it. Then, Tianyu had an idea. Shenlian, aim for the orb. I'll keep it distracted. She nodded, her eyes narrowing. I'll give you a clear opening. Tianyu summoned all his strength and charged once more, his body moving with fluid precision as he parried the warden's strikes. The creature's focus wavered for just a moment, allowing Shenlian to launch herself toward the pedestal. She reached out, her hand glowing with fiery energy, and slammed it into the orb. The orb pulsed, and for a moment, time seemed to stand still. A burst of light and energy exploded from the crystal, engulfing the entire clearing. The warden roared in agony as the seal's energy surged, tearing at its form. With one final, explosive release of power, the warden shattered, its body dissolving into dust, and the orb began to crack. Tianyu and Shenlian staggered back, shielding themselves from the explosion of energy. The forest around them seemed to breathe a sigh of relief as the oppressive weight of the warden's presence lifted. But the crack in the orb remained, and they knew this was not the end. Whatever was sealed, it's still there, Tianyu said, his voice grim. We've only delayed it. Shenlian wiped sweat from her brow. We need to hurry. The other artifacts are still out there, and we have no idea what dangers they might bring. The two of them exchanged a determined glance, knowing that their mission had only grown more dangerous. The true test was yet to come, and the stakes were higher than ever. Chapter 39, The Echoes of the Past. The forest, though quiet for now, felt as though it held its breath. Tianyu and Shenlian stood amidst the ruins of the warden, the ground still smoking from the explosion of energy. The air around them pulsed, and the remnants of the orb glowed faintly in the center of the altar, its power not yet fully contained. "We have to go," Tianyu said, his voice heavy with the weight of what had just transpired. "We can't afford to linger here much longer. We've disrupted the seal enough." Xinlian nodded, her eyes wary as she scanned the clearing. "The artifact might be destroyed, but there's a lingering energy. It's like a door that's been half opened. Whatever was sealed away, it's still calling." Tianyu could feel it too. The tension in the air, the haunting presence that seemed to whisper through the trees, was unmistakable. It was as if the forest itself had awakened to something darker, something older. He turned away from the altar, taking one last look at the swirling, broken energy. "Let's head back to the sect," he said. "We need to report what happened. The elders must be informed." The journey back through the forbidden forest was a quiet one. The shadows seemed to stretch longer than before, and the usual chirping of birds was replaced by an eerie silence. Every rustle in the underbrush felt like an ominous omen. The forest, once a place of beauty, now seemed like a sentient entity that watched their every move. By the time they emerged from the trees and reached the Cloudfire sect, dusk had settled over the mountain, casting long shadows across the temple grounds. The sect's disciples were still busy with their duties, but there was an undeniable air of tension that hung over the entire place. Tianyu and Xinlian made their way to the main hall, where the elders were gathered. The atmosphere inside was thick with a sense of anticipation. Master Ling, the head of the sect, sat at the center, his usually calm demeanor now replaced by an expression of concern. "You have returned," Master Ling said, his tone even, but there was a sharpness to it that Tianyu hadn't missed. "I trust your journey was successful?" Tianyu stood before the council, his expression grave. "We've encountered something unexpected. The artifact in the Forbidden Forest, the one the sect has been searching for, is not what we thought. It was part of a larger, older seal. And we've broken it." The room fell silent. The elders exchanged looks of concern, but it was Master Ling who spoke first. "You've broken the seal? Do you understand the implications of what you've done?" Tianyu nodded solemnly. "I do. The Warden of the Forgotten, what we fought, was the guardian of that seal. But the power it contained wasn't just a relic. It was a key to something far more dangerous. We've delayed the inevitable, but we haven't stopped it." One of the elders, Elder Huan, leaned forward, her face creased with age and wisdom. "The artifacts you speak of, there are more of them, aren't there?" "They were scattered across the land for a reason. They were meant to stay hidden." Tianyu's gaze hardened. "Yes. And we have no choice but to find them before others do. There are people who will seek to awaken whatever is locked away. We need to control the artifacts, or the consequences will be catastrophic." Master Ling's eyes narrowed, his fingers tapping lightly on the armrest of his chair. "And what do you propose we do, Tianyu? You've already acted outside the sect's orders, and now you come to us with this grave news." Tianyu could feel the weight of the elder's gaze, but he stood firm. "We need to work together. The sect's resources, the knowledge of its elders, it's the only way we stand a chance. I've seen what's coming. If we don't act, it will be too late." There was a long pause as the elders exchanged quiet whispers. Finally, Master Ling raised his hand, signaling for silence. "You've proven your strength, Tianyu. But you've also acted recklessly. The path forward will not be easy, and your actions have consequences." He turned to the other elders. "We must prepare for what's to come. Tianyu and Xinlian will be tasked with locating the remaining artifacts. But they will do so under the guidance of the sect. Any further actions outside of our control will not be tolerated." Tianyu's heart sank, but he didn't protest. He knew it was the best outcome he could hope for. The sect was powerful, and its resources would be invaluable in the coming battles. But he also knew that there were forces at work that none of them fully understood. "As you command, Master Ling," Tianyu said, bowing respectfully. The elders rose, and the room emptied, leaving Tianyu and Xinlian alone with Master Ling. "Tianyu," Master Ling said quietly, "there is more to the artifacts than you realize. and more to the seal. What you've encountered, it's just a piece of a much larger puzzle. You must be prepared for what lies ahead. Tian Yu nodded, his mind racing. The forbidden knowledge, the ancient power, everything was connected, and every step he took only seemed to open more questions than answers. He and Shen Lian left the hall, the weight of their task heavy upon them. As they walked through the sect's grounds, the night air was filled with the distant sound of the wind rustling through the trees. But for Tian Yu, it felt as if the wind carried with it whispers of things long buried, things that sought to be unleashed. The elders know more than they're telling us, Shen Lian murmured, breaking the silence. We should be careful. They might have their own agendas. Tian Yu glanced at her. I know. But right now, we have no choice but to trust them. We need all the allies we can get. Shen Lian's eyes narrowed. Then we'll have to keep our eyes open. This is just the beginning, Tian Yu. Whatever comes next, we'll face it together. And so, with the path ahead uncertain and dangerous, the two of them prepared for the trials to come. But Tian Yu couldn't shake the feeling that the artifact they'd found was only the first of many, and that the true enemy was still waiting in the shadows. Chapter 40, Betrayal in the Shadows. The following days were tense within the Cloudfire sect. Though Tian Yu and Shen Lian had been given a formal mandate to search for the remaining artifacts, their every move was watched closely by the elders. Master Ling's cryptic warning echoed in Tian Yu's mind, there is more to the artifacts than you realize. But the deeper truth was hidden behind the sect's facade, and Tian Yu could feel it. The more he learned, the more he suspected that the sect's involvement in the search for these artifacts was not as innocent as they claimed. As Tian Yu prepared for their next mission, a meeting was called in the sect's council hall. Shen Lian stood by his side, her expression unreadable as the sect elders filed in one by one. Today, we will discuss our course of action, Master Ling began, his voice grave. The discovery of the warden and the breaking of the seal has set off a chain of events that we cannot ignore. We must recover the artifacts, and we must do so swiftly. The other elders nodded, but Tian Yu could feel their eyes on him, their scrutiny sharp. He remained silent, his mind already working through the next steps in their mission. Elder Huan, Master Ling continued, you will accompany Tian Yu and Shen Lian to the next location. It is the most urgent. Tian Yu's eyes flicked to Elder Huan, a woman known for her intellect and stern demeanor. He had no doubt that she would be a valuable ally, but a part of him wondered if there was more to her than the elders let on. We must act quickly, Elder Huan said, her voice cool and calculated. The power of the artifacts grows stronger with each passing day. If we are to keep them out of the wrong hands, we must secure them before others do. Tian Yu bowed respectfully. Understood, Elder Huan. We are ready to depart at once. The meeting adjourned, and Tian Yu and Shen Lian made their way to the courtyard to prepare for the journey. But as they walked, a shadow slipped between the pillars, faint, unnoticed. I don't trust them, Tian Yu, Shen Lian said quietly, as if reading his mind. The way the elders are handling this, it's not right. Tian Yu glanced at her, his expression serious. I know. Master Ling's warning keeps replaying in my head. There's something about the artifacts, about the seal. I don't think the sect is telling us everything. Shen Lian's eyes narrowed. We need to keep our guard up. Elder Huan might be an ally now, but I'm not convinced we can trust her entirely. There's too much at stake, and too many who would benefit from manipulating the truth. Before Tian Yu could respond, a voice interrupted them. Tian Yu, Shen Lian. Are you prepared for the mission? It was Elder Huan, standing at the entrance of the courtyard, her robes flowing behind her like a wave. She wore her usual stern expression, but there was something in her eyes, a hint of something hidden beneath her composed exterior. We are, Tian Yu replied, straightening. We'll leave immediately. Elder Huan nodded, turning to lead the way. Shen Lian exchanged a glance with Tian Yu, her unease palpable, but they had little choice. They followed the elder out of the sect, their destination a long-forgotten temple hidden deep in the mountains. The journey was long, and the silence between them grew heavier with each passing hour. Shen Lian kept her distance, her eyes sharp as she watched their surroundings, while Tian Yu's thoughts drifted to the ominous feeling gnawing at him. Something was wrong, and he couldn't shake the feeling that the sect's true intentions were veiled in secrecy. As they neared the temple, the landscape shifted. The lush greenery gave way to barren cliffs, and the air became thick with an unnatural stillness. The temple loomed ahead, its stone pillars weathered by centuries of neglect. The entrance was guarded by two statues, massive, imposing figures that seemed almost alive in the dim light. "This is it," Elder Huan said, her tone devoid of emotion. "The artifact is within." They stepped through the temple's entrance, the atmosphere inside heavy with an ancient energy. The walls were adorned with carvings of celestial beings, their faces stern, their eyes watching. At the center of the temple, a stone altar stood, draped in shadows. The air crackled with the same energy that had surrounded the Forbidden Forest artifact. It was unmistakable, the artifact they sought was close. Tianyu stepped forward, his sword drawn, eyes scanning the room. He had been trained to sense danger, and the air here felt thick with it. "Be careful," he murmured, his voice low. Elder Huan gave him a brief, calculating glance. "I know what I'm doing, Tianyu. Just stay alert." As they approached the altar, the ground beneath their feet suddenly trembled. A low, rumbling sound filled the room as the temple itself seemed to awaken. The air became charged, and a dark mist began to seep from the cracks in the stone. Tianyu's hand tightened on his sword, his senses flaring. "It's a trap," he shouted. In an instant, the mist coiled around them, forming into shapes that took on the semblance of ancient beasts, spectral figures with eyes glowing red like embers. They were guardians, but not of the usual kind. These creatures were born from the temple itself, animated by the very energy that the artifacts carried. Elder Huan raised her hand, summoning a wave of spiritual energy that crashed against the mist beasts, scattering them. "Stay focused. We're not here for a fight." But Tianyu's instincts told him otherwise. The beasts weren't just guardians, they were manifestations of the temple's curse, and their power was bound to the artifact on the altar. As long as the artifact remained, the temple would continue to fight them. "We need to destroy the artifact," Tianyu said, his voice grim. "It's the source of the temple's power." But just as he moved toward the altar, Elder Huan's voice stopped him. "No. You mustn't destroy it. The artifact is too valuable. The sect needs it." Tianyu's heart skipped a beat. There it was again, the same sense of urgency in her voice. But this time, something was different. Her words carried a weight he hadn't heard before. "Why are you so intent on keeping it?" he demanded, his voice rising. "The power it holds, it's not meant for anyone to control." Elder Huan's eyes flashed with something dangerous, a hidden intensity that sent a chill down his spine. "You don't understand, Tianyu. The artifact is only the beginning. We need it to unlock the greater power that the sect requires. The elders, they need it." Tianyu's blood ran cold as the truth dawned on him. You're betraying us." Before he could act, the mist beasts surged forward again, this time stronger, more aggressive. They weren't just protecting the artifact, they were feeding off Elder Huan's energy, responding to her dark intent. "Shen Lian!" Tianyu shouted, drawing his sword. "We have to stop her." The battle for the artifact had just begun. But now, the stakes were higher than ever, and the true enemy was closer than he had ever realized. Chapter 41, The Fractured Alliance. The air in the temple was thick with the roiling energy of the mist beasts, their spectral forms now swirling with greater fury. The stone pillars trembled as if the very foundation of the temple was reacting to the unleashed power. Tianyu's heart pounded in his chest. He could feel the presence of Elder Huan like a cold shadow lingering behind the swirling mist, her betrayal a stinging revelation that only intensified his resolve. "Shen Lian, stay close!" Tianyu shouted as the first of the mist beasts lunged at him. He swiped his sword, the blade crackling with spiritual energy, cutting through the creature's ethereal form. But it reformed almost instantly, the energy of the artifact fueling its relentless regeneration. Shen Lian darted forward, her movements swift as she drew her twin daggers. "We need to cut off the source," she said through gritted teeth, her eyes darting to the altar where the artifact pulsed ominously. Tianyu nodded. "Cover me. I'll go for the artifact." But just as he took a step forward, Elder Huan's voice rang out, commanding and chilling. "Do you really think you can stop me, Tianyu?" she said, her figure shrouded in dark energy. Her eyes glowed with an unnatural light as she raised her hand, sending a blast of force that knocked Tianyu off balance. "The sect needs this power. You are nothing more than a pawn." Tianyu gritted his teeth, rising to his feet. "You're wrong, Elder Huan. I'm not your pawn." The mist beasts roared, their figures coalescing into a storm of shadow and fury. They began to circle Tianyu and Shenlian, their spectral forms becoming more solid with every moment. The temple seemed to be alive, its very walls pulsing with the same sinister energy. Elder Huan's laughter echoed through the temple. "You still don't understand, do you? The Cloudfire sect is not what you think. We've been searching for these artifacts for a reason. The power they hold is the key to the sect's ascension. And you, both of you, are standing in my way." Tianyu's gaze hardened, his grip tightening on his sword. "The power you seek isn't meant for you or the sect. It will destroy everything." Shenlian's eyes narrowed as she sidestepped an incoming mist beast, her daggers flashing in the dim light. "We'll see about that." With a battle cry, Tianyu charged at the altar, his sword slicing through the mist beasts as they attempted to intercept him. But the creatures were relentless, and every time he struck, they reformed, fueled by the dark power of the artifact. Elder Huan raised her hands, her aura intensifying. "You'll never reach it. The artifact is mine, and it will remain so." The ground beneath Tianyu's feet began to crack, and the walls of the temple seemed to close in. The very energy of the artifact was pressing down on him, making it harder to move, harder to breathe. Shenlian, seeing Tianyu struggle, leaped into action. "I'll take care of the beasts," she called out. "Get to the altar. I'll hold them off." Tianyu glanced back at her, eyes filled with gratitude. "Be careful," he said, but there was no time for more words. He had to stop Elder Huan. The mist beasts surged forward, but Shenlian danced between them, her daggers flashing with precision as she struck at their weak points. She moved like a shadow, her speed unparalleled as she carved through their ranks, creating an opening for Tianyu to reach the altar. Tianyu's heart raced as he closed the distance. He could feel the pull of the artifact, the dark energy suffocating him, but he pressed on. He reached the altar and, with a single motion, thrust his sword toward the glowing relic. But just as his blade neared the artifact, Elder Huan appeared before him, her hand outstretched. "You think you can stop me, Tianyu?" she hissed. "You're too late." With a surge of power, Elder Huan's energy blasted into Tianyu, sending him crashing backward into the temple's stone wall. His vision blurred as the force of the impact rattled through his body. The sword slipped from his hand, clattering against the floor. Shenlian turned in alarm, but the mist beasts had already surrounded her, their forms coiling like serpents. She was fighting a losing battle, her movements becoming sluggish as the pressure of the beast's onslaught increased. Tianyu gritted his teeth, blood dripping from his lip as he struggled to rise. Elder Huan stood before him, her expression twisted with a mix of contempt and ambition. "You are weak, Tianyu," she sneered. "You don't understand the true nature of this power. The artifact, this is the beginning of something far greater. The sect will rise. And those who oppose us will fall." Tianyu's eyes flared with anger, but he forced himself to focus. He could feel Shenlian fighting, holding on, but they couldn't win like this. He had to act. With a surge of energy, Tianyu summoned his spiritual strength, his body pulsing with newfound power. His hand reached for his sword once more, but this time he did not use it as a weapon. Instead, he focused all his energy into the sword's core, infusing it with his will. "I will stop you, Elder Huan," Tianyu growled. "And I'll stop the sect from turning its back on everything it was supposed to stand for." Elder Huan's eyes widened, and she stepped back. "What are you doing? You can't." But Tianyu had already begun to channel his power. The sword in his hand began to glow brighter, the air around him crackling with energy as his aura expanded. Shenlian saw what he was doing and used the opening to fight her way toward him, slashing through the mist beasts with determination. "Get ready," Tianyu said, his voice steady despite the chaos surrounding them. We're not done yet. With a single, powerful thrust, Tianyu slammed the sword into the altar. The energy of the artifact screamed in fury, but Tianyu held firm. A shockwave erupted from the sword's impact, flooding the temple with blinding light. Elder Huan screamed, her form shuddering as the energy of the artifact began to unravel. The mist beasts howled in agony as they were torn apart by the shockwave, their forms dissipating like smoke in the wind. Tianyu gritted his teeth, maintaining the pressure. This ends now. The light from the altar flared brighter, and the temple itself began to collapse. Stones cracked and fell, but Tianyu and Xinlian stood firm, their resolve unyielding. They would not allow Elder Huan or the artifact's dark power to consume them. As the last of the mist beasts vanished, Elder Huan's form flickered like a fading shadow. "You fool," she spat, her voice filled with venom. "You think you've won? This is only a small part of what's to come. You cannot stop it. The sect will rise, and when it does, it will crush you." With one final, defiant laugh, her form crumbled into dust, her power finally vanquished. Tianyu and Xinlian stood in the aftermath, the air now calm, but heavy with the echoes of their battle. The temple was in ruins, and the artifact had been destroyed. But the war was far from over. Chapter 42, The Gathering Storm. The silence that followed Elder Huan's demise was almost deafening. Dust and debris filled the air, and faint rays of sunlight pierced through the cracks in the collapsing temple walls. Tianyu and Xinlian stood amidst the ruins, their breaths heavy, their bodies battered but unyielding. Xinlian glanced at the shattered remnants of the artifact, its once radiant glow now reduced to faint flickers of energy that dissipated into the air. "It's over," she said softly, though her tone carried little relief. "But this is just the beginning, isn't it?" Tianyu nodded, his expression grim. Elder Huan wasn't acting alone. She spoke of the sect's plans, of their hunger for power. "If the Cloudfire sect is truly behind this, we've only scratched the surface of what they're after." The ground beneath them trembled as another section of the temple gave way. "We need to leave," Xinlian urged, tugging at his arm. "This place won't hold much longer." Together, they navigated the crumbling ruins, avoiding falling debris as they made their way out of the temple. The outside world greeted them with the crisp chill of mountain air, a stark contrast to the oppressive energy they had just escaped. Tianyu took a deep breath, his eyes scanning the horizon. For a brief moment, the natural beauty of the landscape almost made him forget the weight of their predicament. But his thoughts quickly turned back to the sect. "We can't go back to the Cloudfire sect," Tianyu said firmly. "Not until we know who we can trust." If the elders were complicit in Elder Huan's actions, returning could mean walking into a trap. Xinlian hesitated, her brows furrowed. But not all of them knew. "Master Ling, he's different. He warned us. Maybe he can help us uncover the truth." Tianyu considered her words. Master Ling had always been a voice of reason, a figure who seemed to care more about the sect's principles than its politics. But even so, the danger of trusting anyone at this point weighed heavily on him. "Maybe," he said at last. "But we can't take any chances. For now, we'll stay in the shadows and gather what information we can. The sect will know something happened here. They'll send someone to investigate." As if on cue, a distant rumble echoed through the mountains. Tianyu turned, his eyes narrowing as a group of figures emerged from the mist. Clad in the distinct robes of the Cloudfire sect, they approached swiftly, their spiritual energy radiating with unmistakable intent. "They're already here," Xinlian whispered, drawing her daggers. Tianyu stepped forward, his sword still glowing faintly from the battle. "We don't have to fight them unless they give us no choice. Let's see what they want." The group halted a short distance away, their leader stepping forward, a man with sharp features and a cold gaze. He carried himself with the authority of an elder, though Tianyu didn't recognize him. "You must be Tianyu and Xinlian," the man said, his voice smooth but devoid of warmth. "I am Elder Han. The sect sent us to investigate the disturbance here. It seems you've been busy." Tianyu's grip on his sword tightened. The artifact was corrupted. Elder Huan was consumed by its power. We had no choice but to destroy it. Elder Han's lips curved into a faint smile, though it didn't reach his eyes. How convenient. Elder Huan has been dealt with, and the artifact is no more. And yet, you both emerge unscathed, with no witnesses to corroborate your story. Shenlian bristled, stepping forward. Are you accusing us of something? Elder Huan betrayed the sect, she admitted as much before she. Elder Han raised a hand, cutting her off. The sect will decide what to make of this situation. For now, you are to return with us. The elders will want to hear your account directly. Tianyu glanced at Shenlian. They couldn't go back, not like this. We'll return, Tianyu said cautiously, but only to speak with Master Ling. We don't trust anyone else. Elder Han's smile faded. You don't seem to understand your position. This isn't a request. Come willingly, or we will ensure your compliance. The air grew tense as the group behind Elder Han shifted, their spiritual energy flaring. Shenlian raised her daggers, and Tianyu stepped in front of her, his sword gleaming with renewed power. Stay back, Tianyu warned, his voice calm but firm. We don't want to fight, but we won't be taken by force. Elder Han's gaze hardened. So be it. In an instant, the air erupted with spiritual energy as the sect members launched their attack. Tianyu's sword clashed against the first strike, the force sending shockwaves through the ground. Shenlian moved like a shadow, her daggers deflecting blows with precision as she darted between their attackers. Elder Han watched from the sidelines, his expression unreadable as his subordinates fought. It was clear he wanted to gauge their strength, to see if they were truly a threat. Tianyu felt his strength waning as the battle dragged on. Their opponents were skilled, their techniques refined. But he and Shenlian fought with a desperation born of knowing what was at stake. As the clash reached its peak, a sudden surge of energy erupted from behind Elder Han. A figure stepped forward, his presence commanding, his aura vast. Enough, the man said, his voice cutting through the chaos like a blade. Tianyu froze, his eyes widening as he recognized the newcomer. It was Master Ling. Elder Han, Master Ling said, his tone sharp, stand down. These two are under my protection. Elder Han's expression twisted with displeasure, but he bowed his head. As you wish, Master Ling. The tension eased, though the air remained charged. Master Ling turned to Tianyu and Shenlian, his gaze steady. We need to talk, he said simply. There's much you need to know. Chapter 43, Revelations in the Shadows. The campfire crackled in the cool mountain air, casting flickering shadows across the small clearing. Tianyu and Shenlian sat on one side, their bodies tense, while Master Ling sat across from them, his usual composed demeanor tinged with unease. Elder Han and his group had been ordered to return to the sect, leaving the three of them alone. Despite Master Ling's intervention, neither Tianyu nor Shenlian felt entirely at ease. Trust was a fragile thing, and the events in the temple had shattered their certainty in the sect's integrity. Master Ling broke the silence, his gaze fixed on the flames. I've known for a long time that the Cloudfire sect was heading down a dark path. But I didn't expect them to act so openly, not yet. Shenlian's eyes narrowed. So, Elder Huan wasn't acting alone. She mentioned the sect's plans, something about using the artifacts for ascension. Master Ling nodded, his expression grave. The Cloudfire sect has always been ambitious, but ambition without restraint leads to destruction. Decades ago, the sect began seeking out ancient relics, artifacts of immense power. The elders claimed it was to strengthen the sect against external threats, but that was only a half-truth. Tianyu leaned forward, his voice sharp. What's the real reason? Master Ling hesitated, as if weighing how much to reveal. Finally, he spoke. The Cloudfire sect is preparing for war. Not against another sect, but against the heavens themselves. The words hung in the air, heavy and impossible. Shenlian blinked, disbelief written across her face. War against the heavens? That's madness. No sect could possibly. They believe they can, Master Ling interrupted. The elders have uncovered ancient texts, prophecies that speak of defying the celestial order. The artifacts are said to be fragments of a greater power, one that could rival the heavens if reassembled. Elder Huan was just one of many working toward that goal. Tianyu clenched his fists. And what about you, Master Ling? Are you part of this plan? Master Ling's gaze met Tianyu's, steady and unflinching. No. I've opposed it from the beginning, though I've had to tread carefully. The sect is divided, Tianyu. There are those who believe in the old ways: balance, discipline, and harmony. But their voices are growing weaker. The promise of power is seductive, and many have succumbed to it. Shenlian's voice was laced with suspicion. If you're against them, why haven't they silenced you? Because I'm useful to them, Master Ling replied. I'm one of the few who can decode the ancient texts. They think I'm loyal, or at least neutral. But I've been working in secret to undermine their efforts, gathering allies where I can. Tianyu's mind raced. The Cloudfire sect wasn't just a place of cultivation and training, it was a battlefield of ideals. And they were caught in the crossfire. What do you want from us? Tianyu asked, his voice steady. Master Ling's expression softened. I want you to survive. The sect will not take kindly to what happened in the temple. They'll brand you as traitors if it suits their narrative. But more than that, I need your help. You've already seen the danger of the artifacts. If we don't stop them, the sect's ambitions will plunge the world into chaos. Shenlian folded her arms, her tone skeptical. And how exactly are we supposed to stop them? We're just disciples. The elders are far beyond our reach. Not entirely, Master Ling said. He reached into his robe and pulled out a small, weathered scroll. This contains a map to the resting places of other artifacts. If we can secure them before the sect does, we can weaken their plans. But it won't be easy. Others are already searching, and the sect will send their best to retrieve them. Tianyu accepted the scroll, his fingers brushing against the rough parchment. He unrolled it, his eyes scanning the intricate markings and symbols. It was a map, but the locations were scattered across the continent, each one marked with ominous notes: Forbidden Grounds, Beast King's Domain, Valley of Eternal Night. This is suicide, Shenlian muttered. Even if we find these artifacts, how do we destroy them? The one in the temple nearly killed us. Master Ling's gaze turned somber. Destroying them is impossible. But there's another way. If we can collect them all, we can seal their power. I've been researching a ritual and ancient method to bind the artifacts and render them inert. But for that, we need all the fragments. Tianyu's jaw tightened. The weight of the task before them was staggering. But as he looked at Shenlian, her determination mirrored his own. They couldn't turn back now. Not after everything they'd seen. We'll do it, Tianyu said firmly. But we're not doing this alone. If you have allies, bring them together. We'll need all the help we can get. Master Ling smiled faintly, a glimmer of hope in his eyes. You've grown, Tianyu. Both of you have. I'll reach out to those I trust. But be careful. The sect will be watching, and they won't hesitate to eliminate anyone who threatens their plans. Shenlian sheathed her daggers and stood. We'll survive. We always do. Tianyu rose as well, gripping the scroll tightly. The fire between them burned low, its embers glowing like the determination in their hearts. As the first light of dawn broke over the mountains, the trio prepared to leave the clearing. The road ahead was uncertain, fraught with danger and betrayal. But Tianyu and Shenlian knew one thing for sure: their fight wasn't just for themselves anymore. It was for the balance of the world. And they wouldn't stop until the Cloudfire sect's ambitions were buried in the ashes of their greed. Chapter 44: The Path to the Forbidden Grounds. The cold morning air bit at Tianyu's face as he and Shenlian descended the mountain path, Master Ling following close behind. The scroll weighed heavily in Tianyu's satchel, its presence a constant reminder of the impossible task ahead. Their first destination was marked as the Forbidden Grounds, an area shrouded in mystery and dread among cultivators. The Forbidden Grounds, Shenlian said as they walked, her voice breaking the silence. I've heard stories about that place. They say no one who enters ever returns. Master Ling's tone was calm but firm. Those stories aren't without merit. The Forbidden Grounds are filled with ancient traps, fierce beasts, and lingering spiritual energy from past conflicts. But it's also the location of one of the most important artifacts. If we fail to retrieve it, the sect will grow stronger. Tianyu glanced at the horizon, his thoughts heavy. How far is it? 3 days' journey, Master Ling replied. But the path is treacherous. We'll need to stay vigilant. The sect may already have scouts in the area. Xinlian sighed. So, not only are we walking into a death trap, but we might also have company. Fantastic. Tianyu gave her a faint smile. It's nothing we haven't faced before. Despite his words, the weight of their mission pressed on him. The power they sought to contain was unlike anything they'd encountered. A single mistake could cost them their lives, or worse, unleash the artifact's wrath. By the second day, the terrain had grown harsher. The narrow paths wound through jagged cliffs and dense forests, the air thick with the hum of latent spiritual energy. Shadows seemed to move in the corner of their vision, and the occasional distant roar reminded them they weren't alone. As they set up camp that evening, Master Ling spread out the map, tracing their route with a finger. The entrance to the Forbidden Grounds is hidden in a valley. We'll reach it tomorrow. From there, it's a matter of navigating the inner sanctum. The artifact is said to rest at the heart of the grounds. Xinlian leaned against a tree, sharpening her daggers. And what kind of resistance are we expecting? More mist beasts? Elders? Or something worse? Likely worse, Master Ling said, his expression grave. The Forbidden Grounds are a relic of an ancient battlefield. The remnants of that conflict linger, both in the form of spiritual creatures and the terrain itself. The artifact will be heavily guarded by both natural and man-made defenses. Tianyu stared into the flames, his mind replaying the events of the temple. If the sect is after the same artifact, they'll send their best. We'll need to be ready. Master Ling nodded. That's why I've been teaching you both, not just to fight, but to think. The sect values raw power, but strategy often proves more effective. Xinlian sheathed her daggers. Strategy's great, but I'd rather not fight at all if we can help it. If we can get in and out without being seen, all the better. Agreed, Tianyu said. But we should prepare for the worst. The following morning, they reached the edge of the valley. The entrance to the Forbidden Grounds loomed before them, an ancient archway carved into the side of a cliff. Strange symbols etched into the stone glowed faintly, pulsating with an eerie light. This is it, Master Ling said, his voice barely above a whisper. Once we enter, we can't turn back. Tianyu felt a shiver run down his spine as he stepped closer to the archway. The air was thick with spiritual energy, and the faint sound of whispers echoed from within. Xinlian placed a hand on his shoulder. Don't let it get to you, she said. Whatever's in there, we'll face it together. He nodded, steeling himself. Let's go. They stepped through the archway, and the world seemed to shift. The sunlight dimmed, replaced by an oppressive gloom that hung over the landscape. The ground beneath their feet was cracked and uneven, and the air was filled with the scent of decay. The Forbidden Grounds were alive in a way that felt unnatural. Trees twisted into grotesque shapes, their branches clawing at the sky. Pools of stagnant water glimmered with an otherworldly light, and the shadows cast by the faint glow seemed to writhe with a life of their own. Master Ling led the way, his steps cautious. Stay close. The grounds are known to play tricks on the mind. If you lose focus, you could end up lost or worse. They moved in silence, the weight of the place pressing down on them. Every rustle of leaves, every distant sound, set their nerves on edge. But they pressed on, their goal clear. Hours later, they reached a clearing. At its center stood a stone pedestal, atop which rested the artifact, a small, glowing orb that pulsed with an ominous light. Surrounding it were towering statues of ancient warriors, their weapons poised as if ready to strike. That's it, Master Ling said, his voice low. The artifact. Xinlian frowned. Too easy. There's no way it's just sitting there. Tianyu nodded. The statues. They're guarding it. Master Ling stepped forward, his eyes scanning the area. They're constructs activated by proximity. We'll need to disable them before we can take the artifact. How? Shenlian asked, her voice sharp. They're massive. We can't fight them head-on. Not fight, Tianyu said, his gaze fixed on the statues. Distract. If we can keep them occupied, one of us can reach the artifact. Master Ling turned to him. You're willing to take that risk? Tianyu's expression hardened. We don't have a choice. Before anyone could argue, he stepped into the clearing. The ground trembled, and the statues came to life, their stone forms creaking as they moved. Their eyes glowed with the same light as the artifact, and their weapons gleamed as if freshly forged. Tianyu! Shenlian shouted, but he didn't look back. The first statue swung its massive sword, the blade cleaving the air with terrifying force. Tianyu rolled to the side, narrowly avoiding the strike. Shenlian darted into the fray, her daggers flashing as she aimed for the statue's joints. Master Ling stayed at the edge of the clearing, his hands moving in intricate patterns as he prepared a spell. I'll weaken them, he called out. But you'll need to move quickly. Tianyu dodged another blow, his mind racing. The statues were powerful, but they were also slow. If they could exploit that, they might stand a chance. Shenlian, cover me, he shouted, making a break for the pedestal. The statues roared, their movements growing more frenzied. Shenlian fought with everything she had, her strikes precise as she drew their attention away from Tianyu. Master Ling's spell erupted in a burst of light, momentarily stunning the constructs. Tianyu reached the pedestal, his hand closing around the artifact. Its energy surged through him, overwhelming and intoxicating. But he didn't let go. With a shout, he pulled the orb free. The statues froze, their glowing eyes dimming as they crumbled to dust. The clearing fell silent. Tianyu turned to his companions, the artifact clutched tightly in his hand. We've got it, he said, his voice steady despite the adrenaline coursing through him. Let's get out of here. But as they turned to leave, a voice echoed through the forbidden grounds, a voice filled with malice. You think you can take what belongs to me? The air grew cold, and a figure emerged from the shadows, cloaked in dark energy. A powerful cultivator from the Cloudfire sect had arrived. And they were not pleased. Chapter 45, The Shadow's Pursuit. Tianyu's grip on the artifact tightened as the cloaked figure stepped forward, his presence radiating a cold, suffocating aura. The air around them seemed to warp, twisting in unnatural ways as if the very fabric of reality was being distorted. Shenlian immediately dropped into a defensive stance, her daggers glinting in the faint light. Master Ling raised a hand, his brow furrowed with concern. You're not just a scout, Master Ling said, his voice calm but laced with caution. You're one of them. The cloaked figure's lips curled into a smile, though his eyes remained hidden beneath the shadow of his hood. I was once more than just a disciple of the Cloudfire sect, he said, his voice low and dangerous. But now, I am the one chosen to oversee the collection of the artifacts. And you, Tianyu, have just made a grave mistake. Tianyu's eyes narrowed. Who are you? The figure chuckled softly. I go by many names. But for you, I am known as Wuxian, the shadow of the sect. A surge of spiritual energy pulsed from Wuxian, and the ground beneath their feet trembled. The air thickened with oppressive pressure, as if the very atmosphere was being sucked into his aura. Tianyu could feel his limbs growing heavy, the weight of the energy suffocating his movements. Shenlian gritted her teeth, her focus sharpening. So, the Cloudfire sect sends their elites after us. It's good to know we're worth the trouble. Master Ling stepped forward, raising his hand to the sky as if drawing on the energy of the forbidden grounds themselves. We don't want to fight you, Wuxian. But we will protect what's ours. Wuxian tilted his head slightly, a dark amusement in his eyes. Protect? You think you can protect anything from me? The artifacts are mine, and now you've made the mistake of stealing one. There's no escaping the consequences. With a flick of his wrist, a surge of black mist shot forward, coiling like serpents through the air. Xin Lian darted to the side, narrowly avoiding the mist, but Tian Yu could feel the dangerous pull of the energy, trying to bind him in place. Xin Lian, get back! Tian Yu shouted, his sword flashing to life as he raised it to intercept the attack. But the mist was too fast, too overwhelming. Master Ling began chanting in a low voice, his hands moving in intricate gestures. The air shimmered with energy as he cast a barrier of light around them, but Wuxian's mist collided with the barrier, creating a violent explosion of force that sent them all tumbling backward. Tian Yu's body crashed into the ground, the wind knocked out of him. He pushed himself up quickly, his heart pounding. The artifact pulsed in his hand, its energy swirling around him, but it felt different now, darker, as though the object itself was feeding off the danger in the air. Xin Lian quickly regained her footing, her daggers drawn once more. "This guy's a nightmare," she muttered, her voice tight with frustration. "We need to move fast before he brings the whole sect down on us." Master Ling's face was pale, the exertion of his barrier taking its toll. "We can't fight him head on. Not like this. We have to get to the exit." Tian Yu stood tall, his sword glowing with renewed intensity. "We won't make it to the exit unless we stop him here and now. He'll chase us down without hesitation." Wuxian's eyes gleamed from under his hood, his dark smile widening. "Brave words, Tian Yu. But your actions speak differently. You're not ready for this kind of battle. The artifact you hold, do you even understand its true power?" Tian Yu's grip tightened around the orb. "I don't need to understand it," he snapped. "What matters is that I have it. And I'm not giving it up." The mist began to swirl again, but this time it was darker, denser, as if the very shadows themselves were converging on them. Wuxian raised his hand, and the mist surged toward Tian Yu, an inescapable tide that threatened to overwhelm him. "Foolish," Wuxian hissed. "You cannot resist the shadows. You will fall just like all the others who defied me." Tian Yu's heart pounded, but his resolve was clear. The artifact pulsed in his hand, and a strange connection formed. An overwhelming surge of power coursed through him, filling him with a sense of strength he hadn't felt before. It was as if the artifact itself was responding to Wuxian's dark energy. "No," Tian Yu muttered under his breath, his eyes glowing with a fierce light. "I won't let you have it." He swung his sword in a wide arc, and in that moment, the artifact's power flared brightly, resonating with the force of his strike. A wave of energy exploded outward, pushing the mist back and forcing Wuxian to retreat a few steps. Wuxian's eyes widened for the briefest moment, his smile faltering. What is this?" Master Ling seized the moment, stepping forward and chanting another spell. A barrier of light erupted around them, further isolating them from Wuxian's reach. "Now!" Master Ling shouted. "We move!" Tian Yu and Xin Lian didn't need to be told twice. Without another word, they sprinted toward the exit, the artifact still pulsing in Tian Yu's hand. The energy from the artifact seemed to guide his movements, helping him push through the shadows that clawed at them from every direction. Behind them, Wuxian roared in fury, his form flickering as he called upon more of the dark energy at his command. But the barrier held, for now. Tian Yu could feel the pressure of the chase building, knowing that Wuxian wouldn't give up easily. As they neared the edge of the forbidden grounds, Master Ling turned back, his face set in grim determination. "We're almost there," he said. "But we need to keep moving. The worst is yet to come." Tian Yu glanced at the artifact again. It glowed brighter in his hand, its energy pulsing in time with his heartbeat. There was no turning back now. The artifact was theirs, but the road ahead was fraught with peril. The true cost of taking it would soon reveal itself. And Wuxian was only the beginning. Chapter 46, The True Cost of Power. The group burst through the final barrier of twisted trees and jagged stones, emerging from the oppressive gloom of the forbidden grounds into the faint light of the outside world. Tian Yu's chest heaved as he clutched the artifact, its glow now subdued, though its energy still thrummed with unsettling intensity. Xin Lian leaned against a nearby rock, her daggers sheathed but her hand resting on their hilts. "Tell me we're safe now," she said, her tone edged with exhaustion. Master Ling surveyed their surroundings, his eyes scanning the horizon for any sign of pursuit. "Safe? For now. But Wu Xian won't give up. He'll regroup, and the next time, he'll bring more than shadows. Tian Yu sank to his knees, the artifact resting in his lap. Its surface shimmered faintly, almost like it was alive. He could feel its energy pulsing, intertwining with his own. This thing, it's more dangerous than I thought. It felt like it was fighting Wu Xian on its own. Shen Lian crouched beside him, her gaze fixed on the orb. It wasn't just fighting. It was feeding. Her voice was low, cautious. Every time you pushed Wu Xian back, the artifact got stronger. Did you notice? Tian Yu looked at her, then at the artifact. The thought sent a chill down his spine. What are you saying? Master Ling stepped closer, his expression grim. The artifacts are powerful, but they aren't inert. They're remnants of ancient cultivators, imbued with their wills, their desires. This one, it might be aiding you now, but its purpose is far from benign. Tian Yu's hand instinctively moved away from the orb, but as soon as he tried to let go, a sharp pain shot through his chest. He gasped, his hand snapping back to clutch the artifact. What's wrong? Shen Lian asked, her voice sharp. I can't let go, Tian Yu said through gritted teeth. It's bonded to me. Master Ling's eyes darkened. This is worse than I feared. The artifact has chosen you as its vessel. Night had fallen by the time they found shelter in a small cave nestled in the mountainside. A fire crackled in the center, its light dancing across the stone walls. The artifact lay on a cloth beside Tian Yu, its glow faint but steady. He stared at it, his mind racing with questions. Master Ling, Tian Yu said, breaking the silence. What happens now? If it's bonded to me, can I even survive without it? Master Ling sat across from him, his face illuminated by the firelight. You can survive, he said slowly. But severing a bond like this is no simple task. The artifact has already begun merging with your spiritual core. If we try to force it apart, it could destroy you or worse. Great, Shen Lian muttered from her spot near the cave entrance. So now we're stuck with the cursed orb, a psychotic shadow cultivator on our trail, and no plan. Fantastic. Tian Yu shot her a glare. It's not like I asked for this, Shen Lian. She held up her hands in mock surrender. Hey, I'm just saying it how it is. If we're going to figure this out, we need a real strategy. Sitting around complaining isn't going to help. Master Ling nodded. Shen Lian's right. We need to understand the artifact's nature, its strengths, its weaknesses. Only then can we decide our next move. Tian Yu hesitated. And what if it's too late? What if it's already taken control of me? Master Ling's expression softened. It hasn't. Not yet. You're still yourself, Tian Yu. The artifact's influence is strong, but so is your will. As long as you remain vigilant, you can resist it. Tian Yu exhaled slowly, his fingers brushing the surface of the orb. It felt warm under his touch, almost comforting. Yet he couldn't shake the feeling that it was watching him, waiting for the right moment to strike. The next morning, they resumed their journey. The air was crisp, and the early sunlight filtered through the trees, casting long shadows across the forest floor. Despite the calm surroundings, tension hung heavy between them. Master Ling led the way, his senses on high alert. We'll head to the hidden pavilion, he said. It's a safe haven for rogue cultivators, and the scholars there may have knowledge of the artifact. If anyone can help us, it's them. Shen Lian nodded, her daggers at the ready. Let's hope they're as helpful as you think. We can't afford to waste time. Tian Yu followed silently, the artifact tucked safely in his satchel. He could still feel its presence, a constant hum at the edge of his consciousness. It whispered to him, faint and unintelligible, but persistent. Hours passed, and the forest began to thin, giving way to rolling hills and open plains. As they crested a hill, Master Ling suddenly stopped, his hand raised in warning. Trouble, he said quietly. In the distance, a group of figures stood blocking the path. Their robes bore the insignia of the Cloudfire sect, and their weapons glinted menacingly in the sunlight. At their center stood Wuxian, his dark aura unmistakable. Tianyu's blood ran cold. How did they catch up so fast? Shenlian cursed under her breath. They must have been tracking us the whole time. Wuxian stepped forward, his smile as chilling as ever. Did you really think you could escape me? He called out. The artifact belongs to the Cloudfire sect. Hand it over, and I may consider letting you live. Master Ling's stance shifted, his energy coiling around him like a spring ready to snap. We're not giving you anything, Wuxian. Wuxian's smile widened. I was hoping you'd say that. He raised his hand, and the ground beneath them erupted as shadows surged forth, twisting into monstrous forms. Tianyu drew his sword, the artifact's energy flooding his veins as he prepared for battle. Stay together. Master Ling shouted. Protect the artifact at all costs. The shadows closed in, and the fight for their lives began. Chapter 47, The Shadows of Despair. The shadows surged forward like a tidal wave, their inky forms twisting and writhing unnaturally. Wuxian stood motionless, his cold smile watching as his creations bore down on the group. His confidence was chilling, this was his domain, and they were merely trespassers. Tianyu gripped his sword tightly, its blade shimmering faintly as the artifact's power pulsed through him. The energy was almost intoxicating, urging him to attack, to unleash everything and dominate. He gritted his teeth, resisting the temptation. We can't hold back. Tianyu shouted, stepping forward. If we don't stop them here, they'll never stop hunting us. Shenlian leaped into action, her daggers slicing through the air in elegant arcs. I don't need convincing, she called, her blades slashing through one of the shadow creatures. It dissipated with a screech, but two more rose to take its place. Master Ling moved with practiced precision, his hands weaving through the air as golden runes formed around him. Keep moving. Don't let them surround us. A burst of light exploded from his palm, pushing back a cluster of shadows. But Wuxian's laughter echoed through the battlefield. Pathetic, he sneered. You fight like children grasping at straws. Do you truly think you can stand against me? With a flick of his wrist, the shadows intensified, their forms growing more defined, more monstrous. One lunged at Tianyu, its claws aimed for his throat. He swung his sword upward, the blade glowing brighter as it connected. The creature shattered into wisps of darkness, but Tianyu stumbled from the force of the strike. The artifact pulsed again, its energy surging through him. His vision blurred for a moment, and he felt an unfamiliar voice whisper in his mind. Use me fully. Unleash your potential. No. Tianyu growled, shaking his head. He couldn't lose himself to the artifact, not now, not ever. Shenlian darted toward Wuxian, her speed a blur as she aimed for his heart. Her daggers struck true, but passed through his body like smoke. She landed gracefully, spinning around to face him, her brow furrowed. An illusion, she muttered. Wuxian's form flickered, his dark smile taunting her. A bold attempt, he said mockingly. But futile. From behind, one of the shadow beasts lunged at Shenlian. Tianyu acted on instinct, his sword flashing as he intercepted the creature, slicing it cleanly in two. He turned to her, his breathing labored. Stay close. He's playing with us. Shenlian nodded, her expression grim. We need to break through. If we stay here, we're done for. Master Ling continued to channel his energy, creating a protective barrier around the group. The golden light held the shadows at bay for a moment, but it was clear he was struggling. Sweat dripped down his face, and his movements grew slower. Wuxian isn't attacking directly because he doesn't need to, Master Ling said, his voice strained. He's testing us, wearing us down before delivering the killing blow. Tianyu glanced at the artifact, its glow pulsing faster now. It was as if it were reacting to Wuxian's presence, growing more restless. What if we use the artifact against him? He asked. Master Ling's eyes widened. No. That's exactly what he wants. The artifact's power is unstable, it could destroy us as easily as it destroys him. Wuxian's laughter cut through the air again. Wise words, old man. The artifact is chaos incarnate, and your little friend here is already struggling to contain it. Why don't you give in, Tianyu? Let it consume you. Then we'll see what you're truly capable of. Tianyu clenched his fists. He could feel the artifact's energy pulling at him, a tempting siren song promising victory. But he knew it came at a cost he wasn't willing to pay. Shen Lian suddenly pointed toward a cluster of trees behind Wuxian. There's a gap in the shadows. If we can break through, we might be able to escape. Master Ling nodded. It's our best chance. Shen Lian, lead the way. Tianyu, cover her. I'll hold them off as long as I can. But Tianyu began, but Master Ling cut him off. No arguments. Go! Shen Lian darted forward, her movements precise and deliberate. Tianyu followed closely, his sword slashing through any shadow creatures that dared to approach. Behind them, Master Ling unleashed a burst of golden light, temporarily scattering the shadows and forcing Wuxian to step back. You can't run forever. Wuxian shouted, his voice echoing ominously. The artifact will be mine, and when it is, your suffering will be legendary. Tianyu ignored him, focusing on following Shen Lian. The gap in the shadows was closing fast, but they managed to slip through just in time, the oppressive darkness giving way to open plains. Master Ling appeared moments later, his face pale and his steps unsteady. Keep moving, he urged. We need to put as much distance as possible between us and the forbidden grounds. As they ran, the artifact's glow began to fade, its energy seemingly exhausted. Tianyu could feel its presence still, but it was quieter now, subdued. He wasn't sure if that was a good sign or not. We made it, Shen Lian said, her voice breathless. But for how long? Master Ling shook his head. Wuxian won't stop. He'll regroup and come after us again. We need to reach the hidden pavilion before that happens. They're our only hope. Tianyu glanced at the artifact, its surface reflecting the fading sunlight. He couldn't shake the feeling that it was watching him, waiting for the next moment of weakness. And in the distance, the shadows stirred. Wuxian's pursuit was far from over. Chapter 48, The Hidden Pavilion. The journey toward the hidden pavilion was grueling. Days passed with little rest, and the tension between the group grew as Wuxian's shadow loomed ever closer. Though he hadn't struck again, Tianyu could feel his presence like a dark cloud hanging over them. The artifact's whispers had grown fainter, but they were never fully silent. Master Ling's pace quickened as they approached a towering mountain range. The sun was dipping below the horizon, casting the peaks in shades of gold and crimson. At the base of the tallest mountain, a massive stone gate carved with intricate symbols stood in stark contrast to the wilderness around it. This is it, Master Ling said, his voice filled with relief. The hidden pavilion lies beyond these gates. Tianyu stared at the gate, the symbols glowing faintly as the artifact pulsed in response. Will they help us? Or will they want the artifact, too? Master Ling gave him a sharp look. The pavilion isn't like the sections. They value knowledge above all else. If anyone can decipher the artifact's nature, it's them. Shen Lian scoffed. Knowledge or not, I doubt they'll turn down a treasure like this. Be ready for anything, Tianyu. The gates groaned as they opened, revealing a narrow stone path winding up the mountain. The air grew colder, and the sound of chanting echoed faintly from above. The group climbed in silence, each step bringing them closer to the pavilion and potentially, to answers. At the summit, the hidden pavilion came into view. It was a sprawling complex of ancient buildings, their tiled roofs glistening under the moonlight. Streams of spiritual energy flowed through the air, weaving intricate patterns that seemed to hum with life. A group of robed figures stood waiting at the entrance. Their leader, an elderly woman with piercing eyes and an aura of immense power, stepped forward. Master Ling, she said, her voice calm yet commanding. You bring trouble with you. Master Ling bowed deeply. Elder Huilan, I apologize for the disturbance, but we had no choice. The artifact. The artifact speaks for itself, she interrupted, her gaze locking onto Tianyu. It has chosen its host. And with that choice comes great danger. Tianyu instinctively touched the artifact through his satchel. You know about it? Elder Huilan nodded. We've studied the ancient relics for centuries. Each one is a fragment of a long-forgotten era, imbued with the power of those who wielded them. But this artifact, it is unlike any other. It carries both creation and destruction within it. Shenlian folded her arms. That's nice and all, but how do we stop it from destroying Tianyu or all of us? The elder's expression darkened. There may be a way to sever the bond, but it comes at a cost. And even if the bond remains, the artifact's power will attract more than just the Cloudfire sect. Every major force in the cultivation world will want it. You've already seen what Wuxian is capable of. He is only the beginning. Tianyu clenched his fists. Then teach me how to control it. If I can harness its power, I can protect us. Elder Huilan studied him for a long moment before sighing. Very well. But know this, young one, the path you've chosen is fraught with peril. The artifact is not a tool, it is a living force. To control it, you must first understand it and yourself. They were led into the pavilion's inner sanctum, a grand hall filled with glowing manuscripts and ancient relics. The air buzzed with spiritual energy, and Tianyu felt the artifact pulse in response, as if recognizing its kin. Elder Huilan guided Tianyu to a circular platform at the center of the room. Place the artifact here, she instructed. We will examine its nature. Reluctantly, Tianyu removed the artifact from his satchel and set it on the platform. The moment it touched the surface, the symbols etched into the platform lit up, and a column of light shot upward, illuminating the entire hall. The artifact floated in the center of the light, its surface shifting like liquid. The whispers in Tianyu's mind grew louder, more insistent, but he resisted the urge to reach for it. The elder and her disciples began chanting, their voices weaving a complex melody that resonated with the artifact. The light around it grew brighter, revealing shadowy tendrils within the orb. Elder Huilan's face grew grim. As I suspected. This artifact is no ordinary relic. It contains a fragment of an ancient cultivator's soul, a being who sought to transcend the heavens themselves. Master Ling's expression darkened. A soul fragment? That explains its power. But why would it bond with Tianyu? Because he shares its ambition, Elder Huilan replied. She turned to Tianyu. You desire strength, do you not? To protect, to fight, to rise above your limits. The artifact feeds on such desires. It will give you power, but it will also test your will. If you falter, it will consume you. Tianyu swallowed hard, his resolve hardening. I won't let it control me. I'll prove I'm stronger than it. The elder's eyes softened. Then your training begins now. But know this, the artifact's bond cannot be broken without risking your life. To master it, you must confront the soul within. Only then will you truly understand its power and your own. As the light dimmed and the artifact returned to its dormant state, a chill swept through the hall. Tianyu shivered, but it wasn't the cold that unsettled him, it was the feeling that something, or someone, was watching him. Far below the mountain, in the shadow of the forest, Wuxian stood with his arms crossed, his dark aura blending with the night. His eyes glowed faintly as he stared up at the hidden pavilion. Let them think they're safe, he murmured, a cruel smile spreading across his face. The artifact will be mine. And when it is, no one will stand in my way. The shadows around him swirled, growing darker, denser. Wuxian turned, his voice a whisper carried by the wind. Prepare yourselves. The hunt is far from over. Chapter 49, Awakening the Artifact. The training began at dawn. Tianyu stood on the circular platform in the hidden pavilion's sanctum, his breathing steady as he prepared to confront the artifact's power. Around him, Elder Huilan and her disciples chanted softly, weaving an intricate web of spiritual energy to stabilize the artifact's volatile nature. The first step, Elder Huilan said, is to communicate with the soul fragment inside. You must enter its world, its consciousness, and face it directly. Only by understanding its will can you hope to master it. Tianyu nodded, determination burning in his eyes. I'm ready. Elder Huilan raised her hand, and the artifact floated into the air, its glow intensifying. The symbols on the platform flared to life, and a beam of light enveloped Tianyu, pulling him into the artifact's realm. Tianyu found himself standing in a vast, desolate landscape. The ground beneath his feet was cracked and barren, and the sky above was an endless expanse of swirling shadows. In the distance, a figure stood, cloaked in a shifting aura of light and darkness. As Tianyu approached, the figure turned. It was a man, his features sharp and commanding, his eyes glowing with an unnatural brilliance. His robes were ancient, marked with runes that pulsed faintly with power. "You," the man said, his voice echoing across the void. "You are the one who dares to wield my power?" Tianyu stopped a few paces away, gripping his sword tightly. "Who are you?" The man smiled faintly. "I am what remains of the celestial sovereign, the one who sought to transcend the heavens. My soul was shattered, scattered across the mortal realm, but my will endures. And now, you stand before me, unworthy and yet chosen." Tianyu's jaw tightened. "I didn't ask for this. But if you think I'll let you control me, you're wrong." The celestial sovereign chuckled, a low, mirthless sound. "Control you? Foolish child. It is not control I seek, it is liberation. Prove your strength, and I may deem you worthy of my power. Fail, and you will be consumed like the others." Before Tianyu could respond, the celestial sovereign raised his hand. The ground trembled, and from the shadows emerged monstrous creatures, their forms twisted and grotesque. They charged at Tianyu, their roars deafening. Outside the artifact's realm, Xunlian paced anxiously. "How long will this take?" she asked Elder Huilan. "We're sitting ducks here, and Wu Xin could attack at any moment." Elder Huilan remained calm, her gaze fixed on the glowing artifact. "The process cannot be rushed. If Tianyu's will is strong, he will return. If not..." Xunlian scowled. "If not, then what? He's just gone?" "The artifact will consume him," Master Ling said, his voice heavy. "His soul will be trapped within it, joining the countless others who failed." Xunlian clenched her fists, anger and frustration boiling within her. "There has to be another way. We can't just leave him in there." Master Ling sighed. "This is the only way. Tianyu must face this trial alone." In the artifact's realm, Tianyu fought fiercely. His sword danced through the air, cutting down one shadowy creature after another. But no matter how many he defeated, more rose to take their place. The celestial sovereign watched silently, his expression unreadable. "You fight well," he said after a time. "But brute strength alone will not suffice. Show me your resolve. Show me the depth of your will." Tianyu gritted his teeth, his arms burning from the effort of swinging his sword. "I'll show you that I'm not afraid of you." The celestial sovereign raised an eyebrow. "Fear is not your enemy. It is doubt that will destroy you. Conquer it, or perish." As if on cue, the shadows shifted, merging into a single massive entity. It towered over Tianyu, its eyes glowing with malice. It roared, and the force of its voice sent him stumbling back. Tianyu steadied himself, his grip on his sword tightening. The artifact pulsed within him, its energy surging through his veins. He could feel its whispers growing louder, urging him to unleash its full power. "Let go," the voice inside him urged. "Accept me. Together, we are unstoppable." Tianyu hesitated. The power was there, waiting for him to claim it. But at what cost? He remembered Elder Huilan's warning, the artifact would test his will. If he gave in, it might consume him entirely. "No," Tianyu muttered, shaking his head. "I'll do this my way." The shadow beast lunged, its claws aiming for his heart. Tianyu stood his ground, his sword glowing with a faint light. At the last moment, he sidestepped, his blade slicing through the creature's arm. It howled in pain, but Tianyu didn't stop. He pressed the attack, his movements precise and deliberate. The celestial sovereign watched with growing interest. "Perhaps, you are not as weak as I thought." Back in the sanctum, the light surrounding the artifact flared brightly. Shenlian shielded her eyes, her heart pounding. What's happening? Elder Huilan's expression remained calm, but there was a hint of approval in her eyes. He's fighting. And he's winning. In the artifact's realm, Tianyu stood over the defeated shadow beast, his chest heaving. The celestial sovereign stepped forward, his expression thoughtful. You have proven your strength, he said. But strength alone is not enough. The path ahead will test your resolve, your patience, and your heart. Are you prepared to face it? Tianyu met his gaze, determination burning in his eyes. I am. The celestial sovereign nodded. Then take my power. But remember, it is not a gift. It is a burden. Use it wisely, or it will destroy you. With that, the artifact's light engulfed Tianyu, and the realm dissolved around him. When Tianyu opened his eyes, he was back in the sanctum. The artifact floated before him, its glow steady and calm. He reached out, and it settled into his hand, its energy now a part of him. Elder Huilan approached, her expression one of approval. You've passed the first trial. But this is only the beginning. The artifact will continue to test you, and Wu Xian will not stop his pursuit. Are you ready for what's to come? Tianyu stood, his grip on the artifact firm. I'm ready. Outside, a dark figure watched from the shadows, his eyes glowing with malevolent intent. Wu Xian's voice was a whisper on the wind. Enjoy your victory while it lasts, Tianyu. The real battle is just beginning. Chapter 50, The Gathering Storm. The hidden pavilion buzzed with activity as Elder Huilan ordered her disciples to fortify the mountain's defenses. Wu Xian's presence loomed on the horizon like a dark storm, and it was only a matter of time before he made his move. Tianyu stood at the edge of the pavilion's summit, the artifact resting in his hand. Its once chaotic energy now felt subdued, almost harmonious, as though it had accepted him as its wielder. Yet, he knew this was far from mastery, there was still much he didn't understand. Shenlian approached, her sharp gaze scanning the distant forest below. You think he's out there, don't you? Tianyu nodded, his grip tightening around the artifact. He's waiting for the right moment. Wu Xian isn't one to rush in blindly. He wants us to feel trapped, hopeless. Shenlian smirked. Too bad for him, I don't scare easily. What's the plan? Hide here forever or face him head-on? We need more time, Tianyu admitted. The artifact, it's powerful, but I barely scratched the surface of what it can do. If I'm going to face Wu Xian, I need to be stronger. Shenlian sighed. Fine, but don't take too long. He won't wait forever. Inside the pavilion's inner chambers, Elder Huilan and Master Ling studied a series of ancient scrolls laid out across a long stone table. The writings depicted the artifact's history, its fragmented nature, and its connection to the celestial sovereign. This confirms it, Elder Huilan said, tracing a line of text with her finger. The artifact is one of 9 pieces. Each fragment holds a portion of the celestial sovereign's power and memories. If Wu Xian gets his hands on even one more, his strength will grow exponentially. Master Ling frowned. And if he gathers all 9? Elder Huilan's expression darkened. The celestial sovereigns could be reborn. If that happens, the balance of the cultivation world will be shattered. The sovereign sought to remake the heavens themselves, his return would spell disaster for all realms. Master Ling's hand clenched into a fist. Then we can't let Wu Xian take even a single step further. Elder Huilan nodded. Agreed. But protecting Tianyu isn't enough. We must find the other fragments before he does. Later that night, Tianyu sat cross-legged in a secluded courtyard, the artifact floating before him. He focused his energy, attempting to connect with its essence as Elder Huilan had instructed. The artifact pulsed faintly, and a vision began to take shape. He found himself in a vast starry expanse, the same desolate void where he had met the celestial sovereign. But this time, he wasn't alone. A woman stood before him, her figure draped in ethereal light. Her eyes glowed with a soft warmth, and her voice was like a melody. Tianyu, you carry a heavy burden. Who are you? Tianyu asked cautiously, his hand resting on his sword. I am Mei Lan, she said, her tone gentle. I was once the celestial sovereign's closest disciple. What remains of my soul is bound to this artifact, just as his is. Tianyu frowned. Another soul fragment? Why are you here? Mei Lan's expression turned sorrowful. I was tasked with guiding those who would wield the artifact. The sovereign's ambition was boundless, but his downfall was his pride. He believed himself invincible, and it led to his destruction. You must not make the same mistake. I don't plan to, Tianyu said firmly. I don't want to end up like him. Mei Lan stepped closer, her light dimming slightly. Good. But be warned, Wu Xian is more dangerous than you realize. He, too, seeks the fragments, but his purpose is darker than you know. He wishes to ascend by any means necessary, even if it means sacrificing countless lives. Tianyu clenched his fists. Then I'll stop him. I'll protect this artifact and everyone who depends on me. Mei Lan's smile was bittersweet. Your resolve is strong, but resolve alone will not be enough. The sovereign's power is vast, and you've only begun to scratch the surface. Seek the other fragments, not for their power, but for the truth they hold. Only then will you uncover the artifact's full potential. As her figure faded, her final words lingered in the void, do not let the shadows consume you, Tianyu. Tianyu awoke with a start, the artifact glowing faintly in his hand. He glanced around the courtyard, his heart racing. Mei Lan's words echoed in his mind, filling him with a renewed sense of purpose. He rose to his feet and sought out Elder Huilan and Master Ling, finding them still poring over the ancient scrolls. I need to find the other fragments, Tianyu said without preamble. Elder Huilan looked up, her eyes narrowing. You're certain? Tianyu nodded. The artifact's soul, Mei Lan, came to me. She said the fragments hold the key to understanding its power. If Wu Xian gets to them first, we're all doomed. Master Ling exchanged a worried glance with Elder Huilan. It's a dangerous path, Tianyu. The fragments are scattered across the cultivation world, guarded by ancient sects, beasts, and worse. And Wu Xian won't let you search in peace. I don't care, Tianyu said, his voice firm. This is my responsibility. If the fragments are the key to stopping Wu Xian, then I'll find them. No matter what. Elder Huilan studied him for a moment before nodding. Very well. But you won't go alone. Shunlian and Master Ling will accompany you, and I'll provide you with maps and knowledge of the fragments' possible locations. Time is of the essence. Far below the mountain, Wu Xian stood atop a ridge, his dark aura swirling around him. His subordinates knelt before him, their expressions fearful. The hidden pavilion shelters them for now, Wu Xian said, his voice a low growl. But it won't protect them for long. Soon, they'll leave its sanctuary in search of the other fragments. When they do, we'll strike. He turned, his crimson eyes glowing with malice. Prepare the Shadow Legion. Let them know that nowhere in this world is safe. Tianyu's journey ends with me. The shadows around him surged, taking monstrous forms as his laughter echoed through the night. The hunt was on. Chapter 51, A Journey Begins. The next morning, the group gathered in the hidden pavilion's main hall, where Elder Huilan unfurled an ancient map onto a stone table. The map shimmered with faint spiritual energy, depicting the vast cultivation world in intricate detail. Dotted across its surface were 9 glowing points, each one representing the possible location of a fragment. These are the suspected resting places of the sovereign's fragments, Elder Huilan explained. Each is hidden in a region tied to the sovereign's legacy, protected by ancient formations or fearsome guardians. Your first destination will be the Valley of Eternal Frost. Master Ling frowned. That's in the northern reaches, isn't it? The region is treacherous even without a fragment's influence. Elder Huilan nodded. Yes. The valley is a frozen wasteland where the spiritual energy is wild and unstable. Few cultivators dare to venture there. If Wu Xian hasn't already, he'll send his forces once he realizes your intent. Tianyu stepped forward, his gaze fixed on the map. The harder the journey, the better. If the fragments are easy to reach, we'd have bigger problems. Shenlian smirked. Well, I hope you like freezing to death, because the northern reaches are no joke. Master Ling turned to Elder Huilan. What can you tell us about the fragment's guardian? The Valley of Eternal Frost is said to be home to a Frostfire Phoenix, Elder Huilan replied. A mythical beast of immense power. If the fragment is there, it's likely that the Phoenix has been influenced by its energy. Tian Yu's expression hardened. Then we'll deal with it. Whatever it takes. The group departed at dawn, their journey taking them through dense forests and across rolling plains. The further north they traveled, the colder the air became, and the landscape began to shift into icy tundras. The once bustling villages became sparse, their inhabitants wary of outsiders. Shenlian shivered under her cloak. Remind me why we couldn't start with a nice tropical location? Master Ling chuckled. Cultivation journeys are rarely comfortable, Shenlian. Tian Yu ignored their banter, his mind focused on the task ahead. The artifact pulsed faintly in his satchel, as if responding to the fragment's proximity. It wasn't just a tool, it was guiding him, pulling him closer to its kin. By the third day, they reached the outskirts of the Valley of Eternal Frost. The landscape was a stark expanse of ice and snow, with jagged peaks rising in the distance. The air was bitterly cold, and even the spiritual energy felt sluggish. This is it, Tian Yu said, his breath visible in the frigid air. The artifact's energy is stronger here. Shenlian scanned the horizon, her hand on her sword. And so is the danger. I can feel it. Master Ling stepped forward, his aura flaring slightly to ward off the cold. Stay alert. The Frostfire Phoenix won't be the only threat here. The valley itself is alive, and it doesn't take kindly to intruders. As they ventured deeper into the valley, the terrain grew more treacherous. The ground was slick with ice, and the howling winds carried flakes of razor-sharp snow. Yet, amid the desolation, there was an otherworldly beauty. Crystals of frozen spiritual energy hung in the air like stars, casting faint glows in the dim light. Suddenly, the artifact in Tian Yu's satchel pulsed violently, and a wave of energy swept through the valley. The ground beneath their feet trembled, and a deafening roar echoed across the icy expanse. Shenlian drew her sword, her eyes narrowing. What was that? Master Ling's expression darkened. The Phoenix knows we're here. The Frostfire Phoenix descended from the peaks, its massive wings stirring whirlwinds of snow and fire. Its feathers shimmered with alternating hues of icy blue and blazing orange, and its piercing eyes burned with an unnatural light. It landed before them, its sheer presence making the ground quake. Who dares trespass in my domain? It boomed, its voice a blend of fury and ancient wisdom. Tian Yu stepped forward, his hand on the artifact. We're here for the fragment you guard. We don't want to fight, but we will if we have to. The Phoenix's gaze locked onto him, and it let out a low growl. The fragment's power has corrupted this land for centuries, yet none have dared to challenge me for it. Foolish mortals, do you think yourselves worthy? Master Ling raised his staff, his aura flaring. We don't seek to take it for greed. The fragment is part of something much larger, something dangerous. We must gather them before they fall into the wrong hands. The Phoenix tilted its head, its fiery gaze piercing. Your words carry truth, but words alone do not earn trust. Prove your resolve. Prove your worth. It spread its wings, and a massive wave of frost and flame erupted from its body, engulfing the group in a chaotic storm. Tian Yu reacted instinctively, drawing his sword and channeling the artifact's energy into it. The blade glowed with a radiant light, cutting through the storm as he charged at the Phoenix. The artifact pulsed in sync with his movements, its power amplifying his strikes. Shenlian flanked the beast, her swordplay swift and precise. Don't get cocky, Tian Yu. This thing's tougher than it looks. Master Ling chanted under his breath, summoning barriers of spiritual energy to shield the group from the Phoenix's devastating attacks. Focus. Its flames are infused with spiritual energy. Overwhelm it, or we won't last long. The Phoenix let out another roar, its talons slashing at Tian Yu with blinding speed. He barely dodged, his aura flaring as he countered with a burst of energy from the artifact. The attack struck the phoenix's chest, causing it to stagger back, but it recovered quickly. "You fight well," the phoenix said, its tone almost amused. "But you have yet to earn my trust." Tianyu gritted his teeth, his determination unwavering. "Then I'll show you. I won't stop until I've proven myself." As the battle raged on, the artifact's whispers grew louder in Tianyu's mind, urging him to unleash more of its power. But he resisted, knowing that losing control could spell disaster. He had to win this fight on his terms. The phoenix, sensing his resolve, paused for a moment. Its flames dimmed slightly, and its gaze softened. "Perhaps, there is more to you than I thought." It let out a piercing cry, summoning a massive pillar of fire and ice. "Survive this, and I will grant you the fragment." The ground shook as the attack descended, and Tianyu braced himself, drawing on every ounce of his strength. This was the moment that would define him, not just as a cultivator, but as the artifact's chosen wielder. The storm of frost and flame consumed the battlefield, leaving the outcome uncertain. Chapter 52: The Phoenix's Acknowledgement. When the storm subsided, the Valley of Eternal Frost lay in eerie silence. Ice shards glittered in the faint light, scattered across the battlefield. Tianyu stood amidst the devastation, his breath labored but steady. His sword, glowing faintly with the artifact's energy, was embedded in the ground for support. Across from him, the Frostfire Phoenix perched on a jagged spire of ice. Its brilliant feathers were dimmed, and faint traces of its energy flickered weakly. Yet its fiery gaze remained fixed on Tianyu, a mix of curiosity and approval. "You survived," the Phoenix said, its voice carrying a tone of reluctant respect. "Few have endured my flames and frost. Fewer still withstood my final trial. You have proven yourself worthy." Tianyu wiped the blood from his lip, his determination unwavering. "I told you we didn't come here to destroy. The artifact's fragments must be united, or the entire cultivation world will fall into chaos." The phoenix regarded him silently for a moment before spreading its wings. It let out a soft cry, and the air around it shimmered with a radiant glow. From within its chest, a fragment of pure light emerged, suspended in the air. "This fragment has corrupted my home and tested my will for centuries," the phoenix said. "Its power is immense, but its burden is heavy. Take it, but heed my warning: each fragment you gather will bring you closer to the celestial sovereign's truth. That truth may break you." The fragment floated toward Tianyu, its radiant energy harmonizing with the artifact in his hand. As it merged, the artifact pulsed with newfound power, and Tianyu felt a surge of energy course through his body. For a brief moment, he glimpsed a vision, a celestial battlefield, the sovereign standing tall amidst chaos, his expression a mix of triumph and despair. Shenlian approached cautiously, her sword still drawn. "Is it over?" Tianyu nodded, his gaze still fixed on the phoenix. "It's over. The fragment is ours." Master Ling stepped forward, his aura glowing faintly as he healed Tianyu's wounds. "You've done well, Tianyu. But the phoenix is right. Each fragment will bring us closer to understanding the sovereign's intentions and closer to the dangers that come with them." The Frostfire Phoenix lowered its head, its massive form now subdued. "My duty here is done. I will leave this valley and find a new home, one untainted by the fragment's influence. Should you ever need my aid, summon me through the artifact. My flames are now yours to command." Tianyu's eyes widened in surprise. "You mean?" "Yes," the phoenix interrupted. "I recognize you as my master, for now. But do not misuse this bond. My allegiance is to balance, not to you alone." Tianyu bowed deeply. "Thank you. I will honor your trust." With a final cry, the phoenix spread its wings and ascended into the sky, disappearing into the horizon. The valley, once suffused with chaotic energy, grew still and silent, as though the land itself could finally rest. As the group made their way out of the valley, Shenlian broke the silence. "Well, that was something. A mythical beast and a fragment of unimaginable power, all in a day's work. What's next?" Tianyu glanced at the artifact, which now glowed faintly with two fragments. The next fragment is in the verdant abyss, deep in the southern jungles. But Wuxian won't stay idle. He knows we're gathering the fragments, and he'll come after us. Master Ling nodded. We need to move quickly. Each fragment we acquire will make us stronger, but it will also draw more attention. The forces aligned with Wuxian won't let us continue unchallenged. Shenlian smirked, her hand resting on her sword. Let them come. I've been itching for a real fight. Tianyu's expression darkened. This isn't just about fights. It's about the fate of the cultivation world. If Wuxian gets even one fragment, he'll tip the balance in his favor. He turned to his companions, his resolve evident. We can't afford to lose. Not now. Not ever. Far away, in the shadows of a crumbling temple, Wuxian sat cross-legged, his aura pulsing with dark energy. Before him, a translucent figure knelt, a subordinate delivering urgent news. They've acquired the fragment from the Frostfire Phoenix, the figure reported. It seems the boy has earned the Phoenix's allegiance. Wuxian's eyes gleamed with malice. Interesting. The artifact is awakening faster than I anticipated. This changes nothing. He rose, his dark robes billowing around him like a storm. Send word to our agents in the verdant abyss. The next fragment is there, and so is their doom. Tianyu may think himself the sovereign's heir, but he'll learn that even gods can bleed. As Wuxian's laughter echoed through the temple, the shadows around him writhed, and a sinister energy filled the air. The hunt was far from over. Chapter 53, Into the Verdant Abyss. The days following their victory in the Valley of Eternal Frost were filled with quiet tension. The group traveled south, the air growing warmer as they neared the dense jungles of the Verdant Abyss. The landscape shifted from icy plains to lush, wild terrain, the scent of earth and growing things thick in the air. Towering trees with massive canopies blocked out the sun, and thick vines intertwined with ancient ruins that seemed to whisper of forgotten histories. Tianyu walked at the front of the group, the artifact securely fastened at his side. 2 fragments now pulsed softly within it, a constant reminder of the growing power they wielded and the dangers that came with it. Shenlian's eyes scanned the surroundings, her hand never straying far from her sword. I don't like this place. It feels alive. Too alive. Master Ling, ever calm, nodded. The Verdant Abyss is an ancient site, said to be infused with primal energy. The jungle itself is a guardian, its flora and fauna twisted by centuries of cultivation. Not to mention the beasts, Tianyu muttered. We need to stay alert. Wuxian is sure to send his forces here as well. As they ventured deeper into the jungle, the air grew thick with humidity, and strange sounds echoed from the distance, calls of unseen creatures, rustling in the foliage. The path ahead was obscured by dense trees and overgrown vines, making it difficult to see more than a few steps in front of them. Shenlian suddenly stopped, her senses alert. Do you hear that? Tianyu paused, narrowing his eyes. The forest had grown eerily quiet, save for the faintest whispering sound. It was as if the jungle itself held its breath. A sudden rustle came from behind them, followed by the unmistakable sound of twigs snapping underfoot. Tianyu's hand instinctively went to his sword, but before he could draw it, a figure stepped out from the shadows. It was a man, clad in dark, tattered robes, his eyes gleaming with malicious intent. His aura was dark, corrupted, and his presence sent a chill down Tianyu's spine. So, you've come to the Verdant Abyss, the man said, his voice low and dripping with disdain. I had hoped to find you here. Tianyu's grip tightened on his sword, recognizing the figure immediately. Wuxian's agent. The man smiled, revealing sharp, cruel teeth. Clever boy. I'm here to ensure that you don't leave this place with the fragment. The abyss is not for you. Shenlian stepped forward, drawing her sword in one smooth motion. You don't get to dictate that. We're taking the fragment, and there's nothing you can do to stop us. Master Ling's calm voice cut through the tension. This man is no ordinary cultivator. His aura is tainted, likely a servant of Wuxian's dark forces. Be careful. The figure laughed darkly, his body shifting unnaturally as if bending the very air around him. You think you can stand against me? I've already been granted powers beyond your comprehension. Before anyone could react, the man vanished, his form dissolving into the shadows of the jungle. The air around them thickened, and the trees began to shake, their roots twisting and pulling as though alive. Watch out! Tian Yu shouted as a massive vine shot toward them, its thick tendrils coiling with unnatural speed. Xin Lian reacted swiftly, slicing through the vine with a single strike, but more began to emerge from the ground, wrapping around their legs and trying to pull them toward the shadows. The jungle itself seemed to be against them, responding to the dark cultivator's presence. Tian Yu's gaze darted around, his pulse quickening. The man was manipulating the environment itself, using the jungle's energy to fight them. This is his power. He's controlling the abyss. Master Ling stepped forward, his staff glowing with spiritual energy. He raised it high, creating a protective barrier around the group. This jungle may be alive, but it is not invincible. Focus on the enemy. As the vines recoiled from the barrier, the dark cultivator's form reappeared in the distance, his grin widening. You're stronger than I expected, but this is just the beginning. The jungle responds to my will. You're trapped in my domain now. Tian Yu clenched his fists, his gaze unwavering. Then we'll break free. This isn't just about the jungle, it's about stopping Wu Xian. The dark cultivator's smile faltered for a moment, and his eyes narrowed. Wu Xian? You think you can stand against him, even with the fragments? Foolish child. The fragments are already his. You have no idea what you're up against. Tian Yu's eyes narrowed, a fire igniting within him. Then I'll just have to learn what it means to be his enemy. With a fierce battle cry, Tian Yu unleashed a wave of energy from the artifact, the combined power of the two fragments surging through his body. The jungle trembled, and the vines hesitated, as if sensing the immense energy he wielded. Xin Lian charged forward, her blade a flash of silver in the dim light. Master Ling followed close behind, his staff glowing with protective runes as he kept the vines at bay. The dark cultivator hissed, his form shifting again as he commanded the jungle's tendrils to strike. But Tian Yu was ready. With a swift motion, he wielded the power of the artifact, sending a surge of light toward the dark figure. The attack collided with the man's form, causing him to stagger back, his dark energy flickering. But before Tian Yu could press the advantage, the dark cultivator's shadow seemed to stretch and consume him, vanishing once more into the jungle's depths. You cannot win, the man's voice echoed from every direction. You've only just begun to understand what Wu Xian is capable of. Tian Yu's heart raced as the forest began to grow still once more, the oppressive energy lifting slightly. Then we'll make him understand what we're capable of. The group continued deeper into the jungle, the oppressive atmosphere hanging over them like a heavy shroud. As they approached the heart of the verdant abyss, the air grew thick with the scent of ancient flowers and the rustle of unseen creatures. They knew the fragment was close, but so was their adversary. Tian Yu couldn't shake the feeling that time was running out. Wu Xian's reach was long, and with every fragment, the stakes grew higher. Soon, it would no longer be about fragments, it would be a battle for the very soul of the cultivation world. In the dark temple far from the jungle, Wu Xian stood before a dark altar, his hands raised as he chanted in an ancient tongue. A swirling black mist coiled around the room, and the shadows seemed to grow deeper. His eyes glowed with malice as he spoke to the air, his voice calm yet filled with deadly intent. Tian Yu may think he's on a path to power, but he is nothing more than a pawn. Soon, the fragments will all be mine, and then the world will be remade in my image. A chilling laugh escaped his lips as the darkness around him thickened. The endgame was near. Chapter 54, The Heart of the Abyss. The deeper they ventured into the verdant abyss, the more intense the presence of darkness grew. The jungle, once teeming with life, now felt oppressive, like an ancient predator watching them from the shadows. The vines seemed to pulse with malevolent energy, and the air became thick with a strange, almost intoxicating scent, something sweet yet corrupted. Tian Yu's hand rested on the artifact, the two fragments within it now resonating with the jungle's energy. The connection between the artifact and the environment was growing stronger, and his every step felt like he was being drawn into the heart of something ancient and powerful. This place is a labyrinth, Xin Lian muttered, her eyes scanning the surroundings. No clear paths, just endless trees and vines. How are we supposed to find the fragment in all this? Master Ling, his staff glowing softly, nodded in agreement. The verdant abyss was once a sacred site, but now it is twisted, corrupted by dark forces. We'll have to rely on the artifact to guide us. Tian Yu closed his eyes for a moment, concentrating. The artifact pulsed with an undeniable pull, guiding him in a specific direction. It was faint, but unmistakable. It's this way, he said, pointing toward a dense cluster of trees. The fragment is close. The further they walked, the heavier the air became. It was as if the very jungle itself was holding its breath, waiting for something. The ground beneath their feet became soft and spongy, and the trees loomed taller and darker, their branches entwining like the claws of a giant. Suddenly, a rustling sound broke the silence, and a massive figure emerged from the shadows, a creature of nightmare proportions. Its body was covered in thick, dark scales that shimmered with venomous light, and its eyes glowed with a malevolent fire. It was a massive serpent, easily 50 feet long, its body coiling through the trees with terrifying speed. Xin Lian drew her sword, her eyes narrowing as she prepared for the attack. A guardian? Tian Yu's grip tightened on the artifact. Not just a guardian. This thing is tied to the fragment. It's part of the corruption that's taken hold of the abyss. The serpent's tongue flicked out, tasting the air before it hissed loudly, its eyes locking onto Tian Yu. With a sudden strike, it lunged forward, its jaws wide open, aiming for him. Move! Tian Yu shouted. Xin Lian and Master Ling leaped into action, striking at the serpent's body with their swords and staff, but the creature's scales were like armor, unyielding and resistant to their attacks. The serpent recoiled and lashed out again, this time targeting Master Ling. With a flick of his staff, Master Ling created a barrier of energy that deflected the serpent's strike, but the force of the blow sent him stumbling back. Its strength is overwhelming, he said, his voice strained. We need a different approach. Tian Yu focused, his mind linking with the artifact. He could feel its power pulsing more intensely now, as if responding to the danger. The two fragments inside it began to vibrate, and a surge of energy rushed through him. Xin Lian, get ready! Tian Yu called out. With a fierce battle cry, Tian Yu leaped forward, his sword drawn. The artifact's energy flooded his body, and he could feel his strength multiplying as the jungle around him seemed to bend to his will. He slashed at the serpent's scales with blinding speed, his sword crackling with energy. Each strike resonated with the power of the fragments, carving deep into the serpent's body. The serpent hissed in pain, thrashing violently as it recoiled from Tian Yu's assault. Xin Lian darted in, her sword flashing through the air as she struck at the serpent's exposed underbelly. The beast let out a final roar, and with one last convulsion, it collapsed to the ground, lifeless. Its massive body fell with a thunderous crash, sending a cloud of dust and debris into the air. Tian Yu stood panting, his body covered in sweat, but his expression was focused. It's done. Master Ling approached cautiously, his gaze shifting to the serpent's body. That was no ordinary guardian. The abyss is more dangerous than I imagined. Xin Lian wiped the sweat from her brow, a grin playing at the corner of her lips. Still, we made it through. And that's one more obstacle out of the way. Tian Yu nodded. We're close. The fragment is just ahead. The jungle grew quieter as they continued on, the air becoming almost unnaturally still. Soon, they reached the heart of the verdant abyss, an ancient temple, half buried beneath the overgrowth. The stone pillars that once held the structure upright were now cracked and eroded, covered in vines and moss, but the temple still exuded an aura of immense power. Tian Yu approached the entrance cautiously, his senses on high alert. The artifact pulsed in his hand, its energy drawing him toward the center of the temple. There it is, Tian Yu murmured, pointing toward an altar at the heart of the temple. Resting upon it was a glowing crystal, the fragment they sought. It radiated pure, untainted energy, contrasting with the corruption that had overtaken the jungle around it. Before they could reach it, however, a dark laugh echoed from the shadows. Well, the voice said, cold and mocking. It seems you finally found it. From the darkness stepped the same dark cultivator they had encountered earlier, his form flickering like a shadow. Behind him, a group of his followers, twisted, shadowy figures emerged from the depths of the jungle. Their faces were gaunt, their eyes hollow, and their bodies seemed to flicker in and out of existence. "You're too late," the cultivator sneered. "The abyss belongs to Wu Xian now. And this fragment," he gestured to the glowing crystal, "will be the key to his ultimate power. You think you can stop us? You'll die here, just like all the others." Tian Yu clenched his fists, his gaze unwavering. "Not if I can help it." The artifact in his hand pulsed with energy, and he could feel the fragments inside it calling to him, urging him to tap into their power. This was the moment. The power of the sovereign's legacy was within his reach, but so was the dark force that Wu Xian controlled. It was a battle for everything: freedom, power, and the future of the cultivation world. As the dark cultivator raised his hand, preparing to strike, Tian Yu stepped forward, his sword crackling with energy. "It ends here," he said, his voice filled with resolve. And with that, the battle for the fragment and the fate of the cultivation world began. Chapter 55: The Battle for the Fragment. The dark cultivator's twisted smile grew wider as he raised his hand, dark energy swirling around his fingers. The shadows in the temple seemed to respond, coiling around him like serpents, and the very air grew thick with malevolent power. "You don't understand," the dark cultivator hissed. "Wu Xian's vision is far beyond your comprehension. Once I claim this fragment, I will reshape everything. Your fight is futile." Tian Yu's grip on the artifact tightened. The pulsing energy within it resonated with a deep, primal power, urging him to take control. The jungle around him seemed to retreat, as if sensing the shift in energy, and even the corrupted guardians paused in hesitation. "We'll see about that," Tian Yu muttered, stepping forward. Shen Lian was at his side in an instant, her sword drawn and ready. "We're not going to let you take that fragment." Master Ling, standing at the rear, raised his staff and chanted softly, forming a protective barrier around them. "Tian Yu, be careful. The cultivator's aura is dark and unstable. He has corrupted the very essence of this place." The dark cultivator sneered, a wave of energy exploding from him in every direction. The force sent shockwaves through the air, shaking the temple's ancient structure. The ground cracked beneath their feet, and the pillars trembled, threatening to collapse under the pressure. With a flick of his wrist, the dark cultivator sent tendrils of shadow at Tian Yu and his group. Each tendril moved like a whip, crackling with dark energy, and they lashed out at the group with incredible speed. Tian Yu reacted swiftly, summoning the artifact's power. He raised his sword high, the two fragments within it glowing brighter, and with a forceful swing, he cleaved through the shadow tendrils. The dark energy dissipated in a burst of sparks, but the cultivator was already moving again, his body flickering in and out of existence like a shadow in the night. "You're more skilled than I expected," the dark cultivator said, his voice growing cold and calculating. "But no matter how strong you become, you'll never be able to stop me." "Not with Wu Xian's blessing." "Wu Xian's blessing?" Tian Yu asked, confusion flickering in his mind. "What do you mean?" The cultivator laughed, a low, hollow sound. "You think you understand what's at stake? Wu Xian has been gathering power for centuries. These fragments are only the beginning. When he possesses them all, he'll awaken the true power of the celestial sovereign. He'll become a god." Tian Yu's heart clenched at the mention of the celestial sovereign. The pieces were starting to fall into place. Wu Xian didn't just want the fragments for power, he wanted to control the sovereign's will, to reshape the entire cultivation world in his own image. "You're wrong," Tian Yu said, his voice resolute. "The fragments are not meant to be controlled by anyone. Not by Wu Xian, and not by me. They must be kept safe." The dark cultivator's eyes flashed with irritation. "You think you have a choice in the matter? The fragments are already choosing sides, and you will fall." He surged forward, his form dissolving into a whirlwind of shadow, and in an instant, he appeared right in front of Tian Yu, his hand outstretched and crackling with dark energy. The force of the strike was so powerful that the air around them seemed to warp, and Tian Yu felt the weight of it pressing down on him. But before the blow could land, Shen Lian leapt into action, her sword flashing through the air. She met the dark cultivator's hand with her blade, sending a shockwave through the temple. The force of their clash sent them both skidding back, but the cultivator's smirk never faltered. "You're more trouble than I thought," he said, his voice filled with malice. Tianyu's chest tightened as the battle continued to rage around them. The dark cultivator's followers, the shadowy figures that had appeared from the depths of the jungle, began to advance, their forms flickering with dark energy. The temple, once a place of power, was now a battleground. But Tianyu felt something stir within him, an understanding, a connection. The artifact pulsed with a powerful resonance, and the fragments within it began to glow brighter, their energy merging. The jungle around them seemed to stir, as if awakening from its corrupted slumber. Suddenly, the ground beneath them cracked open, and massive roots shot up from below, wrapping around the dark cultivator's followers, holding them in place. The power of the verdant abyss was no longer just a force of corruption, it was now fighting back, channeling its energy through the fragments. "What is this?" the dark cultivator hissed, his eyes wide with realization. "The jungle is rejecting me?" Tianyu's gaze was filled with determination. "It's not your power that controls this place. It's the balance of nature itself." With a shout, Tianyu raised the artifact above his head, and the fragments within it blazed with brilliant light. The jungle seemed to respond to him, the very trees and vines shifting to his will as the balance of the abyss began to restore itself. The dark cultivator's followers struggled against the roots, but their efforts were in vain. "No," the dark cultivator snarled, his form flickering with rage. "This isn't over. Wuxian's power will rise, and nothing will stop him." Tianyu's voice was steady, unwavering. "Not while I still stand. You're finished." With a final surge of energy, Tianyu thrust his sword forward, channeling the combined might of the fragments into a single, powerful strike. The light from the sword cut through the darkness like a blade through silk, and the dark cultivator's form was shattered in an explosion of shadow and light. The jungle fell silent as the dark presence was eradicated, and the shadowy figures disappeared, their bodies disintegrating into dust. The vines and roots slowly receded, and the temple seemed to breathe once more. Shenlian approached, wiping her brow. "That was intense." Master Ling, though exhausted, smiled. "The jungle is free of its corruption, thanks to Tianyu." Tianyu, breathing heavily, lowered his sword. He glanced at the glowing fragment on the altar, its energy pulsing gently, as if waiting for him. "We're not done yet," Tianyu said, his voice steady. "There's more to this than just fragments. Wuxian's plans are far from finished, and we have to stop him. No matter what it takes." The group nodded in agreement, the weight of their mission now clearer than ever. The path ahead was uncertain, but one thing was sure, the fragments were only a part of a much larger battle. And they would face it together. As they moved toward the altar to collect the fragment, the jungle around them shifted once more, this time in approval. The verdant abyss had chosen its champion. And Tianyu knew that this was only the beginning. Chapter 56, The Fragment's True Power. As Tianyu stepped toward the altar, the fragment pulsed in response to his presence. He could feel the deep, almost ancient energy resonating within it, as if it were calling to him, urging him to take it into his hands. With a steady breath, Tianyu reached out, and as his fingers brushed the smooth surface of the glowing crystal, a flood of images surged into his mind. The fragments had always been more than mere artifacts, they were conduits of an immense power, the last remnants of the celestial sovereign's will, their purpose not just to be claimed, but to be understood. He staggered back, overwhelmed by the sheer intensity of the visions. They came in flashes, glimpses of a world far older than his own, of a time when the celestial sovereign had ruled all, when the cultivation world was unified under a single banner. But the images soon darkened, showing the sovereign's fall, his power splintered into fragments, and the corruption that had seeped into the world over time. This is too much," Tianyu whispered, trying to steady his racing heart. Shenlian and Master Ling stepped forward, concern etched on their faces. "Tianyu, are you all right?" Shenlian asked, her voice soft but urgent. The vision slowly faded, leaving Tianyu breathless and shaken. He held the fragment tightly in his hand, the weight of its power settling in. "It's more than I thought," he said quietly, his voice distant. "These fragments are not just keys to power. They're pieces of something that can change everything." Master Ling's eyes narrowed. The celestial sovereigns will, if Wuxian gains control over all the fragments, the world itself will be remade according to his vision. Shen Lian's gaze hardened. We cannot let that happen. If Wuxian possesses the fragments, he'll reshape the world into a dark, twisted version of itself. Tian Yu nodded, his grip tightening on the fragment. I know. We have to find the other fragments before Wuxian does. The jungle around them had grown eerily quiet, the vibrant green of the trees now muted under the weight of the recent battle. The air felt charged, as if the world itself was waiting for something to happen. The temple, once a place of dark power, was now at peace. The vines receded into the earth, and the oppressive atmosphere lifted, leaving only the faint hum of nature. Master Ling surveyed the area with a thoughtful expression. This is the first of many trials. The fragments are not easily obtained, and each one will bring its own challenges. But now that we have this one, we have a chance. Tian Yu looked down at the artifact, still glowing faintly in his hand. But how do we find the others? The fragments are scattered across the world, Master Ling explained. Hidden in places of great power, lost to time and history. Some may be in ruins, others guarded by ancient creatures or powerful cultivators. Each fragment will be more difficult to obtain than the last. Shen Lian's eyes gleamed with determination. Then we'll search for them. We'll leave no stone unturned. Tian Yu felt a surge of resolve. He knew the road ahead would be treacherous, filled with dangers and obstacles beyond anything they had faced before. But with each fragment they found, they would get closer to stopping Wuxian. The group left the verdant abyss, the temple now a distant memory behind them. Their journey was far from over, but the first step had been taken. The jungle had given up its secret, and now, they were one step closer to unraveling the mystery of the celestial sovereign's legacy. As they traveled, Tian Yu felt the weight of the artifact in his hand, its power constant and ever-present. It was more than just a tool, it was a symbol of his responsibility. A responsibility to keep the fragments safe, to protect the balance of the cultivation world, and to stop Wuxian from reshaping everything in his image. The world ahead of them was vast, filled with unknown dangers and hidden truths. But with the first fragment in their possession, they had a small measure of hope. As the days passed, they moved swiftly, traveling from one ancient ruin to another, seeking out the next clue. They encountered fierce battles, hostile cultivators, and mysterious creatures guarding the next fragment, but with each victory, Tian Yu and his companions grew stronger. The world was vast, and the fragments were well hidden, but each time they uncovered one, they discovered more about the celestial sovereign's true intentions, and the depths of Wuxian's malevolent ambitions. One evening, as they camped beneath the stars, Tian Yu sat alone by the fire, holding the fragment and contemplating the journey ahead. The visions from earlier had left him with a deep sense of unease. What was the true purpose of the celestial sovereign's power? What had caused the sovereign's fall? His thoughts were interrupted by a familiar voice. "You're thinking too hard," Shen Lian said, sitting beside him. Her smile was warm, though her eyes reflected the same concerns that weighed heavily on Tian Yu's heart. "We've made it this far, and we'll keep going. Together." Tian Yu smiled faintly, grateful for her presence. He didn't know where this journey would take them, or what the future held, but he knew that with Shen Lian and Master Ling by his side, they would face whatever came their way. Master Ling's voice called out from the other side of the camp, his tone filled with quiet wisdom. "The road ahead is long, Tian Yu. But with each step, we're getting closer to the truth." Tian Yu nodded, looking at the stars above. They had come so far already, but this was only the beginning. The fragments were just pieces of a larger puzzle, a puzzle that would reveal the true nature of the celestial sovereign's power and the dangers it posed to the entire world. Wuxian's plans were far from finished, and the battle for the fragments had only just begun. But Tian Yu was ready. Chapter 57, The Shifting Sands. The next morning dawned clear and bright, the first rays of sunlight piercing through the canopy above. The jungle that had once been a place of corruption was now calm, as if the land itself had exhaled a sigh of relief after their battle with the dark cultivator. Tian Yu stood, gazing at the fragment in his hand, his thoughts swirling. The journey was far from over. Each step was a battle against not only the forces of darkness but also the creeping sense that they were being watched, followed by unseen eyes. Wuxian's influence stretched far and wide, and with each fragment they recovered, the stakes grew higher. Shenlian approached from behind, her steps light but purposeful. "We need to move quickly," she said, her voice steady. "I've had scouts report signs of Wuxian's followers in the area. They're close." Tian Yu looked up at her, his grip tightening on the fragment. "I know. Every moment we waste puts us in more danger." Master Ling, who had been studying a map laid out before him, glanced up, his expression grim. "We need to head to the north, toward the Forbidden Desert. There are ruins there, ancient enough to hold the next fragment. But the desert is a place of great peril." Tian Yu nodded. "Then we go to the desert. We can't afford to wait." The journey toward the Forbidden Desert took several weeks, each day filled with uncertainty. The landscape shifted as they moved farther from the jungle, the lush greenery giving way to barren plains. As they crossed through small villages, they saw the fear in the eyes of the people. Rumors of Wuxian's growing power had spread, and many feared that his followers were closing in on the ancient fragments. The further they traveled, the more tense the atmosphere became. Even Shenlian, usually confident and calm, seemed uneasy. "I don't like this," she muttered one evening as they set up camp. "It feels like we're being hunted." Tian Yu met her gaze, his own unease reflecting in his eyes. "We are. We've been hunted since the moment we started collecting these fragments. But we can't stop now." Master Ling remained quiet, his eyes scanning the horizon. "The desert is not a place for the weak. Its heat, its storms, they are deadly to those who are unprepared. We must stay vigilant." As the days passed, they neared the edge of the desert, the sand stretching endlessly before them, shimmering in the blistering heat. The wind whispered across the dunes, carrying with it the scent of ancient secrets buried beneath the sand. The Forbidden Desert was a vast expanse, a land of shifting sands and forgotten tombs. The heat was unbearable, the sun relentless in its fury. Tian Yu could feel the desert's weight pressing down on them, as though the very land itself was alive, watching their every move. Master Ling led the way, his staff cutting through the dry air with each step. "Somewhere in this desert lies a ruin older than any we've encountered," he explained. "It is said to be the resting place of an ancient cultivator who once fought beside the celestial sovereign. If we are to find the next fragment, we must locate the ruin and retrieve it before Wuxian's followers do." Tian Yu adjusted the straps on his pack, his eyes scanning the horizon. "How will we find it?" "The ruins are hidden beneath the sands," Master Ling replied. "But the air itself will tell us when we're close. The desert has a way of revealing its secrets to those who are attuned to its rhythms." As the days wore on, the heat became unbearable. Their water supply dwindled, and the sandstorms grew more frequent. It felt as if the desert was determined to swallow them whole, but Tian Yu refused to relent. He knew they couldn't afford to stop. If they didn't find the fragment soon, they would be at the mercy of the desert, and worse, Wuxian's followers. On the fourth day, as the sun began to set, a strange feeling swept over Tian Yu. He paused in his tracks, his senses heightened, and he glanced toward the horizon. "Master Ling," he called quietly, his voice tense. "I think we're close." Master Ling stopped, his eyes narrowing. "I feel it too." Suddenly, the wind shifted, and the ground beneath them began to tremble. The sand around them shifted as if moved by an unseen hand, and slowly, a massive structure began to rise from beneath the sands, a vast, ruined temple, its architecture ancient and unfamiliar. The group stood in awe for a moment, the desert seemingly giving up its secret after centuries of hiding it. But their moment of awe was short-lived, as they heard the unmistakable sound of footsteps, fast, deliberate, and closing in quickly. "We're not alone," Shenlian said, her hand instinctively reaching for her sword. Tian Yu's heart raced. The timing could not have been worse. They had found the ruin, but so had someone else. Before they could react, a dark figure emerged from the shadows of the temple's entrance, a tall, cloaked figure with an aura of suffocating darkness. Wuxian's follower, no doubt. "I see you found it," the figure said in a voice cold as ice, his eyes gleaming with malice. "But you're too late." The cloaked figure raised his hand, and the ground beneath them erupted, sending waves of sand flying into the air. From the swirling sandstorm, several more figures emerged, Wuxian's disciples, each one a formidable cultivator, their eyes burning with the dark energy they wielded. Tian Yu stepped forward, his sword drawn. "You won't take it from us." The dark figure's smile was chilling. "You really think you can stop us? Wuxian is coming for the fragments, and nothing you do will change that." Shen Lian positioned herself at Tian Yu's side, her sword gleaming with an ethereal light. "We won't let you have it." Master Ling raised his staff, chanting softly as a barrier of light surrounded them. "We have no choice now. We must fight." The wind howled around them as the battle began. The desert seemed to roar in fury as the disciples charged, their dark energy clashing against Tian Yu's group. But Tian Yu was ready. The power of the fragment pulsed within him, urging him to fight, to protect the balance of the world. The desert had given them the key to the next fragment, but now they had to fight to keep it. And as the sandstorm raged, the battle for the Forbidden Desert had begun. Chapter 58, The Sands of Battle. The desert wind howled like a beast, carrying with it the scent of death. The air shimmered with heat, the horizon blurring as the battle raged between Tian Yu's group and Wuxian's disciples. Sand whirled in chaotic gusts, coating everything in a fine layer of dust, but the warriors were unfazed, their focus unyielding. The cloaked figure at the forefront of Wuxian's disciples raised his hand, and the ground trembled violently. "You think you can stop us with mere strength?" he taunted, his voice dripping with disdain. "The fragments belong to Wuxian. His vision will be realized." Tian Yu gritted his teeth, his sword gleaming with the light of the fragment in his hand. The air around him seemed to vibrate, as if the power of the artifact recognized the threat. He could feel its energy coursing through him, urging him forward. "We'll stop you, no matter the cost," Tian Yu shouted, charging forward. The sand beneath his feet shifted and exploded as he moved, his body propelled by the power of the artifact. He swung his sword with deadly precision, the edge cutting through the air like a blade through silk. The dark disciple, who had been standing in his way, countered with a flick of his wrist, summoning a wave of dark energy that collided with Tian Yu's blade. The impact sent a shockwave through the air, knocking Tian Yu back a few paces, but his feet remained planted firmly in the sand. "Is that all you've got?" the dark figure sneered. Tian Yu wiped the sweat from his brow, his pulse racing. "I'm just getting started." Meanwhile, Shen Lian was engaged with another disciple, her sword flashing like lightning as she parried his strikes. Each blow they exchanged was a clash of raw power, the air crackling with the intensity of their battle. Shen Lian's movements were fluid and precise, her mastery over the sword making her a formidable opponent. The disciples' attacks were brutal, but Shen Lian's skill was unmatched, and with a swift strike, she sent him stumbling backward, a deep gash in his side. "You're not even worth my time," Shen Lian muttered, readying herself for the next strike. Master Ling was at the rear, his staff raised high. He chanted in a low voice, and a circle of light expanded outward, forming a protective barrier around the group. The disciples attacking them struggled to penetrate the shield of light, their dark energy dissipating on contact. "You won't be able to hide behind this barrier forever," the dark figure growled, his eyes narrowing in frustration. But Master Ling only smiled faintly. "The desert may be hostile, but so are we." Suddenly, the cloaked figure raised his hand, summoning a powerful storm of dark energy. It swirled around him, gathering in a massive sphere of destruction. "If you want the fragments so badly, you'll have to face my wrath." Tian Yu's heart raced as he watched the dark energy build up. He knew that if that sphere hit, it would decimate everything in its path. The artifact in his hand pulsed again, its energy growing stronger in response to the impending danger. Tian Yu could feel the power surging through him, urging him to act. Without thinking, he charged forward once more, using the artifact's power to propel himself faster than he had ever moved before. The energy from the artifact surged around him, creating a shield of light that seemed to clash against the darkness of the storm. "Get out of the way!" Shen Lian shouted, but it was too late. Tian Yu's sword collided with the sphere of dark energy just as it was about to launch. There was a blinding flash of light and darkness, the force of the explosion sending shockwaves through the desert, knocking everyone off their feet. The sand around them exploded, the ground splitting open as the clash of powers reverberated through the air. For a moment, everything was silent. Then Tianyu's voice rang out, hoarse but determined. "Is that the best you've got?" Through the smoke and dust, the cloaked figure emerged, his robes torn and his body battered. He glared at Tianyu, his expression one of pure rage. "You've proven yourself stronger than I anticipated. But this battle is far from over." Tianyu steadied himself, his sword still glowing faintly with the fragment's power. He could feel the weariness in his body, the toll the battle had taken on him. But the fragment's energy gave him the strength to keep going, to stand tall in the face of Wuxian's disciples. "You may have your dark powers," Tianyu said, his voice unwavering, "but we fight for something greater." The dark disciple sneered. "Greater? What is your cause, boy?" "The fragments will be Wuxian's, and there's nothing you can do to stop that." Tianyu's eyes blazed with resolve. "We'll stop him. We'll stop him from bringing chaos to this world." The cloaked figure lunged forward with a furious cry, summoning a storm of dark energy to crush Tianyu. But Tianyu was ready. He stepped forward, his sword raised high, the fragment's power coursing through him like a river. With a single, decisive strike, he cut through the dark energy, his blade glowing with an intensity that illuminated the desert. The cloaked figure staggered back, his face contorted in disbelief. "No." Tianyu pressed forward, his resolve unyielding. "This ends now." With a final slash, the dark disciple was sent flying backward, his body disintegrating into shadow and dust. The energy surrounding him crumbled, leaving nothing but silence in its wake. The desert fell still. Tianyu stood over the fallen disciple, breathing heavily. His body ached, but the battle was won for now. Xinlian and Master Ling approached him, their expressions grim but relieved. "That was too close," Xinlian said, her voice soft. "But we made it through." Master Ling placed a hand on Tianyu's shoulder. "You did well, Tianyu. The artifact is growing stronger within you." Tianyu nodded, glancing down at the fragment still glowing in his hand. "We can't stop now. There are more fragments out there, and Wuxian won't rest until he has them all." "We'll stop him," Xinlian said firmly. "Together." Tianyu's gaze hardened with resolve. "Let's find the next one. And make sure Wuxian's vision never comes to pass." With the desert battle behind them, the group moved toward the newly revealed ruins, their path set. The sandstorms had cleared, and the air felt heavy with the promise of more trials ahead. The battle for the fragments was far from over. But Tianyu knew that no matter what awaited them, they would face it head-on. And they would fight until the very end. Chapter 59, The Tomb of the Forgotten. The ruins before them rose from the sands like a forgotten memory, ancient stone pillars half buried by the shifting desert dunes. The air was thick with an eerie silence, broken only by the occasional gust of wind. The temple stood as a testament to a long-forgotten civilization, its once majestic structure now weathered and worn by time. The carvings on its walls, though faded, still held the remnants of power, a power that had once been a beacon of light. "These ruins, they hold the next fragment, don't they?" Xinlian asked, her voice filled with both awe and caution as she surveyed the ancient temple. Tianyu nodded, his gaze fixed on the entrance. "This is it. The Tomb of the Forgotten. The fragment is within." Master Ling stepped forward, his staff tapping against the stone ground. "The Tomb of the Forgotten is not a place for the faint-hearted. It is said that only those who prove themselves worthy can claim the fragment hidden within. The tomb tests both the body and the mind." Tianyu's grip on the fragment in his hand tightened. "We've faced trials before. This one won't be different." Xinlian gave him a reassuring smile. "We've come this far. We can handle whatever comes next." As they approached the entrance, the air grew colder. The temple's threshold was marked by two massive stone statues, warriors, their eyes hollow, their expressions frozen in time. The doors themselves were sealed by an intricate mechanism of gears and locks, the faint glow of ancient runes pulsing along the edges. Master Ling raised his staff, and a soft light emanated from the tip, illuminating the runes. "These are not mere decorative carvings," he said, his tone serious. "They are part of the mechanism that protects the fragment inside. We must solve the puzzle before we can proceed. Tian Yu examined the runes closely, his mind working to decipher their meaning. The symbols shifted slightly in the light, revealing a pattern, a combination of elements that would trigger the mechanism. After a long moment of contemplation, Tian Yu placed his hand over the central rune, which immediately responded to his touch, glowing brighter. The stone door groaned as the mechanism clicked into place. Slowly, the massive doors of the tomb began to open, revealing a dark passage leading deeper into the earth. The air within was heavy, filled with the scent of ancient dust and the faintest trace of something otherworldly. "Stay alert," Master Ling warned, stepping into the darkness. "The tomb may seem quiet, but nothing here is as it seems." As they ventured deeper into the tomb, the passage widened, leading them into a grand chamber. The walls were lined with strange, shifting murals that seemed to move when not directly observed. Statues of forgotten kings and warriors stood in silent vigil, their eyes eternally watching. At the center of the room stood a large stone pedestal, upon which rested a single, glowing crystal, its light dim but unmistakable. Tian Yu's heart raced. The fragment was there, waiting for him. But as he stepped forward, the ground beneath them trembled. The murals on the walls twisted, and the statues seemed to come alive, their stone forms cracking as they shifted into positions of battle readiness. The temperature in the chamber dropped sharply, and an oppressive energy filled the air. Master Ling's voice rang out. "The tomb's trial has begun." Tian Yu barely had time to react before the statues lunged forward, their stone hands reaching for them. Shen Lian unsheathed her sword, her movements swift and precise as she cut through one of the stone statues with a single strike. The blade sang through the air, but as soon as the statue shattered, another seemed to take its place, rising from the ground. "We need to disable the traps," Master Ling shouted, raising his staff. "Look for the source of the power." Tian Yu's eyes scanned the room. The murals on the walls were not just decorative, they were a part of the tomb's defense system. As he focused, he realized that the murals depicted ancient battles and rituals. Some of the murals shifted more violently, their colors deepening, while others seemed to disappear into the stone. "The murals," Tian Yu said urgently, pointing toward one section of the wall. "The power's coming from there." Shen Lian nodded. "Let's move." The group rushed toward the wall, fighting off the statues as they went. Each time a statue was destroyed, another took its place, but they were beginning to slow down. Tian Yu reached the mural, placing his hand against the stone. As he did, the mural shimmered, revealing a hidden doorway. He stepped through, followed closely by Shen Lian and Master Ling. Inside the chamber beyond, an altar stood, bathed in an eerie blue light. The crystal rested upon it, its power pulsing in time with Tian Yu's heartbeat. But there was something else here, something that didn't belong. A figure cloaked in shadow emerged from the darkness, its form shifting as though it was not entirely bound to the physical realm. The figure's eyes glowed with a cold, unnatural light. "Another challenger," the figure intoned, its voice echoing through the chamber. "You seek the fragment, but you will not take it without a cost." Tian Yu's grip tightened on his sword. "We've come too far to turn back now. Stand aside." The shadowed figure laughed, a sound that sent chills through the air. "You think you can simply take what is not yours? The tomb has claimed many before you, and it will claim you as well." Without warning, the figure launched forward, its hands outstretched, and a wave of dark energy surged toward them. Tian Yu raised his sword, channeling the fragment's power into his blade. As the dark energy collided with his sword, a violent explosion of light and shadow filled the chamber. The force of the blast knocked Tian Yu back, but he quickly regained his footing. Shen Lian moved to his side, her sword at the ready. "Tian Yu, be careful. This one is different." Master Ling stepped forward, his staff glowing with a soft, protective light. "This is no ordinary guardian. It is a manifestation of the tomb's power itself, an embodiment of its will." The shadowed figure's form flickered and shifted, growing more solid with each passing moment. "You have only one choice, challenger," it hissed. "Defeat me, or remain here forever." Tian Yu met its gaze, the fragment's power coursing through his veins. The desert had tested them before, but this trial was different, it was a test of their very will to continue. And Tianyu would not fail. "We'll face this together," he said, his voice firm. The battle raged on, each strike of Tianyu's sword clashing against the figure's dark energy, each blow from the figure sending shockwaves through the chamber. But as the battle dragged on, Tianyu's resolve only strengthened. He was the chosen bearer of the fragment. He would not be swayed by the darkness. With a final, decisive strike, Tianyu cleaved through the figure, his sword glowing brighter than ever. The shadowed form dissipated into nothingness, leaving behind only the silence of the tomb. The crystal on the altar glowed once more, its light steady and strong. Tianyu stepped forward, his heart racing as he reached for it. "Let's end this," Shenlian said, her voice soft but determined. Tianyu grasped the fragment, and in that instant, he felt a surge of power unlike anything he had ever experienced. The tomb's trials were complete. The next fragment was his. But even as he held the artifact in his hand, he knew this victory was only temporary. The journey ahead was long, and Wuxian's dark influence still loomed over the world. They had won this battle, but the war was far from over. Chapter 60, The Weight of Fate. The ancient tomb fell silent once more as Tianyu clutched the fragment. The crystal pulsed gently in his hand, its power humming through his very soul. A faint glow surrounded him, as though the artifact itself acknowledged his victory. But even in this moment of triumph, Tianyu couldn't shake the unease that settled deep within him. Shenlian and Master Ling approached, both surveying the chamber warily, their senses still sharp despite the apparent stillness. The air was thick with the remnants of dark energy, and though the shadowed figure had been defeated, the tomb felt far from peaceful. "Well done, Tianyu," Master Ling said, his voice filled with approval, though his eyes remained cautious. "But this is only one fragment. Wuxian's reach grows with every step you take." Tianyu nodded, his grip tightening around the crystal. "I know. But we can't stop now. We've come too far." Shenlian's eyes softened as she glanced at Tianyu. "This path, it's not an easy one. We've all sacrificed so much already. But you're not alone in this." Tianyu gave her a tired smile, grateful for her unwavering support. "I know. And I'm grateful. But we must be prepared for what lies ahead. Wuxian's disciples won't stop until they have every fragment." Master Ling turned his gaze to the crystal, his brow furrowing in thought. "The fragment you hold, it is more than just a piece of power. It is a key to something greater. A key to Wuxian's ultimate goal." Tianyu's heart skipped a beat. "What do you mean? What is he truly after?" Master Ling's expression darkened. "Wuxian doesn't just seek the fragments for power. He seeks to reshape the world itself. To merge the realms of the living and the dead, to bend the fabric of reality to his will." Shenlian's eyes widened in shock. That can't be possible. Such power would destroy everything." "It is possible," Master Ling confirmed, his tone grave. "The fragments are part of a long-forgotten ritual. If Wuxian collects them all, he will be able to enact his vision and reshape the very foundations of this world. No one, not even the gods, will be able to stop him." Tianyu felt a chill run down his spine. The weight of the situation, of the fate of the entire world, pressed heavily on him. He had always known that the fragments were important, but he had never fully grasped the magnitude of their power or the danger they posed. "We can't let him succeed," Tianyu said, his voice firm. "We have to stop him before it's too late." Shenlian nodded. "We'll fight with you. All the way." The weight of the crystal in his hand seemed to grow heavier with each passing moment, the knowledge of what it represented growing ever clearer. This was no longer just a quest for the fragments, it was a battle for the very future of the world. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps echoed through the chamber, snapping Tianyu from his thoughts. A shadow loomed in the doorway, and the group turned to see another figure enter, tall, cloaked, and emanating an aura of overwhelming strength. "Well done, Tianyu," the figure said, their voice smooth and confident. "You've earned the fragment. But I wonder, will you be able to keep it?" Tianyu's hand instinctively gripped his sword as he stepped forward, his eyes narrowing. "Who are you?" The figure lowered their hood, revealing a striking face, sharp features, dark eyes, and a cruel smile that sent a chill through Tianyu's bones. It was a face he had seen before, but not like this. It was familiar yet unfamiliar, as though it had been etched into his memory long ago. "I am Li Wei," the figure said with a smirk. "And I've been waiting for this moment." Tianyu's heart skipped. Li Wei? The one who disappeared? How are you here? Li Wei chuckled darkly. Did you really think it was just a coincidence that I vanished from your side? No, Tianyu. I was never truly on your side. I've always been a part of Wuxian's plan. Tianyu's breath caught in his throat. No, this can't be true. Ah, but it is, Li Wei continued, stepping closer. You see, I was never your ally. I was always a pawn in a much greater game. And now, I'm here to take what's mine. Before Tianyu could react, Li Wei's hand shot out, faster than the eye could follow, and with a single swipe, the fragment was wrenched from his grasp. The light of the crystal flickered as it flew into Li Wei's palm, its power now fully under his control. Li Wei, you traitor! Xin Lian shouted, her sword raised in anger. Li Wei raised an eyebrow, unfazed by the threat. You still don't understand, do you? Wuxian's vision is the future. It is the only way forward. And I am his chosen disciple. This fragment belongs to him. And now it belongs to me. Tianyu's mind raced. This betrayal, this revelation, it shattered everything he had known. Li Wei, the one who had fought by his side, who had shared in their struggles, was a puppet of Wuxian all along. And now, with the power of the fragment, Li Wei was stronger than ever. You can't do this. Tianyu shouted, stepping forward with determination. I won't let you carry out Wuxian's plan. The world is not your playground. Li Wei's smile widened, a cruel glint in his eyes. You think you can stop me? You, who are still learning to control the power of the fragments. You are weak. And this world will bow before Wuxian's vision, whether you like it or not. Tianyu's heart burned with a fire he hadn't felt before. You won't get away with this, Li Wei. I won't let you. I'll stop you and Wuxian, no matter the cost. Then come, Tianyu, Li Wei taunted. Try and stop me. With a wave of his hand, Li Wei released a surge of dark energy that shattered the chamber around them, sending stones flying in all directions. The very air seemed to warp under the weight of his power. Tianyu and Xin Lian braced themselves, but Master Ling stepped forward, his staff glowing with an intense light. Tianyu, Xin Lian, be careful. Li Wei is not the same as before. He is a vessel of Wuxian's dark power now. Tianyu's grip on his sword tightened as he steeled himself. The battle was far from over, and the path ahead was fraught with unimaginable danger. But he would not back down. Not now. Not ever. Let's end this, Tianyu muttered under his breath. With a cry, Tianyu charged forward, his sword glowing with the power of the fragment, ready to face his former ally, now turned enemy. And the battle for the future of the world began anew. Chapter 61, Fallen Bonds. The chamber pulsed with an eerie stillness after Tianyu grasped the fragment of the divine seal. Its faint glow illuminated the ancient carvings around them, casting long shadows that danced like specters on the walls. Xin Lian and Master Ling stood nearby, their expressions guarded but weary after their trials. We've done it, Xin Lian said, her voice tinged with cautious relief. But something still feels wrong. Master Ling, ever perceptive, nodded solemnly. The energy in this place hasn't fully subsided. It seems we're not the only ones aware of this fragment's recovery. Before anyone could respond, a soft echo of footsteps reverberated from the corridor. The sound grew louder until a figure stepped into view, cloaked in flowing black robes. Their presence exuded authority and an unsettling calm, their features sharp and familiar. Li Wei? Tianyu's voice cracked as he recognized the face of his former companion. His eyes widened in disbelief. The man in question smiled faintly, his gaze cold. It's been a while, Tianyu. I see you've grown stronger, but still not strong enough. Xin Lian stepped forward, her hand instinctively resting on the hilt of her sword. Li Wei, what are you doing here? Why would you align yourself with Wu Xian? Li Wei's eyes flickered with something unreadable before hardening. Align myself? No. I've chosen the only path that guarantees survival and power. Wu Xian's vision will bring order to this fractured world. You're wrong. Tian Yu exclaimed, his fists clenched. The cost of his vision is too great. It would destroy everything we hold dear. Li Wei sighed, as if disappointed. You always were stubborn, Tian Yu. That idealism of yours, it's going to get you killed. Master Ling's voice was steady but firm. Li Wei, listen to yourself. The power you're seeking will consume you. It already has. Li Wei's smile faded. Spare me the lecture. You think the light will save you? That fragments like the one you hold will restore balance? Foolish. Tian Yu stepped forward, his grip tightening around the fragment in his hand. Li Wei, you were one of us. You fought by our side. Why are you doing this? For a moment, Li Wei's expression softened, as if caught between two worlds. But it was fleeting, and his usual confidence returned. You still don't understand, do you? Loyalty doesn't matter when faced with the inevitable. Wu Xian's plan is already in motion. I'm here to claim what's his. Without waiting for a response, Li Wei raised his hand, summoning a surge of energy that caused the air to ripple. The ancient tomb reacted, its walls glowing faintly as though resonating with his power. Xin Lian drew her blade, stepping protectively in front of Tian Yu. You won't take the fragment, Li Wei. Not today. Li Wei regarded her calmly. Bold words. But boldness doesn't win battles. You can't protect him or yourselves. Master Ling moved his staff forward, its runes emitting a faint light. Li Wei, let's end this sensibly. Leave this place. You can still turn back. Li Wei laughed softly, a sound devoid of humor. Turn back? There's no turning back. The moment I chose this path, I left the past behind. And you should too. The tension in the room thickened as the chamber trembled once more. The murals on the walls began to shift, their once static forms animating with life. The tomb's energy is destabilizing, Master Ling warned. If we stay here any longer, it will collapse. Li Wei glanced at the fragment in Tian Yu's hand, his expression unreadable. We'll meet again, Tian Yu. But when we do, I hope you'll understand the truth. Without another word, Li Wei turned and vanished into the shadows, his presence dissipating like smoke. Tian Yu stared at the spot where his former friend had stood, his chest heavy with emotion. Shen Lian placed a hand on his shoulder, her voice gentle. We'll bring him back, Tian Yu. Somehow. He nodded, though doubt lingered in his heart. We have to. I won't give up on him. Master Ling gestured toward the exit, his tone urgent. This place won't hold much longer. Let's move. The three of them hurried through the crumbling chamber, the glow of the fragment lighting their path. Despite the victory of recovering the artifact, the weight of Li Wei's words clung to Tian Yu's thoughts. The tomb collapsed behind them as they emerged into the open air, the faint glow of dawn breaking over the horizon. Yet, even the light of a new day could not dispel the shadow cast by Li Wei's betrayal. Chapter 62, Shadows of the Past. The cool dawn air was a stark contrast to the suffocating darkness of the tomb. Tian Yu, Xin Lian, and Master Ling stood on a rocky plateau overlooking the mountain range. Behind them, the entrance to the ancient tomb had completely collapsed, sealing its secrets within. Tian Yu held the fragment tightly, its faint glow pulsing against his palm. Despite its reassuring warmth, his thoughts were elsewhere. Li Wei's return and the revelation of his allegiance to Wu Xian weighed heavily on him. Xin Lian stepped forward, her gaze soft but firm. Tian Yu, we can't let this shake us. Li Wei's betrayal doesn't define our path. We still have the fragment. Tian Yu shook his head slowly, his voice heavy with doubt. It's not just about the fragment. Li Wei was like a brother to me. I can't believe he's aligned himself with Wu Xian. There has to be more to this. Master Ling stroked his beard thoughtfully, his eyes narrowing as he considered their situation. Li Wei's actions are troubling, but they aren't entirely surprising. Wuxian has a way of exploiting one's deepest fears and desires. Whatever Li Wei's motivations, they've been twisted to serve Wuxian's goals. But why would he choose that path? Tian Yu murmured, more to himself than to the others. He always spoke of protecting the world, of standing against tyranny. How could he abandon everything we fought for? Master Ling sighed, his tone tinged with wisdom and sorrow. Sometimes, the desire to protect becomes a double-edged sword. If Li Wei truly believed Wuxian's vision offered salvation, it's possible he convinced himself that his betrayal was for the greater good. Shen Lian crossed her arms, her expression conflicted. Even if that's true, it doesn't justify what he's done. Aligning with Wuxian means he's willing to sacrifice innocent lives for his so-called salvation. Tian Yu closed his eyes, the memory of Li Wei's cold gaze haunting him. I need to understand why he's doing this. If there's even a chance to bring him back, I have to try. Shen Lian hesitated but eventually nodded. I won't pretend to understand your connection with him, but if you believe he's worth saving, I'll support you. Just don't let it cloud your judgment, Tian Yu. Master Ling nodded in agreement. Li Wei's path is his own to walk, but if there's a way to break Wuxian's hold over him, it may lie in the fragments themselves. For now, we must focus on the task at hand. Tian Yu straightened, his resolve hardening. You're right. We can't let this distract us. Wuxian won't stop hunting the fragments, and neither will Li Wei. We need to stay ahead of them. Master Ling's expression grew serious. The fragment you now hold is both a gift and a burden. Its power will draw attention, not just from Wuxian but from others who seek to exploit it. You must be prepared for the trials ahead. Tian Yu nodded, slipping the fragment into a protective pouch. I'll be ready. No matter what comes next, I won't let Wuxian win. As they descended the mountain, the trio moved with purpose. Despite the lingering tension, their shared determination to protect the fragments bound them together. The road ahead was uncertain, but one thing was clear, they couldn't afford to falter. Far away, in the depths of Wuxian's shadowed domain, Li Wei knelt before an ornate altar. The fragment he had taken shimmered faintly in his hands, its light subdued by the dark aura that surrounded him. A voice, deep and commanding, echoed through the chamber. You've done well, Li Wei. The fragment you retrieved will bring us one step closer to our goal. Li Wei lowered his head, his expression unreadable. The others have the next fragment. They'll be more cautious now. The voice chuckled, a low, menacing sound. Let them be. Their resistance is futile. With time, all the fragments will be ours. Li Wei's grip on the fragment tightened as conflicting emotions flickered across his face. Tian Yu won't give up. He's stronger than before. Strength without purpose is meaningless, the voice replied coldly. Do not let your sentimentality cloud your judgment, Li Wei. You have chosen this path. There is no turning back. Li Wei closed his eyes, pushing the doubt from his mind. I understand. I will not fail. The chamber fell silent once more, save for the faint hum of the fragment's energy. Li Wei rose to his feet, his resolve hardening. No matter what it took, he would see Wuxian's vision fulfilled even if it meant facing his former comrades again. Back at the base of the mountain, Tian Yu and his companions paused to rest by a small stream. The sunlight filtering through the trees brought a brief moment of peace, but the weight of their mission was never far from their minds. Tian Yu stared into the water, his reflection rippling with each movement of the stream. Li Wei. I won't give up on you. No matter how far you've fallen, I'll find a way to bring you back. Shen Lian and Master Ling exchanged a glance, their expressions a mixture of concern and understanding. As the sun began to set, the trio prepared to continue their journey, the light of the fragment glowing faintly in Tian Yu's pouch. Though the road ahead was fraught with danger, they knew that their resolve would be tested again and again. But together, they would face whatever lay ahead. Chapter 63, The Gathering Storm. The journey down the mountain was silent but not without tension. Tian Yu kept his gaze forward, his thoughts a storm of doubt and determination. Shenlian walked beside him, occasionally glancing at his furrowed brows but saying nothing. Master Ling brought up the rear, his presence steady as a guiding star, even in their uncertainty. The small forest path opened into a quiet village nestled in the foothills, its terraced fields bathed in the amber glow of twilight. Smoke curled from chimneys, and the faint murmur of villagers winding down for the day filled the air. "This place should be safe for the night," Master Ling said, his tone measured. "We'll rest here before deciding our next steps." As they approached, a young boy darted past, chasing after a runaway goat. The child stumbled but quickly picked himself up, offering the trio a cheerful grin before resuming his pursuit. For a moment, the simplicity of the scene brought a flicker of warmth to Tianyu's heart. "You wouldn't think the world is on the brink of chaos here," Shenlian remarked, her voice soft. Master Ling nodded. "Even in the darkest times, pockets of peace remain. It's our duty to ensure such moments endure." They entered the village, greeted by curious but welcoming smiles. The elder, a stooped man with a kind face, offered them a place to stay in the small inn at the center of the settlement. As the trio settled in, Tianyu found himself gazing at the fragment once more. Its light was faint but steady, a reminder of the responsibility he carried. Yet, no matter how much he tried to focus on the present, his thoughts always returned to Li Wei. Later that evening, as the stars painted the night sky, Tianyu stepped outside the inn. The village was quiet, save for the distant hum of cicadas. He wandered to the edge of a nearby field, the cool breeze brushing against his face. Shenlian appeared moments later, her footsteps soft on the grass. She stood beside him without speaking, her presence a comforting anchor. After a long pause, she finally broke the silence. "You're still thinking about him, aren't you?" Tianyu sighed, his breath visible in the cool night air. "I can't stop. Every time I close my eyes, I see the way he looked at me like I was the one who betrayed him." Shenlian crossed her arms, her gaze fixed on the horizon. "Li Wei made his choice, Tianyu. I know it's hard to accept, but we can't let his decisions cloud our mission. The fragments are too important." "I know," Tianyu replied, his voice tinged with frustration. "But it's not just about the fragments. Li Wei isn't like Wu Xian. There's still something of the person I knew in him, I'm sure of it." "And what if you're wrong?" Shenlian asked gently, though her words carried a hard edge. Tianyu looked at her, his expression resolute. "Then I'll bear the consequences. But I have to try. If our roles were reversed, I know he wouldn't give up on me." Shenlian's gaze softened, and she placed a hand on his shoulder. "Just promise me you won't lose yourself in the process. We need you, Tianyu." He nodded, appreciating her concern. "I promise." Meanwhile, miles away in a grand hall shrouded in shadows, Li Wei stood before a massive obsidian throne. The figure seated upon it was cloaked in darkness, their form barely discernible save for the faint glow of their crimson eyes. "You hesitate, Li Wei," the figure said, their voice smooth yet commanding. Li Wei lowered his head slightly, his hands clenched at his sides. "I don't hesitate. I act with purpose." "Do you?" the figure countered. "Your heart still clings to your past, to the bonds you once held. If you cannot sever them, they will become your undoing." Li Wei's jaw tightened, his voice firm. "Those bonds mean nothing now. I serve your will." The figure leaned forward, the faint outline of their hand visible as they gestured toward him. "Prove it." "The next fragment lies in the eastern province, hidden within the Temple of Soaring Clouds. If you fail to retrieve it, your place at my side will no longer be assured." "I won't fail," Li Wei said, his tone unwavering. The figure leaned back, their voice a sinister whisper. "See that you don't." As the figure's presence receded into the shadows, Li Wei turned and exited the hall. Yet, even as he walked away, a flicker of doubt lingered in his eyes. Back in the village, Master Ling was poring over an old map by the light of a flickering lantern. Shenlian and Tianyu sat across from him, listening intently as he traced their next destination with a gnarled finger. "The next fragment lies far to the east," Master Ling explained. "The Temple of Soaring Clouds is said to be heavily protected, both by its ancient wards and the monks who guard it. Reaching it will not be easy. Shen Lian frowned. If Wuxian knows about it, Li Wei will likely be heading there too. Tian Yu straightened, his determination renewed. Then we'll get there first. No matter what it takes, we can't let Wuxian gain another fragment. Master Ling nodded, though his expression remained grave. Prepare yourselves, both mentally and physically. The journey ahead will test you in ways you cannot yet imagine. As the night deepened, the trio made their plans, the flickering light of the lantern casting long shadows on the walls. The path before them was fraught with danger, but their resolve was unwavering. Far above, the stars continued their silent vigil, unaware of the storm gathering below. Chapter 64, The Path to the Temple. The first light of dawn bathed the village in hues of gold and pink, and Tian Yu stood at the edge of the forest, gazing toward the distant mountains. The Temple of Soaring Clouds, their next destination, lay beyond those peaks, a place shrouded in mystery and danger. Shen Lian joined him, adjusting her travel gear. Are you ready? She asked, her voice steady despite the weight of their mission. Tian Yu turned to her, his expression resolute. I have to be. There's no turning back now. Master Ling approached, carrying a small satchel of supplies gifted by the village elder. The path east is treacherous. It's not just the terrain, rumors of roaming bandits and corrupted beasts have spread among travelers. We must remain vigilant. The trio set off, the dense forest soon giving way to rugged trails. The air grew cooler as they ascended, the scent of pine and earth mingling with the crisp wind. Hours later, as the sun climbed higher, the group reached a narrow pass flanked by jagged cliffs. The sound of rushing water echoed below, hinting at a river carved deep into the valley. This pass is the quickest route to the temple, Master Ling explained. But it's also where we're most exposed. Keep your senses sharp. As they moved cautiously along the trail, Tian Yu felt a subtle shift in the air, a sensation that made the hair on the back of his neck stand on end. He slowed, scanning their surroundings. Something's wrong, he murmured. Shen Lian drew her sword, her eyes narrowing. I feel it too. We're not alone. Before Master Ling could respond, a figure emerged from the shadows of the cliffs. Dressed in tattered robes and wielding twin daggers, the man's smile was anything but friendly. Behind him, more figures appeared, their weapons glinting in the sunlight. Travelers, the leader said, his voice dripping with mockery. This pass has a toll. Pay up, and we'll let you through. Tian Yu stepped forward, his hand resting on the hilt of his blade. We don't have time for this. Move aside. The bandit leader chuckled, his grin widening. Bold words for someone so outnumbered. But I like your spirit. Maybe we'll just take what we want. The tension snapped like a bowstring as the bandits lunged forward. Shen Lian was the first to act, her sword flashing in the sunlight as she deflected a dagger aimed at Tian Yu. Master Ling raised his staff, striking it against the ground. A wave of energy rippled outward, disorienting the attackers and forcing them to stagger back. Tian Yu drew his blade, its edge gleaming with a faint light as he channeled his chi into it. With precise movements, he disarmed one of the bandits, sending the man's weapon clattering to the ground. The leader snarled, his confidence wavering as he saw his men faltering. You'll regret this, he shouted before retreating into the shadows, the remaining bandits following suit. As the group caught their breath, Shen Lian sheathed her sword, her eyes scanning the area for any lingering threats. Bandits this high up? That's unusual. Something must have driven them here. Master Ling nodded, his expression grim. Corrupted energy is spreading across the land, disrupting the balance. It's affecting not just beasts but humans as well. We'll likely face more challenges like this as we get closer to the temple. Tian Yu wiped his blade clean before securing it. Then we keep moving. We can't afford to waste any more time. By nightfall, the group reached a small clearing sheltered by towering pines. A makeshift campsite was quickly established, and the comforting glow of a fire illuminated their weary faces. As they ate, Shen Lian broke the silence. Do you think Li Wei will already be at the temple? Tian Yu stared into the flames, his voice low. If he isn't, he won't be far behind. Wuxian won't let him fail again. Master Ling stirred the fire with a branch, his gaze distant. The Temple of Soaring Clouds is no ordinary place. Its guardians are fiercely loyal, and its wards are said to repel those with ill intent. But if Li Wei has truly fallen as far as we fear, even the temple's defenses may not be enough. Tian Yu's grip tightened around his bowl. Then we have to get there first. Whatever it takes. Shen Lian studied him, her expression unreadable. You're carrying a lot, Tian Yu. Don't let it break you. He looked at her, a flicker of gratitude in his eyes. I won't. I can't. Miles away, under the cover of darkness, Li Wei approached the Temple of Soaring Clouds. The towering structure loomed against the night sky, its intricate carvings glowing faintly with protective runes. He paused at the base of the grand staircase, his hand resting on the fragment he carried. The weight of his choices pressed down on him, but he pushed the doubt aside. Wuxian's vision is the only way, he whispered to himself. I can't falter now. As he ascended the steps, the air grew heavy, the temple's wards sensing his presence. A figure emerged from the shadows of the entrance, a monk clad in white robes, his staff glowing with holy light. You are not welcome here, the monk said, his voice calm but firm. Turn back, or face the consequences. Li Wei's eyes hardened, and he drew his blade, its dark aura clashing with the purity of the temple's energy. I didn't come here to turn back. The monk sighed, raising his staff. Then you leave me no choice. The clash of power illuminated the temple grounds, a battle of light against shadow as Li Wei fought his way closer to the fragment hidden within. Chapter 65, The Clash at the Temple. The Temple of Soaring Clouds stood majestically amidst the mountain peaks, its golden spires glowing softly against the twilight sky. Inside, the air hummed with an ancient energy, a peaceful rhythm maintained by the monks' prayers. At the heart of the temple, Master Jinhai stood in quiet meditation. His long robes swept the floor as he opened his eyes, sensing a disturbance in the protective wards. An intruder approaches, he murmured, his voice calm but firm. Around him, disciples paused in their chanting, exchanging nervous glances. Master, what should we do? One of the younger monks asked, his voice trembling. Master Jinhai placed a hand on the boy's shoulder, offering a reassuring nod. We hold to our duties. The temple's sanctity must remain unbroken. Li Wei ascended the temple's grand staircase, his steps slow and deliberate. The golden light from the wards glimmered faintly against his dark robes, casting a sharp contrast that mirrored the turmoil in his heart. As he reached the gates of the sanctum, a group of monks blocked his path. They stood firm, their expressions resolute. You are not welcome here, one of them said, his tone steady. Turn back. Li Wei's gaze swept over them, his expression unreadable. I have no desire to harm anyone. Let me pass, and I won't disrupt your work further. The monks exchanged wary glances, their grip on their staffs tightening. The fragment is not yours to claim. Leave now. A silence hung between them, heavy with unspoken tension. Finally, Li Wei stepped forward, his presence alone enough to make the monks hesitate. I have no quarrel with you. But I cannot turn back. Meanwhile, Tian Yu and his companions were climbing the winding mountain path toward the temple. The serene beauty of the surroundings did little to calm their sense of urgency. The wards are flickering, Shen Lian observed, pointing to the golden glow that seemed to waver like a candle in the wind. Master Ling nodded gravely. The temple is under immense strain. If we don't reach it soon, it may fall. Their pace quickened, and as they approached the temple gates, they encountered a group of monks retreating from the outer sanctum. Please, one of the monks said, breathing heavily. Someone has entered the inner sanctum. He's after the fragment. Tian Yu's heart sank. Li Wei's already here. Shen Lian tightened her grip on her sword. Then we have to stop him before it's too late. Inside the sanctum, Li Wei stood before the fragment, its golden light casting a warm glow across the chamber. Master Jinhai watched him from a distance, his staff glowing faintly with spiritual energy. You've come far, but this is where your path ends, Master Jinhai said, his voice calm but resolute. Li Wei turned to face him, his expression conflicted. I don't seek to destroy what you've built here. I only need the fragment. It's the key to saving what remains of our world. Master Jinhai shook his head. You've been blinded by lies. True salvation cannot be achieved through forceful means. The two stood in silence, their gazes locked. Around them, the chanting of the disciples grew louder, their voices weaving a protective barrier around the fragment. The tension was broken by the sound of hurried footsteps as Tianyu entered the chamber. His eyes widened at the sight of Li Wei and Master Jinhai, and he immediately stepped forward. Li Wei, he called out, his voice echoing through the sanctum. Li Wei turned, his expression softening for a brief moment. Tianyu. Stop this, Tianyu said, his voice filled with urgency. You don't have to do this. Whatever Wuxian promised you, it's not worth the cost. Li Wei's jaw tightened, and he looked away. You don't understand, Tianyu. This is the only way to protect what matters. Tianyu stepped closer, his tone pleading. No, it's not. You're letting him use you. The Li Wei I knew wouldn't abandon his principles for power. Master Jinhai watched the exchange quietly, sensing the deep connection between the two. After a moment, he spoke. Tianyu, words may reach him where action cannot. But be prepared, he must make his own choice. Li Wei looked at Tianyu, his expression conflicted. You think I don't know what I've become? Every step I take down this path feels heavier than the last. But if I turn back now, everything I've done will be for nothing. Tianyu shook his head. It's not too late. You can still make things right. Let us help you. The room fell silent, the weight of Tianyu's words hanging in the air. For a brief moment, it seemed as though Li Wei might relent. But then, the fragment pulsed with light, as if sensing the turmoil within him. Li Wei's eyes hardened, and he stepped back. I can't, he whispered. Not yet. He turned toward the fragment, the tension in the room reaching its peak. Tianyu stepped forward, his voice firm. Then I won't let you take it. Not while I still have a choice. Li Wei paused, his back to Tianyu. You're stronger than I expected, Tianyu. But strength alone won't stop what's coming. Master Jinhai raised his staff, his voice filled with authority. Enough. If you seek to claim the fragment, you must first prove your intentions are pure. Li Wei turned to face him, his expression resolute. Then so be it. The air in the sanctum grew heavy, the energy between the three swirling like a storm. The outcome of the encounter would shape not just their futures but the fate of the world itself. Chapter 66, The Trial of Intentions. The sanctum fell into an unnatural stillness as Master Jinhai gestured toward the fragment. Its golden light seemed to grow brighter, illuminating the chamber with an ethereal glow. The Temple of Soaring Clouds has long safeguarded the fragments of creation, Master Jinhai began, his voice resonating with authority. They are not mere tools for power, they are sacred relics, bound by the intentions of those who seek them. If you truly believe your cause is just, the fragment will judge you. Li Wei hesitated, his gaze fixed on the fragment. He could feel its energy pulsing, as if it were alive, watching him. What does this trial involve? Li Wei asked, his voice calm but cautious. Master Jinhai stepped aside, revealing an intricate circle etched into the floor beneath the fragment. Symbols of ancient script glowed faintly, forming a barrier that radiated purity. You will step into the circle, Jinhai explained. The fragment will peer into your heart, weighing your intentions. If they are pure, it will allow you to claim it. But if darkness outweighs your light, it will reject you, and the consequences could be severe. Tianyu stepped forward, his tone filled with urgency. Li Wei, don't do this. You're not in the right state of mind for such a trial. It could destroy you. Li Wei turned to him, his expression calm but resolute. I have to, Tianyu. I didn't come this far to turn back now. Shenlian and Master Ling entered the chamber, breathless from their climb. Shenlian quickly assessed the situation, her hand instinctively moving to the hilt of her sword. What's going on here? Master Jinhai held up a hand, signaling for silence. This is not a battle of strength, but of spirit. Let him proceed. Li Wei took a deep breath and stepped into the circle. The glowing symbols flared to life, and the fragment's golden light enveloped him. The chamber seemed to hum with energy as the trial began. Within the circle, Li Wei felt himself transported to a void of light and shadow. His surroundings were a swirling mass of memories, emotions, and choices. "Show me your intentions," a voice echoed, neither harsh nor gentle, but infinite and unyielding. Scenes from his past began to materialize. He saw himself as a young boy, training alongside Tianyu and the others, filled with hope and determination. He saw the moment he first met Wu Xian, the enigmatic figure who promised him the power to protect everything he held dear. "You sought strength to protect," the voice said. "But at what cost?" The memory shifted, showing the people he had hurt, villagers fleeing from his presence, monks collapsing under the weight of his dark energy. Li Wei clenched his fists, his heart heavy with guilt. "I didn't mean for it to go this far," he murmured. "I only wanted to save them, to save the world." The void began to ripple, the light and shadow swirling faster. "Your heart is divided," the voice continued. "The desire to protect clashes with the fear of failure. The need for power has consumed the purity of your intent." Li Wei fell to his knees, overwhelmed by the weight of his choices. "But I can still fix this," he said, his voice trembling. "I can make it right." "Can you?" the voice asked. "Or are you merely running from the truth?" Outside the circle, the others watched in silence as the fragment's light pulsed erratically. Tianyu's fists were clenched at his sides, his worry evident. "Is it supposed to look like that?" Shenlian asked, her eyes narrowing at the chaotic energy surrounding the circle. Master Jinhai stroked his beard, his expression grave. "The trial reflects the state of the soul. If his heart remains conflicted, the fragment will reject him." "Can't we do anything?" Tianyu asked, his voice tinged with desperation. Master Ling shook his head. "This is his trial alone. Intervening would only make things worse." In the void, Li Wei's memories shifted again. This time, he saw Tianyu, Shenlian, and Master Ling standing together, their faces filled with determination. He saw the bond they shared, unbroken even after all that had happened. "You still have a choice," the voice said, softer now. "The path of darkness is not the only way. But to return to the light, you must let go of the power you cling to." Li Wei's grip tightened. "Let go? If I do that, I'll be powerless. How can I protect anyone without strength?" The light around him began to dim, the shadow threatening to overtake it. "True strength lies not in power, but in unity," the voice replied. "Your friends have not given up on you. Why have you given up on them?" Li Wei froze, the words striking a chord deep within him. Images of his past with Tianyu and the others filled his mind, training together, laughing together, dreaming of a better future. For the first time in what felt like an eternity, tears welled in his eyes. "I didn't want to lose them," he whispered. "But I thought I had to do this alone." The shadow began to recede, replaced by a warm, golden light. Outside the circle, the fragment's glow stabilized, its light growing stronger and purer. The tension in the room lifted as the chaotic energy dissipated. Tianyu stepped closer, his voice soft. "Li Wei, are you okay?" The light faded, and Li Wei stood within the circle, his expression weary but resolute. He turned to face them, his eyes filled with a newfound clarity. "I'm sorry," he said, his voice steady. "I let my fear control me. But I see now. I don't have to do this alone." The fragment floated toward him, its golden light gentle and accepting. Master Jinhai smiled faintly, his tone approving. "You have passed the trial. May this be the first step toward mending what has been broken." Li Wei reached out, his hand trembling as he touched the fragment. Its warmth filled him, not with power, but with peace. Tianyu stepped forward, placing a hand on Li Wei's shoulder. "We'll face what's ahead together. No more running." Li Wei nodded, a small smile forming on his lips. Together. Chapter 67, A Path Forward. The sanctum, once brimming with tension, now radiated a calm stillness. The fragment's soft golden glow bathed the room, its light illuminating the faces of those present. Li Wei stood silently, his hand still resting on the fragment. It pulsed gently, a reassuring rhythm that seemed to echo within him. Tianyu, Xinlian, and Master Ling approached, their expressions a mix of relief and curiosity. Xinlian folded her arms, raising an eyebrow. So, does this mean you're finally done brooding and trying to do everything on your own? Li Wei let out a quiet chuckle, a sound that surprised even himself. I suppose I owe you all an apology. You owe us more than that, Xinlian quipped, though her tone was lighter than before. Master Jinhai stepped forward, his staff tapping softly against the stone floor. The trial has revealed your true intentions, Li Wei. While your path has been fraught with mistakes, the light of redemption shines brighter than the shadow of your past. Li Wei bowed deeply to the elder. Thank you, Master Jinhai. I'll do my best to honor the trust you've placed in me. Master Jinhai nodded, his gaze sweeping over the group. The fragment has accepted you, but its power is not something to be taken lightly. It is a guide, not a weapon. Use it wisely. Li Wei glanced at Tianyu, Xinlian, and Master Ling, his resolve firm. I'll make sure of it. As they exited the sanctum, the group found themselves greeted by the monks who had been watching anxiously from a distance. The tension that had filled the temple earlier was gone, replaced by a sense of cautious hope. One of the younger monks approached, bowing deeply. Thank you for protecting the temple and its legacy. Xinlian grinned, patting the monk on the shoulder. No need to thank us. It's what we do. Tianyu, however, couldn't shake the feeling that this was only the beginning. As they descended the temple's grand staircase, he glanced at Li Wei. What's next? Now that you have the fragment, what do we do? Li Wei's expression grew serious. The fragment is only one piece of the puzzle. Wuxian won't stop until he has them all, and neither should we. But this time, we'll face him together. Master Ling stroked his beard thoughtfully. The fragments are scattered across the land, each one protected by ancient guardians and trials. If Wuxian has already begun his search, we're working against the clock. Tianyu nodded. Then we need to move quickly. Do we have any leads on the next fragment? Master Jinhai, who had followed them to the temple's entrance, spoke up. There is an ancient scroll kept in the archives here. It contains clues about the locations of the remaining fragments. You are welcome to study it, though deciphering its cryptic language will not be easy. Li Wei exchanged a determined glance with his companions. We'll manage. Together. Later that evening, the group gathered in the temple's library. The scroll Master Jinhai had mentioned was unrolled across a large wooden table, its surface covered in symbols and faint sketches of landmarks. Xinlian squinted at the scroll, tracing one of the symbols with her finger. This looks like the Crescent Valley. If that's where the next fragment is, we'll need to pass through the Blackthorn Forest first. Tianyu frowned. The Blackthorn Forest is known for its illusions. People who enter often lose their way, or worse. We don't have a choice, Li Wei said firmly. If the next fragment is there, we need to retrieve it before Wuxian does. Master Ling nodded. Preparation will be key. The forest is treacherous, but with the right strategy, we can navigate it safely. As they strategized, Li Wei found himself glancing at the fragment, which now rested securely in a small box lined with protective talismans. Its gentle light reminded him of the trial he had undergone, of the clarity he had gained. He vowed silently to himself, this time, I'll protect what matters. No more compromises. No more shortcuts. The next morning, as the sun rose over the mountain, the group prepared to leave the temple. Master Jinhai stood at the gates, offering them a final blessing. May the light guide your steps and strengthen your hearts, he said, his voice filled with quiet conviction. Li Wei bowed deeply. Thank you for everything. We won't let you down. As they descended the mountain, the weight of their mission pressed on them, but there was also a sense of unity that hadn't been there before. Tianyu walked beside Li Wei, a small smile on his face. You know, for someone who thought he could do everything alone, you're not half bad at being part of a team. Li Wei smirked. Don't get used to it. Xinlian laughed from behind them. Oh, we will. You're stuck with us now. The group's laughter echoed through the mountain trails, a rare moment of lightness amidst the challenges ahead. Together, they stepped forward, ready to face whatever awaited them in the depths of the Blackthorn Forest. Chapter 68, The Blackthorn Forest. The journey to Crescent Valley was uneventful at first, with the sun shining brightly and a gentle breeze accompanying the group. But as they drew closer to the infamous Blackthorn Forest, the atmosphere began to change. The air grew colder, and a strange mist curled around the trees, obscuring the path ahead. The forest loomed before them, its dense canopy blocking out most of the sunlight. Black, thorn-covered vines snaked around the ancient trees, and an unnatural stillness hung in the air. Tianyu studied the entrance with a wary expression. They say this forest has swallowed entire armies. If we're not careful, it'll do the same to us. Shenlian unsheathed her sword, its sharp blade gleaming faintly. I've heard the forest uses illusions to trap people. We need to stay close and trust nothing we see. Master Ling nodded. The key is focus. The illusions prey on doubt and fear. Keep your minds clear, and don't stray from the group. Li Wei stepped forward, his gaze steady as he looked into the forest. Let's go. The longer we wait, the more time Wuxian has to get ahead of us. The group entered the forest cautiously, their senses heightened. The trees seemed to close in around them, their twisted branches forming grotesque shapes. Every step they took echoed unnaturally, as though the forest itself were listening. Stick to the plan, Master Ling reminded them. Focus on the landmarks from the map. The Crescent Valley lies beyond the heart of the forest. At first, everything seemed manageable. The group moved in formation, keeping each other within sight. But as the mist thickened, strange whispers began to fill the air. Li Wei paused, his brow furrowing. Do you hear that? Tianyu nodded, gripping his spear tightly. It's like voices, but I can't tell where they're coming from. Shenlian glanced around, her sword at the ready. Ignore it. They're trying to mess with us. The whispers grew louder, turning into faint laughter. Shadows danced at the edges of their vision, darting between the trees. Focus, Master Ling said firmly, his voice cutting through the eerie sounds. Remember why we're here. The forest feeds on distraction. As they pressed deeper into the forest, the illusions became more intense. Li Wei found himself seeing familiar faces in the mist, his mother's gentle smile, Tianyu's boyish grin from their younger days. He clenched his fists, forcing himself to look away. They're not real, he muttered to himself. Just illusions. But not everyone was faring as well. Shenlian suddenly stopped, her eyes wide with horror. No, it can't be. Li Wei turned to her, alarmed. Shenlian. What's wrong? She pointed into the mist, her hand trembling. I see my brother. He's calling to me. I thought he was. Shenlian. Tianyu's voice was sharp. He grabbed her arm, pulling her back. It's not real. Your brother is gone. Don't let the forest trick you. Tears filled Shenlian's eyes, but she nodded, her grip on her sword tightening. You're right. I won't fall for it again. The group regrouped, their resolve strengthened by the close call. But the forest wasn't finished with them yet. As they neared the heart of the forest, the ground beneath them began to shift. The trees seemed to move, rearranging themselves to block their path. The whispers turned into mocking laughter, and dark figures began to emerge from the mist. They're not illusions, Tianyu said, readying his spear. These things are real. The figures were shadowy creatures, their forms twisting and changing as they approached. Their glowing red eyes locked onto the group, and they moved with a predatory grace. Master Ling stepped forward, his staff glowing with spiritual energy. They're manifestations of the forest's power. Stand your ground. The creatures lunged, and the group sprang into action. Shenlian's sword flashed as she struck down the first attacker, its shadowy form dissipating into the mist. Tianyu followed suit, his spear thrusting with precision. Li Wei summoned his spiritual energy, a faint glow surrounding his hands. He channeled it into a burst of light, driving back several creatures at once. "They're endless!" Shenlian shouted, her breathing labored. "We need to find a way out of here." Master Ling nodded. "The heart of the forest is close. If we can reach it, we might be able to disrupt its illusions and stop these creatures." Li Wei glanced at the fragment in his possession. Its light was faint but steady, as if guiding him. The fragment might be able to help. "Follow me." With Li Wei leading the way, the group pushed through the onslaught of creatures, relying on each other to stay focused. The fragment's light grew stronger as they approached a clearing at the forest's center. The heart of the Blackthorn Forest was a massive, ancient tree with black, thorn-covered roots that spread out in all directions. Its twisted branches reached toward the sky, and a dark energy emanated from its core. "This is it," Master Ling said, his voice heavy with awe. "The source of the forest's power." The shadowy creatures surrounded them, their numbers multiplying. Li Wei held up the fragment, its light now blazing brightly. "Let's end this," he said, his voice filled with determination. As the group prepared for their final stand, the ancient tree trembled, its dark energy surging. The battle for the heart of the Blackthorn Forest had begun. Chapter 69, Heart of the Forest. The ancient tree in the heart of the Blackthorn Forest loomed over the group, its twisted roots writhing as though alive. The air was thick with dark energy, and the shadowy creatures closed in, their eyes glowing with a malevolent hunger. Li Wei stood at the forefront, the fragment of light in his hand now glowing with an intense brilliance. He could feel its power thrumming, as if responding to the malevolent force around them. "This is it," he muttered, more to himself than anyone else. "We can't let it take us." Master Ling raised his staff, the energy around him crackling as he channeled his spiritual power. "Focus. The forest's power is tied to the heart of this tree. If we can disrupt its energy, the illusions will end." Tianyu adjusted his grip on his spear. "We've fought illusions and creatures, but we've never faced anything like this before. What if it's too much?" "We've come this far," Li Wei replied, his voice steady. "We're not turning back." Shenlian tightened her grip on her sword, her eyes narrowed in determination. "Let's finish this." The shadowy creatures moved in, their movements fluid and predatory. But this time, the group stood firm, their resolve solid. Tianyu lunged first, his spear cutting through the air with precise strikes. Shenlian followed, her sword flashing in a blur of motion as she took down one creature after another. Master Ling's staff moved with grace, sending waves of energy to push back the enemies that neared too close. Li Wei, however, stood still, his focus on the fragment. He could feel the pulsing energy of the tree, its dark power trying to seep into his mind, to cloud his judgment. But he refused to let it. He steadied his breath, pushing out the noise, the whispers, the false images that sought to break his concentration. "I won't let you win," he muttered under his breath, holding the fragment higher. The light from the fragment grew stronger, blinding in its intensity. The shadowy creatures hissed, recoiling as the light cut through their forms. But they did not retreat. Instead, they surged forward, their numbers growing, as if fueled by the tree itself. "Li Wei!" Shenlian shouted, fending off another creature. "The light alone won't stop them. We need to destroy the tree's heart." Li Wei nodded, snapping out of his trance. He looked toward the ancient tree, its roots spreading across the clearing like a massive web. The dark energy pulsing from it was suffocating, and he could sense its control over the creatures. "We attack the roots," he said. "The heart of this forest is bound to those roots. If we can sever them, the tree's power will falter." Tianyu grinned, his eyes gleaming with determination. "I've been waiting for that." With a battle cry, Tianyu charged, spear in hand, aiming directly at the thickest of the roots. Shenlian followed, her sword cleaving through another wave of shadow creatures, allowing Master Ling and Li Wei to move closer to the tree. Li Wei reached out, extending his spiritual energy to touch the tree's roots. He felt the resistance, the way the tree fought back against his attempts to sever its grip on the forest. It was like a living entity, pushing back with all the force of its ancient power. "I won't let you control me," Li Wei muttered, focusing harder. He pushed his energy into the fragment, sending a pulse of light through the ground. The ground shook as the light from the fragment connected with the tree's roots. The dark energy surrounding the roots recoiled, and the creatures faltered, momentarily stunned by the sudden shift in power. "Now!" Master Ling shouted. Tianyu and Shenlian struck together, their combined strength cleaving through the massive root in front of them. The root splintered, its dark energy dissipating into the air. As it broke, the entire forest seemed to tremble, the illusory fog lifting for a brief moment. The creatures howled, their forms flickering as the connection between the tree and the illusions weakened. Li Wei, taking advantage of the momentary confusion, gathered the last of his energy and directed a final surge of light into the heart of the tree. The light blazed like a beacon, cutting through the darkness, piercing into the tree's very core. The ancient tree let out a deafening crack, its dark energy screaming in defiance as the light overwhelmed it. The roots, once writhing with power, began to crumble. The shadowy creatures faltered, their forms fading into mist as the tree's power waned. With one final pulse, the light from the fragment exploded outward, and the heart of the blackthorn forest was finally severed from the forest's illusions. The creatures vanished, and the oppressive darkness lifted, leaving only the clearing bathed in the soft glow of the setting sun. The group stood panting, their clothes tattered from the battle, but their faces were filled with relief. Shenlian sheathed her sword, wiping the sweat from her brow. That was too close. Tianyu clapped Li Wei on the back, his grin wide. You did it, Li Wei. That fragment of yours really packs a punch. Master Ling gave a solemn nod. The forest's power is gone for now. But we must remain vigilant. There are many more trials ahead. Li Wei gazed at the fallen tree, its once formidable presence now reduced to a lifeless husk. We've won this battle, but the war isn't over. Wu Xian is still out there, and we need to keep moving forward. Shenlian looked to the horizon, her expression hardening. Let's find the next fragment. We'll stop him, no matter what it takes. Li Wei nodded, feeling the weight of their mission settle upon his shoulders. But for the first time in a long while, he didn't feel alone. With his companions by his side, the path ahead seemed a little less daunting. Chapter 70, The Crescent Valley. The forest behind them lay in ruins, the last remnants of the blackthorn's dark influence fading into the ether. As the mist cleared, the group moved onward, their steps steady despite the toll the battle had taken. The sun was setting, casting a warm glow across the horizon, but the peace was fleeting. The mission remained urgent. Li Wei glanced at the map in his hand. We're close now. Crescent Valley isn't far. Shenlian adjusted the sword at her back, her gaze distant. I've heard stories about the valley. They say it's a place where time flows differently, like an untouched paradise. She smiled wryly. If we're lucky, we might get a moment's rest. Tianyu gave a hearty laugh. Rest? With how things are going, I wouldn't bet on it. Master Ling was silent, but his eyes were sharp, scanning the surroundings. Even in such a place, the trials are far from over. Wu Xian won't give up, and neither should we. The group pressed forward, the winding path leading them toward their next challenge. As the last rays of sunlight bathed the landscape, they arrived at the edge of a vast expanse, Crescent Valley. It stretched out before them, a lush, green haven surrounded by towering cliffs. The valley itself shimmered with an ethereal quality, the air rich with the scent of flowers and ancient trees. Li Wei's gaze hardened. The valley's beauty is deceptive. Wu Xian wouldn't hesitate to use its mysteries to his advantage. Shenlian frowned, scanning the area. But where are the guardians? Every sacred place has them. Master Ling nodded. The valley is a natural barrier. Only those with pure intentions can pass without falling victim to its trials. But what about us? Tianyu asked. What if we're not pure enough? Li Wei paused, glancing back at his friends. We've all had our share of mistakes. But we've grown. We've learned. If the valley tests us, we'll face it together. We've come too far to turn back. With those words, the group ventured into Crescent Valley, each of them sensing the subtle weight of its presence. The valley was alive, watching, waiting. The valley's interior was filled with rolling hills and pristine streams, but there was an undeniable aura of something ancient, something powerful. As they moved deeper into the valley, the air seemed to hum with energy, and the peaceful sounds of nature slowly faded into a profound silence. Suddenly, a figure appeared in the distance, a tall, cloaked man, his face hidden beneath a hood. He stood at the base of a large tree, its branches twisted in unnatural shapes. The figure raised his head, revealing a pair of glowing, silver eyes. "You have entered the Valley of Time," his voice rang out, calm yet imposing. "Few have the courage or the wisdom to challenge its trials." Li Wei stepped forward, his eyes narrowing. "Who are you?" The figure smiled, though there was no warmth in it. "I am one of the Guardians, the Keeper of Time. I am here to ensure that those who seek the fragments are worthy." Master Ling held his staff tightly. "We are not here to challenge you. We seek the next fragment." "The fragment?" The Keeper of Time's expression turned serious. "It is not simply a relic to be claimed. It is a test, a trial of will and purpose. To claim it, you must first prove your worthiness." Li Wei stood firm, his voice resolute. "We have no time for games. We've already proven ourselves. The world is at stake." The Keeper of Time's eyes glinted. "Then prove it." With a swift motion, he raised his hand, and the ground beneath them shifted. The peaceful landscape twisted, and the world around them began to distort. The sky grew dark, clouds swirling violently as the land fractured into jagged cliffs and broken paths. "Welcome to the trial of time," the Keeper said, his voice echoing in the now chaotic landscape. "You will face your past, your regrets, your fears. Only those who can overcome the weight of their own history will pass." Tianyu stepped forward, gripping his spear tightly. "We're not afraid of whatever illusions you throw at us." Shen Lian's eyes narrowed. "This isn't an illusion. The valley doesn't lie. We'll need to confront whatever comes." Master Ling's staff glowed with spiritual energy as he prepared to defend the group. "We face the trial together. No one will face this alone." The Keeper of Time raised his hand again, and suddenly, time seemed to stretch and bend. Before them, images began to appear, visions of their pasts, their mistakes, the things they regretted. Li Wei sought his younger self, standing alone in the ruins of his family's home, his hands stained with the blood of those he couldn't save. His heart clenched, but he refused to look away. "I've come too far to be held back by the past." Tianyu's vision was of his time on the battlefield, his comrades falling one after another as he stood helpless. The guilt weighed heavily on him, but he shook his head. "I wasn't alone then. I'm not alone now." Shen Lian's vision showed her brother, standing before her with a disappointed look on his face. She clenched her fists, but she steadied herself. "I've made peace with that. I can't change the past, but I can move forward." Master Ling's vision was different. He saw his former students, lost to time, their faces filled with regret and longing. But his eyes remained calm. "We all face loss. But loss does not define us. What we do with what remains does." The Keeper of Time watched them closely, his eyes cold. "You all carry burdens. Will you let them break you? Will you let your regrets destroy you?" Li Wei stepped forward, his voice steady. "No. We will rise above them. We'll face whatever comes next, together." The Keeper's expression softened, if only slightly. "Very well. You have passed the trial of time. The fragment is yours." As the illusions around them faded and the world returned to its natural state, the group stood victorious, but there was no time to savor the moment. The fragment, the next piece of the puzzle, glowed softly in the distance, waiting for them to claim it. Li Wei approached the fragment, his hand outstretched. The light from the fragment seemed to welcome him, as if acknowledging the growth and determination that had led them this far. But as his fingers brushed against it, a chilling wind swept through the valley, and a familiar voice echoed through the air. "You've done well to come this far," said Wuxian, his voice dripping with malice. "But I'll be taking that fragment from you now." The final trial had begun. Chapter 71, Wuxian's Challenge. The air in Crescent Valley grew unnaturally cold as the familiar voice of Wuxian cut through the stillness, sending a shiver down Li Wei's spine. His hand hovered over the glowing fragment, but something felt wrong, too wrong. Wuxian's laughter echoed from all directions, the sound seeping into their very bones. It was a cruel, mocking sound, full of dark satisfaction. You thought you could simply walk into the valley, claim the fragment, and walk out unchallenged? Wuxian's voice rang out, twisting the very air. You are but pawns in a much greater game, and this fragment was never meant for you. The group tensed, looking around, trying to locate the source of the voice, but there was no figure to be seen. The valley, once serene, had turned ominous. The soft glow of the fragment dimmed, as if in response to Wuxian's power. Li Wei stepped forward, his eyes narrowing with determination. Wuxian! Show yourself! We're done running. A figure appeared in the distance, shrouded in shadow. Tall and imposing, Wuxian's presence seemed to warp the very space around him. His eyes glowed like embers, and his mouth curled into a cruel smile. You've come so far, Li Wei. But you are still far too weak to understand the true power that controls this world. Shenlian's grip tightened on her sword, her stance defensive. If you want the fragment, you'll have to take it from us. Wuxian's laugh echoed again, dark and hollow. Oh, I don't need to take it from you, Shenlian. It's already mine. The trial was just a test, and you've passed into my domain. Before anyone could react, the ground beneath them cracked open, fissures running like veins through the valley. The sky darkened as twisted forms began to rise from the earth, creatures born of shadow, their eyes glowing with unnatural light, their bodies grotesque and shifting. Master Ling's staff crackled with energy as he raised it, preparing for battle. Stay alert. These are no illusions, they're real manifestations of Wuxian's power. Li Wei clenched his fists, feeling the pulse of energy surge through him. We've faced worse. We'll fight together. Tianyu brandished his spear with a confident grin. I'll take the first wave. As the creatures surged toward them, the group braced themselves. Shenlian slashed through the first shadow, her sword cutting through the air with deadly precision. Tianyu followed with a flurry of strikes, each one striking with calculated force. Master Ling's energy flowed like a river, his staff sweeping in wide arcs, sending bursts of spiritual energy to disrupt the creatures' advance. But the creatures were endless. For every one they destroyed, two more seemed to appear. Li Wei's eyes narrowed as he tried to sense the source of the dark power. Focus! Master Ling shouted over the chaos. We need to sever the connection between Wuxian and this valley. Li Wei nodded, feeling the connection between the dark creatures and Wuxian's presence. The very air felt thick with malevolence, as if the valley itself was fighting against them. Stay together! Shenlian called as another wave of shadow beasts attacked. We can't let them split us up. The creatures lunged again, but this time, Li Wei acted differently. Instead of fighting them head-on, he reached into the flow of spiritual energy around him. The fragment in his hand pulsed, resonating with the energy of the valley, amplifying his own power. The air crackled, and in that instant, Li Wei thrust his palm forward, sending a massive burst of spiritual light toward the ground. The shockwave rippled across the valley, disrupting the shadow creatures. For a moment, everything seemed to freeze in time. Wuxian's figure flickered in and out of existence, his eyes gleaming with amusement. Impressive, Li Wei. But do you really think you can stop me? This valley belongs to me, as does the fragment. You are nothing but ants before my power. Li Wei felt the full weight of Wuxian's words settle on him. The force of Wuxian's presence was overwhelming. He knew they weren't fighting just for a fragment anymore, they were fighting for the very future of this world. We've come too far to be stopped by you, Li Wei said, his voice filled with defiance. You'll have to do more than send shadows to stop us. Shenlian's eyes blazed with determination. This ends now. With a final cry, she charged forward, cutting down the creatures in her path. Tianyu followed suit, his spear weaving through the mass of beasts with incredible speed. Li Wei held the fragment close to his chest, feeling the surge of power intensify. He could sense the heartbeat of the valley, its energy was intertwined with his own. He closed his eyes, focusing, calling upon the fragment's energy. The light from the shard flared, a beam of radiant power that pierced the sky. The valley responded, its ancient power mingling with Li Wei's, pushing against the dark influence of Wuxian. You think you can control the valley's power? Wuxian's voice was sharp, filled with fury. The valley is mine. You cannot hope to stand against me. But Li Wei's resolve hardened. We'll see about that. With a shout, he pushed the fragment's power further, unleashing a brilliant beam of energy that surged toward the heart of the valley. As the light collided with the dark power surrounding the creatures, the shadows screamed, disintegrating into nothingness. The valley trembled as the fragments of dark energy began to unravel, but Wuxian wasn't finished. The ground shook violently, and the air grew thick with tension. You may have momentarily disrupted my power, Wuxian snarled, his figure flickering as if he were more shadow than man. But you will never defeat me. This game is far from over, Li Wei. The valley is only a small piece of the puzzle. Li Wei's chest heaved as he tried to steady his breath. Then we'll face every challenge you throw at us, Wuxian. We won't stop until the world is free of your darkness. With a final, resounding crack, the light from the fragment grew stronger, pushing back Wuxian's power, but the villain's voice lingered, echoing through the valley like a distant thunder. Until then, remember this, I am always watching. As the last remnants of the shadow creatures dissolved, the group stood victorious, but they knew this was far from the end. The true battle had only just begun. Chapter 72, The Hidden Path. The valley was eerily quiet now, the chaotic battle having come to an abrupt end. The only sound was the faint rustling of leaves in the wind, as if the land itself had sighed in relief. Li Wei's grip on the glowing fragment remained firm, his heart racing as the echoes of Wuxian's voice reverberated in his mind. We've won this round, Master Ling said, his voice calm, but the weight of their victory was clear in his tone. But Wuxian's words are not to be taken lightly. He will not stop. Li Wei nodded, though he could feel the strain in his body. The battle had drained them, and the darkness that Wuxian wielded was unlike anything they had faced before. He took a deep breath, trying to center himself. The power within the fragment pulsed, reminding him of the task still ahead. Shenlian scanned the surroundings, her eyes narrowing as if searching for something. We've dealt with the creatures, but the valley still feels off. There's something here, something we haven't discovered yet. Tianyu stepped up beside her, scanning the landscape as well. What do you mean? It's quiet, yes, but isn't that a good thing? Master Ling stroked his beard thoughtfully. Shenlian's instincts are sharp. This valley is not just a barrier, it is a puzzle. We have faced its trials, but there is a deeper layer to it. Something hidden beneath. Li Wei turned his attention back to the fragment in his hand. It had dimmed slightly, its glow softer now, but it still hummed with immense energy. He could feel it, the pull of something far greater than just the fragment itself. We need to keep moving, Li Wei said, determination in his voice. Wuxian is right, we can't stay in one place for too long. But before we leave, let's see what this valley is hiding. Without waiting for further words, Li Wei moved forward, the others following him. The path ahead was twisted and overgrown, but there was a subtle, almost imperceptible glow beneath the trees that seemed to beckon them deeper into the heart of the valley. After a few hours of travel, the group found themselves at the edge of a massive stone structure ancient and overgrown with vines, yet still intact. The walls were etched with symbols that Li Wei could not fully understand, but their significance was undeniable. The air around the structure felt heavy, as though it was filled with the weight of time itself. This wasn't here before, Shenlian muttered, her eyes widening. How could we have missed something so large? Master Ling examined the markings on the stone. This is a relic of an ancient order, one that once watched over the valley. These symbols, they speak of trials, of a deeper power hidden within. Li Wei stepped closer, drawn to the structure as though it called to him. His hand reached out instinctively, brushing against the stone. The moment his fingers made contact, the ground beneath them trembled. The symbols on the walls began to glow, a soft blue light pulsating from the very heart of the structure. A voice, ancient and reverberating, echoed through the air. You seek what lies beyond the veil of time. Are you worthy to unlock the secrets of this realm? The voice was like a distant whisper, yet it carried a weight that made Li Wei's heart skip a beat. It was a voice that seemed to resonate with his very soul. We seek the fragments to stop Wuxian, Li Wei responded, his voice steady despite the unease creeping up his spine. We have faced trials and conquered them. We are ready. There was a long silence before the voice replied, the tone no longer as foreboding, but still powerful. The trials you have faced are but the beginning. Only those who can face the truth of their heart can access the power you seek. Li Wei's brow furrowed, but before he could speak again, the ground shifted beneath them. The stone structure groaned as if coming to life, and the entrance began to open, revealing a darkened passage leading into the heart of the stone. The truth of our heart? Xinlian muttered, skepticism in her voice. What does that even mean? Tianyu cracked his knuckles, ready for whatever lay ahead. We've faced worse. Let's see what's inside. Master Ling's gaze was contemplative. The truth of one's heart is a dangerous thing to face. But we have little choice now. Li Wei nodded, stepping toward the passage. We've come this far. Together, we can face whatever lies ahead. The group entered the passage, the air growing colder as they ventured deeper. The walls of the stone structure were smooth, and the faint glow from the outside world quickly faded, leaving them in near total darkness. As they walked, the path split into several directions. There were no signs to guide them, only the echo of their footsteps and the eerie silence that filled the air. Li Wei could feel the weight of the unknown pressing in on them, but he didn't falter. I don't like this, Xinlian whispered, her voice barely audible in the vast silence. It's like we're being watched. Before Li Wei could respond, the ground beneath them suddenly shook. A low rumble reverberated through the air, and the walls of the passage seemed to shift, closing in on them. Master Ling raised his staff, ready for whatever might come next. Stay alert. This is no ordinary trial. Then, from the shadows, a figure emerged. It was unlike any creature they had encountered before, an ethereal being, its body composed of shifting shadows and light. It had no face, but its presence was overwhelming. The being spoke, its voice a soft, melodic echo. You wish to face the trials of the heart. But first, you must confront the truth that lies within you. Li Wei's pulse quickened. What truth? The figure's form seemed to ripple, and in that moment, the passage around them faded away. They were no longer in the stone structure, but instead, they found themselves standing in a vast, empty space, a realm that felt both foreign and familiar at once. You seek power, the figure continued, but power without understanding is hollow. You must face the core of your being, the darkness you carry, the doubts that hold you back. Li Wei's mind raced as visions began to flood his consciousness. He saw himself standing alone in the ruins of his family's home, watching his father's lifeless body fall to the ground, hearing the anguished cries of those he had failed. He saw his failure, his weakness in the face of overwhelming odds. Why did you fail? The figure whispered, its voice echoing in the empty space. Why do you carry this burden? Li Wei's chest tightened as the pain of those memories resurfaced. But he stood tall, forcing himself to confront them. I did fail, but I've learned. I've grown. I won't let the past define me. The figure's voice grew softer, almost pitying. And yet, you still carry the weight. The doubt. Can you truly let go of what you cannot change? Li Wei closed his eyes, taking a deep breath. I can. I will. The figure remained silent for a moment before it finally spoke again. Very well. Your path is not an easy one, but you have proven your will. You may pass, but remember this, the trials of the heart do not end here. Every choice you make will shape your destiny. The world around Li Wei shifted once again, and when he opened his eyes, he was back in the stone passage. The figure was gone, but its words lingered in his mind, heavy and profound. Let's keep moving, Li Wei said, his voice steady as he looked at the others. The trials are far from over, but we've proven we're ready. The group nodded in agreement, their resolve strengthened. Ahead of them lay the unknown, and with it, the promise of the next challenge. But they knew one thing for certain, together, they would face whatever came next. Chapter 73, The Veil of Choices. As the echoes of the mysterious being's words faded, Li Wei's heart settled into a quiet determination. His mind, however, churned with the weight of what he had just experienced. The trial had been personal, a confrontation with the ghosts of his past and the shadows of doubt that lingered in his heart. But it wasn't over. The fragment, still glowing faintly in his grasp, seemed to hum with a new energy, almost as if it recognized the shift in him. The passage ahead was still dark, but the oppressive weight of the trial seemed to lift from the air. It was as though the very walls of the stone structure breathed with the resolve of those who had faced their fears and emerged unscathed. Shen Lian, ever watchful, glanced at Li Wei. "Are you all right?" Her voice was softer now, her usual sharpness tempered with concern. Li Wei nodded, offering a small, reassuring smile. "I'm fine. It was just a test, one I had to face. We're ready for what comes next." Tianyu, who had been quiet since the trial began, gave a low chuckle. "That was a strange one. I thought we were going to fight some monsters, not face our own demons." Master Ling's eyes were thoughtful. "The greatest trials often come from within, Tianyu. Wuxian's darkness might manifest outwardly, but it is the choices we make that truly define us. The path forward will not be easy." With that, the group pressed on, the oppressive atmosphere of the stone passage slowly giving way to a new sense of purpose. The walls seemed to open up, revealing a wider chamber ahead. At the center of the room was an altar, a pedestal bathed in a soft, ethereal light. The stone was intricately carved with symbols that mirrored those from the structure's exterior, but this time, they pulsed with an undeniable energy, beckoning them forward. "This must be it," Li Wei murmured, stepping forward. He could feel the air around the altar vibrating, the power in the room undeniable. Shen Lian's eyes narrowed as she stepped closer. "The fragment, it's calling to us." Li Wei held the glowing shard in his hand, feeling its warmth intensify as they approached the pedestal. The moment he placed the fragment on the altar, the entire room seemed to shimmer with energy. The stone beneath them trembled, and for a brief moment, everything seemed to dissolve into light. Then, the light dimmed, and a voice spoke, soft, ancient, and wise. "You have proven your resolve, Li Wei. But now comes the hardest trial of all." Li Wei's heart skipped a beat. "What do you mean?" The voice answered, but not directly. Instead, a series of images flooded Li Wei's mind, visions of different paths, of choices both small and large, stretching out before him. Each path was marked by decisions, a life saved, a friend betrayed, a battle won, a war lost. They were the decisions of countless lives, intertwined and connected by a single thread. "You stand at the crossroads of destiny," the voice continued. "Each choice you make will shape not only your future but the future of those around you. You must choose wisely, for the consequences are far-reaching." Shen Lian stepped forward, her voice tense. "What kind of choice are we talking about here? Is this some kind of trap?" The voice did not respond immediately. Instead, the ground beneath them shifted, revealing a series of floating platforms that led to different pathways. Some were narrow and treacherous, others wide and well-lit. But all of them led to different destinations, and at the end of each path, there was something different waiting. "You must choose which path to walk," the voice finally said. "But know this, each choice you make will influence the world in ways you cannot predict. Some will lead to greater power, others to tragedy. The balance of the world is delicate, and you must decide which threads to pull." Li Wei stepped forward, his eyes scanning the paths. Each one seemed to call to him in its own way, offering power, knowledge, or even peace. But the weight of the decision was heavy. He had seen the consequences of his actions before, and the thought of making another mistake filled him with uncertainty. Master Ling placed a hand on his shoulder, grounding him. "Remember, Li Wei, power is not the only thing that matters. Sometimes the smallest of choices can change everything." Li Wei took a deep breath, considering the paths before him. The truth was, he didn't know where any of them would lead. He didn't know what was at the end of each path, nor the cost of each decision. But he understood one thing: whatever he chose, he wouldn't do it alone. "I'm not the only one who decides this," Li Wei said, looking back at his friends. "This path, whatever it may be, will affect all of us. So, we decide together. Xin Lian's eyes softened, and she nodded. We're with you, Li Wei. Whatever path you take, we take it together. Tian Yu grinned, his usual cocky demeanor returning. Besides, who wouldn't want to follow the guy holding the fragment, right? You make the decisions, we make sure no one gets left behind. Master Ling's expression remained steady, but there was pride in his eyes. A leader's strength lies not only in his ability to act, but in his ability to trust those around him. This is your trial, Li Wei, but it is also ours. Li Wei felt the weight of their support, and with a final, determined breath, he turned toward the path that called to him the loudest. It was not the path that promised the most power, nor the one that seemed the easiest. It was a path that felt right. A path where his instincts told him he could forge a future that balanced strength and wisdom. Let's go, Li Wei said, his voice resolute. We've made our choice. With that, they stepped onto the first platform, the ground shifting beneath them as they moved forward. The paths ahead were unknown, but one thing was certain: whatever challenges lay in their way, they would face them together. As they walked, the light around them began to glow brighter, and the world outside the chamber seemed to fade into a distant memory. The future was unwritten, but it was theirs to shape. Chapter 74: The Endless Paths. The moment Li Wei and his companions stepped onto the platform, the air around them shifted, charged with an energy that pulsed like a living thing. The world around them blurred, dissolving into a whirlwind of light and shadow, until everything seemed to stretch and twist, becoming a realm of pure potential. The floor beneath them hummed with power, vibrating through their very bones. Li Wei's heart beat faster as the path ahead materialized before them, narrow and winding, like a river carving its way through mountains. It wasn't a single road but a convergence of possibilities, each one holding a promise, a danger, and a consequence. The voice, soft but all-encompassing, echoed through the space, filling every corner with its presence. You have chosen your path, but know this: every choice you make will alter the course of destiny. There are no second chances. Once the thread is woven, it cannot be undone. Li Wei clenched his fists, his resolve solidifying. We're ready for whatever comes next. Xin Lian, always the skeptic, glanced at him. I hope so. This doesn't feel like a simple trial. It feels like a test of fate itself. Tian Yu's eyes were wide with anticipation. No matter what, we've come this far. I'm not about to back down now. Master Ling, who had been silent up until that moment, spoke with quiet authority. Trust in your hearts. In the end, it is your intentions, your true desires, that will guide you through. The path ahead may seem dark at times, but light can only be found by continuing to move forward. With no more words to be exchanged, they began walking, their steps synchronized, their hearts united. The first few moments were deceptively calm, but soon, the landscape shifted, the ground beneath them warping as if responding to their presence. The air grew colder, and the once subtle hum of power now thrummed with intensity. As they continued, the path ahead split into 3 distinct branches, each leading in a different direction. The atmosphere around them became charged with anticipation. Xin Lian raised an eyebrow. So, we get to choose again. Great. No pressure. Li Wei's eyes narrowed. Each path radiated a unique energy, each one resonating with a different feeling, one with an aura of strength, another with wisdom, and the third with an unsettling, but intriguing, pull of mystery. A low voice spoke in Li Wei's mind, not the voice of the structure, but his own. What do you seek, Li Wei? He shook his head, trying to focus on the physical world around him. This wasn't just a trial of the mind, it was a test of heart and will. Master Ling was the first to speak, his voice steady and calm. Each of you must make your choice. The path you walk will reveal your true self. Li Wei looked at the 3 paths, knowing that each one would require something of him, would challenge him in different ways. But which one would give him the power he needed to confront Wuxian? He turned to his companions. I think we should follow our instincts. But don't forget, we're in this together. Whatever path we choose, we all walk it. Xin Lian nodded slowly, though her gaze remained cautious. Agreed. But I'll be watching closely. This could be a trick. Tian Yu, ever the optimist, grinned. If it is, we'll just punch our way through it. Li Wei smiled at his friend's unwavering confidence, then stepped forward, his gaze falling on the path to the left. It felt right, there was a pull to it, an almost magnetic force. As he moved closer, the wind seemed to shift, carrying with it a faint, yet powerful, whisper. Take this path, and you will find strength beyond your current limits, the whisper seemed to say. But beware, the price of power is often high. Li Wei glanced back at his companions. This path feels like it's calling to me. It promises strength. But we must remember that no path comes without its consequences. Shen Lian's expression was unreadable, but she said nothing, following him without hesitation. Master Ling stepped forward, his face thoughtful. Strength, yes. But at what cost? Are you prepared to face the price for what you desire? Li Wei took a deep breath. The path seemed to shimmer before him, the weight of its promise heavy on his shoulders. I don't know the cost. But I'm willing to find out. For the sake of all of us. For the future. The group stepped onto the path, their feet sinking slightly into the soft earth as the world around them shifted again. The air grew warmer, the atmosphere crackling with an energy that was both invigorating and terrifying. As they walked, they passed through what seemed like an endless stretch of towering trees, their leaves glimmering like shards of glass. The landscape was beautiful, but there was an underlying sense of unease, as if the trees themselves were watching, waiting. The further they went, the more intense the energy became. Li Wei could feel his body vibrating with power, the sensation almost overwhelming. But it was a power unlike anything he had felt before. His instincts told him to keep moving forward, to embrace the pull. As they ventured deeper into the forest, the silence around them became deafening. Even the wind had ceased, as though the world itself was holding its breath. The path ahead became more treacherous, the ground uneven and craggy. Yet, Li Wei felt his strength growing with every step. His connection to the energy around him deepened, and the whisper in his mind grew louder, clearer. Power, it called. Strength awaits you here, but remember, this is not just a gift. It is a test. The path of power is paved with sacrifices. What are you willing to lose? Li Wei's chest tightened. The question resonated within him, stirring memories of his past, of his family, of the people he had failed to protect, of the choices that had led him here. Could he truly accept the price of this power? Ahead, a figure emerged from the shadows, an ethereal being, like the one they had encountered earlier in the stone structure. But this one was different. It was not just a vision, it was real, standing in their way. You seek strength, the being said, its voice both soothing and chilling. But to gain what you desire, you must face the deepest parts of yourself. The choices you make now will shape your destiny. Are you prepared to pay the price? Li Wei took a step forward, his heart resolute. I've already made my choice. I will face whatever it takes. The being's form flickered, as though it was a reflection in water. Very well. The trial begins now. As the figure vanished, the ground beneath them rumbled, and the air grew thick with the scent of ozone. The trial was no longer just about choices, it was a test of will, of resolve. And it was just beginning. Chapter 75, The Trial of Shadows. The ground trembled beneath their feet, and a palpable silence settled over the group. The air crackled with an intensity that felt almost suffocating, yet Li Wei felt an unfamiliar clarity within himself. His gaze remained fixed on the spot where the ethereal being had vanished, his heart racing with anticipation. The path ahead was now a maze of shadows and light, as if the very fabric of reality was being reshaped around them. The energy in the air swirled with chaotic force, drawing the attention of all present. Shen Lian's sharp eyes scanned the environment, her posture alert and tense. This is no ordinary trial, she muttered, her voice low and steady. It's testing something deeper. Master Ling nodded in agreement, his expression unreadable. Indeed. It seems to be a trial of self and exploration of the darkness within. A place where only your true will can guide you forward. Tianyu cracked his knuckles, his usual bravado somewhat dimmed by the unsettling atmosphere. Darkness, huh? Seems like just the place for us to punch our way through. Li Wei remained silent for a moment, contemplating the weight of the trial. The path of power. The words of the ethereal being echoed in his mind, the warning of sacrifices lingering heavily in his thoughts. But there was no turning back now. He had already made his choice, and the price, whatever it was, would come in time. For now, his duty was clear. Stepping forward, Li Wei allowed the power coursing through him to guide his steps. The shadows stretched and flickered, dancing with a life of their own, as though they too were alive and aware of his presence. His surroundings blurred again, and suddenly, he found himself in a different realm altogether. The once vibrant forest had been replaced by an endless expanse of swirling darkness. The air was thick with an oppressive weight, the kind that seemed to press down on his chest with each breath. The sound of his footsteps was muffled by the strange atmosphere, and there was no light save for the faint glow of the power within him, a light that seemed to grow dimmer with every passing moment. "Where are we?" Xin Lian whispered, her voice barely audible, swallowed by the vast emptiness around them. Li Wei's eyes scanned the blackened horizon, the pressure in the air building with each passing second. "I think we're inside the trial itself," he said, his voice steady despite the growing unease. "Whatever this place is, it's trying to make us confront something." Suddenly, the ground beneath them shifted again. The darkness quivered, and figures began to materialize from the void shadows, but not just any shadows. These were shaped like figures from Li Wei's past, distorted and twisted, their faces contorted in grief, anger, and sorrow. His heart stilled. These were not mere illusions, these were reflections of his own memories, of people he had known and lost, of mistakes he had made that still haunted him. Each figure carried the weight of an unspoken accusation, a silent plea for redemption. "Li Wei." A voice whispered, barely above a breath, but unmistakable. "You failed us." The figure that spoke stepped forward, his father, his face lined with grief and disappointment. The very sight of him brought a deep ache to Li Wei's chest, a pain that he hadn't felt in years. Li Wei began, but his words caught in his throat. The trial had forced him to face the very thing he had always tried to avoid, the guilt of his past, the burden of his failures. The figure of his father shook his head slowly. "You could have done more. You could have saved us." Li Wei closed his eyes, clenching his fists. Not again, he thought. Not this. But the shadow didn't fade. Instead, the figure of his father reached out, and suddenly, the memories of that day flooded Li Wei's mind, the day his village was destroyed, the day he had failed to protect his loved ones. He could still see the flames, hear the screams, feel the weight of the loss pressing down on him like 1,000 stones. The world around him seemed to close in, the shadows twisting and warping, as though the past itself was seeking to drown him. Li Wei. The voice was no longer his father's, but that of someone else, someone he had wronged. Li Wei's vision blurred, and in that moment, he felt the very foundation of his being tremble. The trial had pulled the very core of his soul into the light, forcing him to relive every regret, every mistake. The pain of his past, once buried deep within, now threatened to consume him whole. "Don't you want to change? Don't you want to erase your failures?" the shadow whispered, its voice smooth and tempting. "The power you seek can grant you that." Li Wei shook his head, the words echoing in his mind, but he refused to let them take root. "No. I don't want to erase it. I've made my peace with my past. It's part of who I am." The figure of his father's shadow faltered, momentarily flickering before it shattered like glass, dissolving into the darkness. The trial had tested him, but Li Wei had faced his own darkness and emerged unbroken. The price of power was not to run from the past, but to learn from it. As the shadows receded, the pressure in the air began to lift, the oppressive feeling slowly fading into something more manageable. Li Wei opened his eyes to find the figures gone, the darkness beginning to dissipate around him. "That was intense," Tian Yu muttered, wiping his forehead. "But I think we passed it." Master Ling's voice was calm, yet there was a trace of pride in his tone. "Indeed. You have faced the darkness within you and accepted it. That is the first step toward true strength." Li Wei nodded, his chest still heavy from the weight of the trial, but a sense of clarity washed over him. He hadn't erased the past, he had accepted it, embraced it as part of his journey. And now, he was stronger for it. The path ahead slowly revealed itself once more. The shadows no longer clung to his every step, but there was still an air of tension, as though the trial had only just begun. He took a deep breath, his resolve steeled. "We move forward," Li Wei said, his voice unwavering. "Together." With that, the group continued onward, the journey far from over but their spirits buoyed by the strength they had found within themselves.